I'm going to call this meeting to order, and we're going to add under the road foreman's report, open truck bids. We won't make a decision on those, but we're going to open them so we can start looking at them. And with that, we have the minutes from January 30th.
I would move that we approve the minutes from the select board meeting on January 30th.
Okay, any discussion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Oh, right, okay. Any, all right. Now, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And now we have the minutes from February 6th.
I'll move we approve the minutes from February 6th.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll abstain.
All right. We have warrants 17 and 17P, the payroll. What would you like to do?
I'll move that we approve the warrants 17 and 17P.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? Warrant 17 is for a total of $127,006.71. And of that, $100,000 is going to the Dummerston School as part of the budget for the school that's voted on at town meeting. We have some fuel payments, some salt for the roads. There were a number of tax refunds, and those were a result of the mortgage companies overpaying. We had GMP electric bills, the sheriff's monthly bill, health insurance for town employees, and our monthly rescue bill. So, any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. We can go down. Are there any comments from the public that anything not on the agenda yet? Okay. Then we'll go on to our road foreman's report, and we have the annual MRGP annual report and fees. And I'm not going to pay the fees right now, but we're just going to approve the municipal roads general permit planning report. And Lee has gone through this and certified that we are all good with this. Road erosion inventory is not complete, but it's planned to be done in July. So
I will move that we approve the MRGP annual report for the fee of $1,750.
I'll second that.
okay, any discussion?
Do you want to just say anything about what we have to do, just as far as the road inventory and what's going to take place after
Yeah,
that?
the road inventory, we're working with Wyndham Regional right now.
Okay.
And I would say it might be half done. Our portion is pretty much completed, but it just didn't work out with the weather coming early and those kind of things.
So what this is this is Act 64, where we're going to go and look at all our roads and identify where there's an erosion problem.
Yeah.
And then the town is going to have to go back over the next 20 years, roughly, and put ditch stone and repair the ditches or repair the way they run off. Is that
Yes.
essentially what we're doing?
Yep.
And that's to comply with Act 64.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Okay, and then we can open these truck bids.
Good. Didn't bring my letter.
You know, I left my pocket knife at home, but you know, I do have that history of cutting bids in half, so hopefully just as well.
You gotta get you a mic, Z.
You just have to wear your hearing aids. I'm almost shouting up here.
My daughter didn't buy me any batteries for Christmas.
Sure, yeah. So this is for, you're getting bids for a truck that will be voted on at town meeting.
Yes.
And this is a new dump truck and plow.
Yep, he'd be replacing one.
From,
2010.
yep. Okay.
And this does include the plow?
It has it as an option.
Okay.
We're trying to evaluate whether the plow can last another 10 years or not.
Okay.
Okay.
So do you want us to read the amounts? Or how do you
I
want us
think
to?
that we can do,
What needs to go in the minutes? Anything in particular?
we're going to let Lee take these, and the deadline was for this meeting. Lee's going to take them and look them over, and then at our next meeting,
Comment on them?
or actually, maybe after town meeting, we'll, if it's
Yeah,
approved.
we're kind of hoping to do it next meeting, and then it's going to be in lieu of funding.
Okay,
So then we'll know the amount. The truck orders, they have to place them earlier and earlier in order to get it before next winter. So that's what they want to make sure the town is sort of committed to getting
Okay.
it before they order it.
all right. So, do you have amounts? Casey?
Yep. And do we want to just record who we got the bids from?
Yep.
Looks like ours are the same, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Patriot?
did 2 trucks,
Okay.
2 different.
Okay.
So this is from Patriot. It's a 2020 Western Star 4700 SF. It's red. And the balance due on delivery is $142,122. And there is a used trade-in allowance of $30,000. And because Lee said it was part of what's being discussed, the plow blade is available for $5,750.
Okay. This one's also from Patriot Freightliner Western Star. The cash delivered price of it's a 2020 Freightliner model 114 SD, and the unpaid cash balance due at delivery would be $133,723. The plow blade available is the same, $5,750, and the used trade-in allowance would be $30,000.
Well, you guys got lucky because you guys sold on a lot better than I'll tell you that right now. Because this is from Tri-State Truck Center, and it's for a Freightliner 114 SD, and their price is, this customer price before, is $119,842. And if I went through all this stuff, I bet I could find a price for the plow and stuff like that, but they didn't put it on top, so. And they didn't put it on the 4th page. So I imagine when we go through it, we'll
Yeah.
find out what that
Okay.
is.
So we'll bring, actually, Lee, do you want to take these, or I'll could put them in my truck with everything else that I have? There. Okay, so we'll let you take these at the end. Okay. All right, so let's see. Well, I guess that's, anything else, Lee, you'd like to discuss?
No, the state did do a stormwater assessment on the drop inlets over in the West Village, checking the outfall for any contaminants, and everything showed everything was good there. So that was done last year, and they just got it completed.
Okay. Any other questions for Lee? He's here?
No.
Okay. Let's see. Anything under correspondence for information that you'd like to discuss?
Well, why don't we'll bring up the DRB decision on the gravel pit review. So that was done back in early January, where the select board put the application in front of the DRB for an extension of the SB and the Renault sides of the gravel pit back there. It was a 50-year extension, and that also addressed a right-of-way issue off, I always forget the name of that road.
Winterbell.
The DRB made their decision within the past week, so they've approved that 50-year extension. So the gravel pits are now extended out 50 years with that right-of-way added to it, and it's in the appeal process right now. There's a 30-day appeal from when they issued that decision. We'll know at the end of 30 days, but there's really been no indication that anybody's going to have any problem, because the landowners who were at the DRB were actually in favor of the application to change the DRB permit. So,
And if the town does not vote in favor of purchasing the gravel pit, then this extension would then be rescinded.
right, contingent upon the town vote.
Excuse me, I
Yep.
couldn't hear. I couldn't hear you, Zeke. What did you say?
I said that if the towns don't vote to purchase the gravel pit, then this decision would be rescinded.
The decision made here.
You can move up to the front row.
Yeah.
Right there.
Everybody forgot their hearing.
Or we'll move the tables closer to you.
You can speak a little louder.
So the 50-year approval is contingent upon the town passing the articles in reference to the gravel pit.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, should we go, still have a few minutes. Anything else under correspondence for information? That correspondence for discussion action. Did everyone see the letter from Laurie regarding the changes to the notary
Yes.
regulations?
Mhm.
She was looking for a little wisdom or guidance, but it seemed like you had a good thought.
I did. So what happened is the way the law changed, our public notaries will no longer be covered by our municipal insurance. So therefore, our notary had concerns about her own personal liability if she notarized anything. So what I had suggested is she look into a private insurance, because I think that's a very important service that we provide to the town residents. You know, even if it's something you only use once a year or something, it's just one of those things that I think is a valuable thing to provide to the residents of the town. You know, so I talked to her today. She just renewed her license. It's good until, well, her license is good for whatever the term of the license is. She's covered under our insurance until June 30th, I believe. But right now, at the State House, they're looking at trying to correct whatever they did to maybe allow notaries to be covered under municipal insurance again. But right now, VLCT, our insurance will not, or the PACAP will not cover her. It's under review, so we've got 4 months to figure out.
Upon renewal of that insurance, she's not covered, but she is covered now.
Right, because we still have it, but as of 1 July, I believe, that then she would not be covered.
Who is her?
anymore. The town clerk.
All right.
Boy, we need to get some bullhorns out here tonight.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Is that good?
Thank you.
You're good.
Yeah.
I got
So-
background noise over here and I can't hear it interfering with my
Yeah.
hearing aid.
What?
The ones
Yeah.
at home.
So it's a work in progress. We're hoping to still be able to provide the service, but even the private insurance we weren't able to identify anything there, but we're not going to do anything till the state tries to sort out what they've done and hopefully keep our notaries under the public insurance that we
And
have.
hopefully that'll happen before June 30th.
Correct.
We hope.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have you been in contact with our representatives to push this?
I personally have not.
Should. They're pretty good.
Mhm.
This comes out of the House Operations Committee, I believe, or Government Operations, I'm sorry.
Okay.
John Gagnon, who's the Wilmington rep,
Yep.
is the vice chair of that committee.
Mhm. And that's who Lori has been in contact with. I'm not sure which one. I think I know, but I don't want to say a name because I don't want to put her on the spot. But she has been in touch, and that's why he said don't do anything until we try to get this worked out. So,
So, we're going to recess our select board meeting and convene our informational meeting on the proposed gravel pit purchase.
So
And
I
then-
would-
Then we'll reconvene and finish our regular select board meeting. And there are some exciting things that we still have on our agenda. There's a certificate of no appeal and suit pending from the listers that I'm sure most of you have come and are waiting for. And
So-
I'd just like to announce that I won the, no.
Not
you-
yet.
you
You're a
won.
little, no.
Okay.
I mean, people might come late.
We'll get
Are we
back
not
to that.
counting late people? So do we need to make a motion?
Yes.
to-
Yes, we need a
Okay, so
motion.
I'd like to move that we recess the select board meeting and reconvene after the information meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor? All right.
Aye.
Aye. And so.
There's
for-
chairs up here, Josh, for your guys if you'd like.
The ground rules for our informational meeting, if you raise your hand and be recognized, state your name and the town that you are from. Did everyone hear that? Okay, so state your name, Harold, and the town where you're from for our BCTV. And with that, I think, Hugh, are you going to
Yeah, I'll
be the master of ceremonies here?
Did you guys ever get that going?
No, and,
Okay.
did somebody talk to John about getting in touch with Joe Carroll?
Lee, did you get in touch with? Were you talking to somebody about?
Yeah, that person who came down, but then you started your meeting. You want me to go back down there?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
I mean, she'll be here at 6:30, but we'll try to work around it till we can get that going. The PowerPoint. Yeah. So, okay.
We have here. How about
Yeah,
I'll
well,
pass
that's,
them
yeah,
around.
that's the one. These are the spreadsheets for Dummerston, if anybody does not have one. Or if you'd want to get one from Putney and compare it, I don't know.
Yeah, I have copies of them.
Josh, do you guys want to? Okay, this is we got a pretty small crowd here to go over this, but I think what we're going to do is we've really kind of got to walk through this, just as like we're going to have to read some things. We want to talk about everything because hopefully, as this is filmed and people watch this, we'll gather some interest, maybe some additional questions, but. I think we're kind of going to make, even though it's a small, kind of intimate crowd, we're going to try to do this just like we had a packed house. We want to let everybody know. Hopefully, they're going to watch on TV and help us out. Okay. So, just a couple of things. We'll just do the introduction of the select boards. I'm Hugh Worden. I'm a member of the Dummerston Select Board. If you guys would please introduce yourselves.
Maria Glayback, Dummerston Select Board.
Geraldine Wilson, Dummerston Select Board.
Zeke Goodban, Dummerston Select Board.
Lewis White, Dummerston Select Board.
Steve Head, Putney Select Board.
Laura Chaplin, Putney Select Board.
And Josh Laughlin, Putney Select Board. And this
Karen
is,
Astley, Town Manager, Putney.
And then
Corey.
this is Corey. He's with Stevens and Associates. His firm was the engineer. Their firm ran the engineering when this gravel pit was first opened. And Corey has been working with us as we've gone through this since last August to try to get this everything in order to present to you tonight. So, just as we go through, just some things we need to do. It's an informational meeting. One good thing about this is if you have any questions, anything you can bring to us. You may discover something that we haven't thought of, but this is an informational meeting on the 27th of February is the required meeting that meets the statutory requirement prior to town meeting because this is going to be done by an Australian ballot. So we will have another meeting. That won't be a joint meeting. I believe Putney's doing the same thing on the 27th.
Yep.
So any questions you have, you could bring back to your select boards on the 27th at that final meeting that we have. Just some things for tonight. We're going to try to get this PowerPoint going. Corey is going to present some information on the gravel pit. We may have to kind of just swing back around to that until we can get the computer unlocked to do that. And then we're also going to introduce the articles. So we have 3 articles that are going to be that go along with the gravel pit. So I'd like to read those actually, just so they're on the TV, so people can have them. And then, as of today, our first of 3 required warnings was in the newspaper, The Commons. And you can actually see a sample ballot, so what you'll see when you go into the voting booth on March 5th, unless you vote early.
Yes.
What else we got? I don't think we're going to go over a lengthy meeting with the crowd we have here, so we won't set that one. If you do ask a question, just please identify yourself and what town that you are from as well. Okay, Corey, I can go on a little further if you want to.
That would be good, because my prompt is my slideshow.
Okay.
So,
Got it.
I would
We'll come
prefer
back.
to have those slides.
All right. So when we do work through this, when we do turn it over to Corey, he's going to go through the history of the gravel pit. He's going to talk about the quantity of it, the method of extraction. He'll give you an update on the permitting status. And he's going to touch on, these are the spreadsheets. Both towns, the dollar amounts on these spreadsheets belong to your specific town. Any drawdown of material would be both towns. So any dollar amount you see, that's just your town's budget. But if you see as you see the material being extracted, then that is both towns' material extraction. So does that make sense? Yes.
Are the town's figures the same?
No.
We'll come back to that. Okay, we'll come back to that. Okay. So, and then after, hopefully we get Corey in there, and then I've got some other town comments to go. But with that, you guys mind if I sit down?
I can hear you.
Well, that's kind of why I stood up, because I really didn't want to get yelled at anymore. So we're going to have 3 articles, and is Putney having 3 articles as well on yours? We have the vote, Australian ballot. We have the initial payment, which we're actually probably not going to have one.
We don't have that.
Okay, and then we have the interlocal agreement.
Yes.
In there, so. If I trail off, just say something, I'll speak back up. So the Dummerston voters in the Putney, ours is Article 2?
Ours is Article 8.
8, okay. So what you're gonna walk in, but the verbiage that you're gonna see is exactly the same between the 2 towns. And I'm gonna read this for the folks on the TV, and wherever I say Dummerston, just insert Putney, if that's okay. Or we can read it twice if you'd like, but you can. So the explanation of the article: the town of Dummerston seeks voter approval to incur bonded indebtedness for the purpose of financing the joint purchase with the town of Putney of 32-acre plus or minus Renault gravel pit in the town of Dummerston for the purpose of extraction of gravel for use in constructing and maintaining their highways and other lawful purposes, for the purchase price not to exceed $2 million, shared equally with each town paying $1 million towards the amount of purchase. The question to be voted on will be as follows, and this is what you'll see in the ballot booth. Shall the general obligation bonds or notes of the town of Dummerston in the amount not to exceed $1 million, bearing the interest at a rate not to exceed 4.25% for a term not to exceed 25 years, be issued for the purpose of purchasing the 32-acre plus or minus Renault gravel pit in Dummerston, Vermont, jointly with the town of Putney? If you're in favor of this, mark the box X. If you are opposed, mark the box no. That will be done by Australian ballot at town meeting day. For Dummerston, Article 3, in the event that Article 2 passes, shall the voters authorize the select board to pay the first year repayment on the bond or notes from the capital fund not to exceed $50,000. And then Article 4, in the event that Article 2 passes, shall the voters authorize the select board to enter into an interlocal agreement with the town of Putney to own and operate the 32-acre plus or minus gravel pit in the town of Dummerston, currently known as the Renault gravel pit, for the purpose of extraction of gravel for the town's use in constructing and maintaining their highways and other lawful purposes. Those are the articles that will be presented at town meeting. Nothing?
Oh,
All right.
I can do my best to wing it using that site plan.
Okay.
I had 8 slides that I think will be valuable.
Well, I could jump into.
So what time is it? Are we really expecting the person with the password back here in 5 minutes?
Joe Carroll said she'd be here at 6:30.
Yeah. So I'd just like to say that as far as the history of this is concerned, some of you may know, but Mike Renaud approached well, initially, I think it came through Lee and/or Brian, sort of alongside. Brian is our highway superintendent in Putney. Mike was interested in selling this parcel to the town.
Make your computer easier to use. Windows will read and scan this list automatically.
I don't think that was the button.
You could hear that.
And this is a combination of what was initially known as the Moore Pit years ago, which then became the SB Pit, operated by Zaluzny but owned by Tim Severance and somebody else, I can't remember. There you go. And then when Mike Renaud bought Hidden Acres, that included an adjacent pit that had not been permitted. The two towns together went in. Mike approached us maybe even before he purchased it, or I think just after he purchased the Hidden Acres, to involve the towns in the Act 250 permitting process and in having a contract with the towns to purchase a certain amount of gravel and sand from him over a certain period of time. Mike, that was developed, and the towns actually, each of the towns put in about $75,000 initially, and this was, probably 8 years ago now, I would guess, to develop, to get the Act 250 permits in place, et cetera. And Mike did all the paperwork in that process, but we did most of the financial support for that. He has since, as most of you know, sold the Hidden Acres campground, but developed the pit that is now known as the Renaud Pit, and is accessible from, you go through the ABF truck depot lot to get down into that side of the pit. There is also access from Winterbell Drive, which comes in from the north side, which was the original access to the SB pit and/or earlier on the Moore Pit. But Mike approached the towns. This is a discount price. I have heard rumor, this is strictly anecdotal, I have heard rumor that Mike had been offered more for the pit by larger contractors, but he really wanted the towns to have it to ensure their access to gravel and a sort of sustained supply over time. So just a little bit of history.
No. And picking up on that, so when we were approached, about last August, we were approached to start working on this. So you probably, if you watched the meetings, we talked about this throughout the meetings. It was a real estate deal. We were trying to get everything as close to in order as we could and get it out publicly as soon as we could. And I think we did that publicly in December to try to get the purchase price out, to try to generate some interest in the gravel pit itself. So since then, we've been working with the attorneys for Putney, the attorneys for Dummerston, Stevens and Associates, and then the two select boards. One of the things we did, and when Corey gets up or starts getting, we did a survey to look at how much material was still in the pit, just to have an outside source look at it and give us, we call it a surface survey. Is that, what kind of survey?
We did a site visit, sort of field measurements.
Okay. And then based on that, once we got that in, then we started really in earnest trying to develop how to go forward. So where we stand right now is between Dummerston and Putney. We have essentially a final purchase and sales agreement, which just outlines the real estate transaction. That will hopefully be inked on the 27th of February, and of course it's contingent upon the votes at town meeting as well. The other thing, what I mentioned in the article, the interlocal agreement that we have to work on, that's kind of the nuts and bolts of how the towns will work together. Now, we've been working together on the Carpenter Pit, which is a sand pit off Route 5, for how long, do you think?
13 years, I would guess.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So I think we have a fairly established record of working between Putney and Dummerston in a joint operation for getting material out. And I think that's worked well. We use that as, even though that's a pretty simplified agreement, we use that as kind of the foundation to build off the interlocal agreement, which is governed by multiple statutes. So the two attorneys have been working on that. We've got our first draft of that. But what that outlines is, how much material we each extract, how we record it, who's going to take care of any reporting requirements that we have, and it's kind of the details of the day-to-day operation of the pit, and then how we reconcile things, as we go down through the years. To include, if one town wants to, get out of the pit, first right of refusal to the other town, and then it can move on. So there's methods of selling the pit if we need to do that. Do you have anything, Josh, on that one? Or Karen, anything?
No, you covered it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want to go off that, or you want me to try to keep going?
No, I can start at this point. I booted up my own laptop, so
Okay.
I'm sorry nobody else can see the slides, but at least I can.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Corey, and like I said, he's got the history, the quantity, permitting, sequence of extraction, and take it from there. Thank you, Corey.
Corey Frazee with Stevens and Associates.
Corey, can you project a little louder, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You bet. Corey Frazee with Stevens and Associates. I first worked with the towns of Dummerston and Putney on the Carpenter Pit, which is south of what we call the Renault pits, in 2005. And I've been working with the towns on these two gravel pits since 2010. So I've been asked to walk you through some history of these gravel pits. I will introduce some of the material quantities and the spreadsheet, as we call it, which talks about the cost. Those questions should be directed more to the town representatives. And then Lee Chamberlain is here, who's the Dummerston Road Foreman, who I've talked to and has, we may be asking questions of him with regards to the operation. So I'll try to be brief, walk you through this in 10 minutes, and then you're here because you have questions, which we'll try and get to quickly. So the gravel pits, as they mentioned, are the old Moore gravel pit, or SB Lands gravel pit, which is accessed off of Dummerston Station Road, which is shown here, and Winterbell Drive comes into the old Moore pit, and then the Hidden Acres pit, or the Renault pit, is 17 acres of what used to be the Hidden Acres campground parcel. And so I think those are two good milestones for people to get their bearings. The Hidden Acres campground, and then off of Dummerston Station Road. Access to the Hidden Acres pit comes through the ABF trucking facility, which Renault Brothers also owns, but which will not be transferred as part of this sale, correct?
It is transferred. It is in the purchase and sale.
The easement is transferred.
Oh, I'm sorry, the access to
Okay,
it.
so an access easement will be maintained through ABF trucking to access the gravel pits, as well as Winterbell Drive continuing to be an access. The SB Lands, or the Moore pit, is approximately 16 acres, and the parcel that was subdivided off of Hidden Acres, that is the Hidden Acres pit, is approximately 17 acres. The Moore pit goes back decades, as I understand it. That gravel pit, from my observations and from talking to the road foremen who operate the pit, there is not gravel and sand left in that pit. That is primarily a ledge product that's on the old Moore pit. Excavation has started across the common boundary line into the Hidden Acres property somewhat. We focused our efforts on quantity calculations of what remains in the Hidden Acres pit, and I'll walk you through those quantities in a second. Touch briefly on permitting. Both parcels are under Act 250 permitting, which is a state land use permit. Act 250 would remain with the towns purchasing the property. It has requirements on it, conditions associated with it, but it runs with the land. There is not an expiration date. The Moore pit, or SB Lands pit, is permitted for 30,000 yards per year at the state level. The Hidden Acres property is permitted for an additional 30,000 cubic yards per year. There are yearly requirements associated with that Act 250 permit that we have been asked, Stevens and Associates, but the the owners have to, on a yearly basis, review this operation of the pit and make sure that all conditions are being complied with. There's also local DRB or local zoning approvals for both parcels, and as Hugh alluded to, the DRB application was submitted in January, and the decision was recently approved. It's in an appeal period right now for a 50-year extension. That permit initially had a timeline associated with it. A 50-year extension has been approved if the towns purchase the gravel pits. Those two conditions go hand in hand. So there would be a 50-year extension for extraction of material from both of these pits. The needed quantity from each town is 5,000 cubic yards of gravel for Dummerston and 4,000 cubic yards of sand for Dummerston, and then 5,000 cubic yards of gravel for Putney and 4,000 cubic yards of sand from Putney. Again, the Carpenter Pit, which is a little bit south of this, is providing all of the sand. So as we get into the quantities and the cost and the expense for purchasing this property, sand will not be coming out of these gravel pits initially. It'll come out of the Carpenter Pit until there's no sand left in the Carpenter Pit. So quick quantity, the quantity of materials available. We were hired last fall. We used the historical data that we have from working on the pit over the last 8 years. We also did 2 site visits, took many field measurements, and we came up with the following quantities of material that are left, again, just on the Hidden Acres portion of the property. 4,000 cubic yards of topsoil, approximately 1,000 cubic yards of gravel, approximately 100,000 cubic yards of gravel, 200,000 cubic yards of sand, and 400,000 cubic yards of ledge. In addition to that, when we were at the site, speaking with representatives from Renault, talking to the town road foreman, and our own observations, there was approximately 90,000 cubic yards of additional material that was stockpiled around the site. All told, that is 794,000 cubic yards. And due to the information available and the extent of our work, we said that was plus or minus 15%. So there is a range associated with that. We did try to be conservative in those estimates. I know that was a lot of numbers. I think the thing to point out is that there is a lot of ledge on the property. You can see ledge at the surface elevation along the property. There's a ridge, and we did borings in 2010, and so we can see that the ledge slopes off as you go towards I-91, and if we get PowerPoint up and working, I've got a cross section. I can show you that if you have questions. But approximately half the material that we estimate is remaining is ledge, about 400,000 cubic yards. A rough estimate of the ledge on the old Moore pit is 200,000 cubic yards. That ledge is very inconsistent. It's not an easy surface for us to take field measurements and estimate. Many people have taken a crack at estimating what that quantity is. I think 200,000 cubic yards is a conservative number. And this one's going blank now too. So the way that the pit is likely to be utilized by the towns, and again, this comes from conversations with Lee, so Lee, jump in if you want to clarify something. I think I misstep on this one, all right? There will be a strategic approach to utilizing the material so that it, A, is the best product available for the towns to use. There's a combination of materials the town uses. They use large riprap for lining ditches. They use bank run gravel. They use a crushed gravel material for maintaining roads. And then, of course, they use sand in the winter. So there is a crushing of gravel that can happen. There is a screening of sand that can happen. Again, that sand is currently coming from the Carpenter pit, but eventually that operation would move to this pit. We're looking at more than 70 years worth of material. The Carpenter pit has about 12 to 14 years worth of sand left in it. So while it may seem like a long ways away until there's sand here, when we're talking about 70 years, the last 50 plus years, the sand would be coming out of this pit. So the top 15 feet of material on the Hidden Acres property is a good usable gravel, and then we get into sand that isn't well suited for road repairs but would be a good winter sand. In addition to that, we have almost half the material being ledge that slopes off on this side of the pit. So there will be blasting on an intermittent basis. That ledge will be crushed into a material and mixed with the gravel, which will extend the life of the usable gravel for the towns. Anything to add to that? Okay.
The one thing I would add, Corey,
Yeah.
is just that these conversations have also included consistently Brian Harlow in the estimating process and in the extraction
Thank you.
process. So
Yep,
just
that's right. And
hasn't been
Brian
just-
and Lee met with me
Yeah.
at the site a couple times. So, at risk of getting myself involved in the money part of this conversation, there are spreadsheets available as you walk in, or they are available. They represent the same quantities and costs for Dummerston and Putney. The only difference is when you get into, we call it the tax basis? Okay. So, again, more than 70 years worth of material. There are costs associated with the town operating the pit, hiring a crushing operation to come in and crush the gravel. And those costs will vary based on a couple different things. When the Carpenter pit closes, that operation will move onto this property, and the town will save additional money because they won't be paying the lease, the towns, they won't be paying the lease to the carpenters anymore. The second significant difference in cost is the cost of processing the ledge. So there is a cost associated with blasting the ledge, and initially that ledge will be processed and mixed with the gravel to extend the life of the gravel, but at some point that gravel will go away and the product will be an all ledge product, which in my opinion is going to be more common as the years go by and we start to run out of this important resource. So I think the town is well positioned. Renault is already processing ledge successfully to make gravel on this property because there is such an abundance of ledge on particularly the Moore pit. Like I said, there's not sand and gravels available on the Moore pit at this point. So there is an increase in cost when you go to an all ledge product. Let's see, quick overview. There is also a column, and it says note 4, note 5 at the top, and that's the comparison column. That's the budget without purchasing the pit. So that takes into account a continued leased price from Renault, and then at some point, this gravel pit would run out. And it's important to note that together, there's 60,000 yards coming out of this gravel pit every year. And the combined need of the towns is initially 10,000 yards just for the gravel. And then after 13 years, when the Carpenter pit closes, it goes up by the quantity of the sand, and it's a combined 18,000 cubic yards per year. So it's going to last a lot longer. And if the pit isn't purchased, then this pit will close altogether sooner, and you would be buying gravel from another source at a commercial price. It uses a 3% inflation rate, and the significant price jumps are in year 6, I believe it is, 2025. You'll see a price jump. It's highlighted in yellow because it would be an all-ledge product if the pit wasn't purchased and it continued to operate as a commercial pit. And then in 2033, this is a key year because several things happen. The Carpenter pit closes. The sand is estimated to be exhausted out of the Carpenter pit in 2033. And so you will see that the comparison price jumps again, and that cell is highlighted yellow, because it would be a commercial purchase of sand at that point from another source. And you will see that that swings significantly on the net increase or decrease. So that is, I believe, year 14, and that's the year that the town would see the first savings from this project. I'm almost done. That would continue for another, do math in my head, 9 years, and then in 2042, which must be year 23, that's when there is a net gain from the project based on these estimates. So it's 14 years until there's a recognized savings, and then another 9 years until it's a net savings.
Corey, just while you're on that column, the reason that, maybe you already have it, the reason that next one down is highlighted in red, that if the pit stays a commercial operation, that's the year, with the estimates we have, that pit would close. There'd be no more material left in the pit whatsoever if it stays a commercial operation.
Thank you. So I was going to turn it over to Hugh or Josh if you had more detail to go through, but you had a question. Is it okay to take a question
I did
now?
have a question on this one that's highlighted
Can
yellow.
you state your name and the
yes.
town where you are from, please?
Jody Normando, Dummerston.
I
Jody Normando, Dummerston.
Okay, thank you.
Usually I don't have any trouble with anybody hearing me. I was questioning what you said with the jump to 165,000 in yellow in year 14, because we'd be out of sand. But I thought you were saying that we would get the sand from the Hidden Acres pit.
Good clarification. So the Carpenter pit is out of sand. So this column is a comparison column. If the pit, if the Moore/Renault pit is not purchased,
Without purchasing.
right?
Okay.
You would continue to have the Carpenter sand for another 13 years, but then at some point you'd be buying sand commercially.
Okay, so too many columns here.
Yes.
I don't know, we try to make it as simple as we could.
Yeah.
And it's
You
hard.
should have seen my spreadsheet.
So without, just to beat that one up, so that big jump, I think that's gonna draw everybody's attention. Actually, Corey, you have more?
No, I'm actually, this is where I was going to turn it over to
Okay.
you guys for the financial part.
Go ahead,
I
Paul.
had a question for Corey.
Can you
Name?
state your name and the town?
Sorry, Paul Normando from Dummerston. Corey, you mentioned 60,000, I think you mentioned 60,000 yards of bank run gravel, and then the spreadsheet shows 100,000. And I was wondering what the difference was.
Sure.
Besides
So, and again, I apologize. I had a slide with my memo that I was hoping to share with you folks. There is approximately 100,000 cubic yards of gravel estimated remaining on the Hidden Acres pit, and that is approximately the top 15 feet. The towns have done some test bits out at the site. The permit extraction is the 60,000. So this, the Moore pit and the Hidden Acres pit are each permitted to take 30,000 yards a year out. So if this stays in commercial operation, the combined extraction rate is 60,000 yards. So if there is 800,000 yards of material left, at 60,000 yards per year, it's about 12 years until that pit is out of material. So that's the 60,000 I was referring to. Does that clarify it?
Would that mean that they'd have to get an extension on the Act 250 permit to get the other 40,000 yards?
No.
No, the 100,000 is a total quantity left,
Right.
and the 60,000 is an annual extraction rate.
Right now.
Yes.
So what they're doing,
Okay,
Paul,
okay.
is they're mixing ledge.
All right.
Okay.
I got you. Thank
Yep,
you.
Yep. So what I would think about is, I would add this 100,000 and this 600,000 in ledge,
Yeah.
and you got 700,000 in material that they're, am I right, Lee? They're currently blasting that ledge and mixing it in just like you're talking about doing.
Right.
Yeah, the only thing I would correct about that, Corey, is that they won't be able to continue to pull, because it's 30,000 per permitted pit. So when the ledge on the SB pit was exhausted, they would be limited to taking out 30,000 per year from the Hidden Acres pit or the Renault pit. But you've got 200,000 plus yards on the SB pit.
People think I'm low, but.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so, they'd be able to take 60 out for the next, 7 years-ish, 8 years, and then it would drop to 30,000 a year, but still, in that time frame, it would exhaust that pretty dramatically. The other thing is that, as far as the towns are concerned, one of the most valuable resources for us in the short run is both that sand and gravel that's there, which are sand and bank run gravel, which would be exhausted even more quickly because that's a desirable product at a better price, so that's gonna go out of there faster if he keeps running it as a commercial entity.
And we did project that exact thing in the spreadsheet.
Right.
So,
Yeah. I think actually, Corey, you really hit all the points. I was going to concentrate on the columns off to the right, but just look at your notes on the back. Just don't forget to look at your notes on the back. There's the, as you take this home and look at it, there's the town's use. That's per town, 5,000 yards of gravel, 4,000 yards of sand per year. All dollar costs are for the individual town, but the material shows a combined drawdown. The one column off to the left of the administrative costs, that's for the, that's just a $20 increase a year, but that's for the operation and maintenance of the Port of John. We have several reports that we have to do each year that we plan on doing in-house, and that will be part of the interlocal agreement. And then the question came up yesterday, the reclamation, we already have a reclamation fund, and then money continues to go into the reclamation savings, although understandably the north side of the pit has already been reclaimed, and there really won't be any additional reclamation for potentially 70 years plus on that. The rest of the notes just go down and correspond with the columns, and you can look at those at your leisure when you're home. I'm going to reiterate a couple of the columns. Just at the very top, if you look up about, I don't know, 2/3 of the way to the right, there is a column there that says total budget with purchase of gravel pit, and right next to it says projected budget without the purchase of the pit, and then just to the right of that is the delta. So that's either the increase or the decrease in our town's budget, and this is for Dummerston. So as you can see, you go down to that first if you go under projected budget without pit, you go down to that first highlight that Corey mentioned. That's where the commercial pit would have exhausted all that easily gotten bank run gravel, and they're going to go to a 100% ledge product. And that's why you see that significant jump in the projected budget without the purchase of the pit. If you follow that down to the next highlighted one, that's a 3% increase below that until that next very large jump of the 165,870. That corresponds once again to the Carpenter Pit sand being exhausted, and if we had to commercially purchase sand, the estimated cost per yard at that year is $16.15 a yard. So just for town of Dummerston, it'd be the same for Putney. That would be a $64,600 sand budget alone, moving to a commercially purchased sand product. That's why you see that large jump. If you If you want the math, you just go above that. You have the 118,949. You would subtract, go to your left, and you see the 17,679. That's what's already in our budget. So subtract that from the 118, what you get there, then add the 64,600, and that's how you come up with that budget of 165,000. Then as you go down to the green line, that corresponds to where we have a net, I don't want to call it a profit. What's the right term?
It's a break even,
it's a
really,
break-
on
yeah.
on
So
the purchase of the pit.
We've paid we're broke even on the pit, even though we still have a couple of 3 years left of payments on it. That red box I mentioned earlier, if we do nothing, that's the estimated time that we will be looking for other sources of material, both gravel and sand, which would correspond to additional trucking costs, labor costs. I only used, as we talked about this, that column continues with a standard 3% CPI increase, but honestly, that 216 is probably a low number because we would now be trucking material from an unknown source at this point. So, and then if you look to the right, these numbers, you can see there's tax increases. You'll have additional tax increases for the first 13 years, and then your tax rate is based on today's dollars and today's grand list. Even though it shows an inflation in all the costs, your taxes would start going down. Just know that that tax is only predicated on highway material, nothing else, just highway material. So don't think that everything's going to go down automatically for you. This is just the material budget. Okay. So I'm going to let me hit a couple more things, and then we'll open to questions. But so as we looked at this, and I know when we first brought this up in the board, we heard that dollar amount. There was a lot of deep breaths taken. But as you start really breaking this down to the cost, and if you look at the material available in this gravel pit, we're trying to ensure a couple things. We can stabilize our budgets because we own the material. We're no longer subject to market increases. And as Corey mentioned, he thinks ledge products going to become, I guess, more prevalent. I guess we are establishing our own source for not only us, but for whoever comes behind us in this town. We're looking towards the future, I believe. We have, 52 miles of dirt road that we're going to continue to maintain. I don't think we're going to lose any of that road, and I don't think we're going to pave that road. Nobody can see the future, but we're establishing a source to ensure that our town and Putney has the material they need to take care of their stuff. We talked about, if you were here for the select board meeting, we talked about that municipal road permit. As we go through our town, we're going to have significant erosion areas where we need to start getting ditch stone, which is very expensive, to start putting into these roads to come up in compliance with the state permits. We're going to own that material. We're going to blast it. They can pick the size of rock that you need to put into the ditches. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you can ditch it. So that's another unknown cost yet, because we have not done our road survey. And I can't predict how many miles of road we're going to have to ditch line with stone, but it's going to be an expensive endeavor to come up with as we go through this. You got the 15-year recognized budget savings, and then 23 years to see the net savings on it. So going forward, so we'll take this to the please, we didn't get a large crowd, so I hope we've kind of shown you the wisdom of this, but you got to spread the word for us and help us out, because it's hard to get the word out on what we're doing. And if you just show up, in the polling booth and you're not really sure what's going on, I don't know, you're going to be like, oh, those guys were smart and they were taken out, and you're going to say yes, or you're going to be like, that's a big number, and I'm going to say no. So I'm hoping you're going to be the former if you show. We have the purchase and sales we talked about. We should be finalizing that on the 27th if you come to the next meeting prior to town meeting. The interlocal is in the initial draft. And then if these 3 articles for Dummerston and 2 for Putney pass, then the steps forward of that are we retain the bonding attorneys, and it's a very in-depth, so nothing's guaranteed just yet, but once we have the voter approval, then we can go to the bonding agencies attorneys to establish our package, establish, hopefully our credit, and then that will be presented to the bond bank, and they'll make a decision. And ideally, we would close this in the month of August, take possession of it, and then start recognizing the savings that we've hopefully presented to you tonight. Josh, do you have anything from?
I would just add that as far as that not being a sure thing with the bond bank, the attorney for the bond organization has reviewed this
Yes.
also and has approved of how it has been presented by our attorneys. So as Hugh said, there's no guarantee, but we have taken the proactive steps of presenting it to the people who would be reviewing it in the future, and they have said, yes, this is done properly. So they could turn us down, but it seems, at that point, it seems like it would be pretty unlikely.
Yes.
Jody Normando, Dummerston. I know that we all spent this $75,000 or whatever it was each. And Corey, you mentioned something in your spiel about, for that, we had the right to purchase the gravel. Now, does that mean that we got our $75,000 or whatever it was back in the price that we were paying for the gravel? Or just the right to purchase it at their price?
Speak to that?
We got a discounted price.
You have it discounted?
Yes.
And have enjoyed that discount for whatever it's been, 7 years now, 6 or 7 years. I personally have not seen the numbers on that, Jody, as far as where we came out on that. But the price that we've been paying for gravel from the Renaud pit is significantly discounted. And even if this pit were to sell to somebody else, that price would be carried with the pit until the pit is exhausted of the material that we would want to purchase from them.
The discounted
The
price?
discounted price.
Well, Lee, do you want to address that discounted price?
Yes, we do get a discount on it right now.
Yes.
And when the material changes from gravel to ledge, of course,
Exactly.
the price goes up.
Yes.
But it's still discounted from other towns' purchase and
So
material.
we still be guaranteed that discount?
Even if somebody else purchased it, but if somebody else purchased it, it's going to be exhausted much quicker, as
Yeah,
we've talked about.
because they sell
So,
commercially.
Exactly. So, I don't know that we've recouped that full 75,000. What it did is it gave us a guarantee of a good price over a certain period of time. I don't know, that's an interesting question. I will try and find
Yeah,
out.
because
we're pretty
with that, plus the $2 million, it seems like an awful lot of money being spent, and that's my concern. So that's why I asked that question.
Yeah, I think we need to dig that a little more, because we had we had a very good price after we opened the gravel pit with the permitting, but as that product has gone to a mixed ledge product, our pricing that we're paying is much closer to a commercially purchased. So I think our advantage is less now, significantly less than it was
And
when
the
we
first
first opened
5
the
years,
pit.
we had a.
Right, we had a guaranteed price for 5 years,
And then it went
which
up.
was significantly discounted, and now we're almost up to a commercial price.
What is the commercial price?
It's 10 and change right
Yeah,
now?
1050 is what we're paying right.
We started out,
1050 is what we're
We
paying,
are
but if
paying.
but if we were to go to Cold River, for example, in Walpole, it's closer to 14, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Somewhere.
I don't even think they have gravel up there anymore.
Sir Sosimo.
One
had
of
it.
my slides was
Yeah.
Sir Sosimo's rate sheet, so I can pull that up if you'd like to know.
It just, yeah, I'm interested.
initially, I think we were paying $350 a yard.
A yard.
Yeah, plus.
That was
plus
just for
the
straight
crushing.
bank run, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Plus
Right,
you were
exactly.
crushing?
Yes.
Yes.
Crushing. So it would be like 750, no, 8.
Which brings me to the question of why aren't we crushing anymore ourselves?
Because they are having to mix. It's one thing when you just take it out of the bank and put it in the crusher, but they have to bring it from all areas of the pit to make the gravel. And that's where you get the
And
increase.
we haven't crushed ourselves for a long time. The towns of Putney and Dummerston used to own a crusher
Yes.
together. I want to say it was before we even opened the Carpenter pit or about the time that we opened the Carpenter pit, that crusher lived its useful life and had to be gotten rid of. So we haven't been crushing stone for a long time. The other thing is that just the nature of the material that you're crushing in this yard compared to, it's one thing to take bank run and run it through a crusher. You only need to be able to run stuff up to 4 inches or whatever, and it crushes it. When you're blasting ledge and then crushing it, you're taking big aggregate and smashing it down to teeny little pieces, and it's much more expensive. It goes from $4 or $5 a yard for bank run crushing to more like $10 a yard for ledge crushing. That's my recollection. But
$12.50 is a comparable price for crushed gravel.
Okay.
At a commercial pit.
That's crushed gravel in the pit.
Yep, that's right. Still have to truck it.
Exactly. So, for example, with Sosimo, that pit is located.
Oh, I'm sorry. They have 4 different ones.
Yeah.
It's the same price. Yeah.
But any one of them is
That's
at
right.
least a 10-mile
Vernon.
Down to
travel
Westchester.
for us. Exactly.
Vernon would probably be.
Yeah, I mean, Zaluzny has a pit in Brattleboro also, which we could purchase from, but same, I would guess it's the same price. The one other thing I wanted to comment on is that the ledge, and this is not that important for us, well, in some ways it is, but that ledge has all been certified by the state to be used for the purposes that we want to be able to use it for. There are certain types of ledge that would not pass that certification. For example, this project that's going to be coming up where we have to improve our drainage on all our roads, we would have to use state certified riprap in order to do that. This material is certified for that purpose. Otherwise, we'd have to be going to somebody who was getting their material certified in order for us to be able to use it. So just an additional sort of benefit of this material having been approved for that purpose.
Claudia Teachman, Dummerston. So you're hoping that the purchase goes through, if everything gets voted on, et cetera, by the end of August. Between now and but you're quoting available materials in the pit, what's available now. Is there a cap on what Renault can pull out before August? Because he could pull
Well,
his 60,000 yards out by August.
Well, I'm not sure that's a good question. I'm not sure whether it's an annual draw, you're right, but I'm not sure whether he's limited to a monthly quantity. That's also the 2 pits. So, yes, potentially he could take 60,000 yards out of there between now and August if it's not a monthly thing. We have a sort of reasonable gentleman's agreement that he's not going to go crazy on it, but we can't.
I think there is a limit on trucks
per
week
period
or
of time.
per day, so.
So it probably wouldn't get to the 60 between, you're only in month 8 of the
But the
calendar year.
that's quoted here could be significantly reduced.
There's 90,000 yards of stockpiles, which is probably what he would be drawing on. So
And that's not counted in this?
it's a different, I believe that's a different note, isn't it, Corey, on your sheet? Or did you add that in?
Corey, that 90.
Oh, I'm
This-
looking at your spreadsheet, because.
I just
Your
used the.
spreadsheet does not include the
It does
90,000
not.
that's stockpiled.
No, I didn't put that in there because I didn't know what he would be doing. Now, our agreement, our purchase and sales agreement, it's worded that no new contract, once we sign it, this is why I want to sign it, he can't enter into anything new. He can run it as an established operation in past practice. So whatever he's been drawing, he could do that. He can't like now make a run for, in theory, he can't make a run for the 60,000 by August if he's not on track to do that.
And the signed,
Well, we want.
has to be after March, after town meeting?
No, we can sign the purchase and sales prior to that. We have the legal authority to sign that, but it would become null and void if the voters didn't vote it down. But we have the ability to enter into an intended agreement with him. That's why we're trying to get it taken care of. We're at the final version of it, but once we ink that, then we've kind of established the path forward to get us to the final closing.
And that agreement contains the easement across the ABF property?
It allows us, I probably misspoke, it allows us access through ABF trucking, yes. Yep, it's in there. That was a point, Mike was very good about that, you know, he and I talked a couple times, and he agreed to include that in there. So, yeah. Jean?
Jean Newell, Emerson. I'm just checking to see if you had a professional appraisal done.
Other than the material, that's what we've had done. We've looked at how much material. You can look at the sand alone, based on the value of it, is worth more than we're paying for the pit.
I just know what those 34 acres are appraised at now.
That's the lister's appraisal, but the value of the material in there is much higher than what we're being.
So, do you have something like that in your purchase and sale agreement? About the quantity in there, or is that just dollar amounts?
No, there's nothing in the purchase and sales on quantity. I mean, that's why we had an outside source come in and provide us with that kind of a separate, you know, we had the road foreman's estimate on it, but we brought the engineering firm in to look at the materials so we could then kind of do the business plan on and the cost analysis of owning the pit and comparing if we were buying commercially sourced material or if we own the material. So as far as an appraisal on the land, we didn't do that. I'm looking at the material we're going to extract from the pit and the value of that. That's where the value of the 32 acres came.
I mean, you know why I'm asking, because when this happens in the lister's department, is something going to change? How is that going to work?
Well, I guess when the listers, because the buildings are going to stay with.
Right,
Yeah,
yes, but the appraisal, there is an appraisal on the land itself.
And then once we get that appraisal and the listers determine the appraisal of that, and then we determine the tax rate, the Dummerston voters are going to absorb half of that.
I know that.
And Putney is going to get a tax bill for the other half of it.
But what that appraisal will be on is to be seen.
But it should be less than it is now.
Yeah, I think
It should be a lot less than it is now.
We can't put an appraisal on it of $2 million.
No.
It should.
Expect that, because you can't do that.
It should be appraised for significantly less than it's appraised for now.
I mean, we're gonna have to get some help
Sure, it's a
from
hole in the ground right now.
Yeah.
advisors.
And we would appeal that if you did.
Oh dear, better not sign that paper then.
Yes.
I think I was
Can you
reading-
say your name and town?
Oh, Suzanne Weinberg, Dummerston. I think I was reading between the lines that a different company is going to come in to do things like the blasting and the crushing and stuff like that. Is that a correct, did I hear that
Yes.
correctly? So is it also fair to assume that there's not going to be more wear and tear on any Dummerston or Putney machinery or vehicles or things like that than there already is now?
Lee, do you want to
And
address
if
that?
there is, has that been taken into account in the costs?
We think we've covered that, but Lee, do you
I
want
believe we can do it with our equipment we have now, and on our regular rotation of our equipment.
So it won't so there won't be more fuel costs or more wear and tear?
Right, there might be a little bit more loader cost, but you'll save that on the truck-in if you had to go somewhere, it kind of offsets.
I got one other question, can I do two?
Just clarify about that. As it is now, the towns currently use their own equipment for the Carpenter pit. We use our own equipment, the two towns share sometimes depending on convenience. So we're already using our own town equipment for basically half of the operation that's done in a pit anyway. So this would shift that equation, but I think the offset in my mind would be less trucking distance. So you might be using more equipment a little bit more often in the pit, but you're not going to be driving your trucks back and forth to another pit in order to. So that would be an offset for that. But it's hard to account for that exactly. So,
Right,
but we have considered
But the
it.
blasting and that stuff is
Contracted,
something else,
yeah.
And the other question I have might be more appropriate for later, but it's about, this is pretty complex, and like you said, when people go in the voting booth, there's not a chance to ask questions. And it seems like you've thought it through really well. I'm really impressed with the presentation. So I'm really concerned that how is the information going to get to voters?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
I hate to see you go to all this work and then,
Yeah.
you know, people just don't know, so they go blindly into it.
You know, I've faced that. I think we've all faced that. It's a very difficult way to get information out. And we initially, you know, we had the Commons, but we lost our reporter for Dummerston, so we had some avenues to do it. We're hoping this will, you know, get in the published print. I don't know. That's a good question. We've been trying to figure that out, and I don't have an answer how to get engagement from everybody.
Is there an article in Views?
There will be an
that's coming
article in
out
the
before
Views.
town meeting?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
It'll come out the end. In fact, we're folding it next week, so it'll come out.
Yeah, we were hoping to get out to talk about this meeting, but I got feedback that it wouldn't be published till after this one, so it's going to refer to this meeting in the past tense, I believe, is how they did it.
Yeah.
We also, Karen, contacted the former and asked them to specifically cover this. They couldn't have somebody here tonight, but they are going to review the tape and do an article, hopefully, based on that.
If one town says yes and the other says no, then.
So no.
Leaves it, yeah, in limbo. We've talked about that. We don't have a solution for that issue.
Just, I guess, in detail, we've looked at the trucking. Like, if we don't purchase this, and we use Vern as an example, it's essentially a half a man year and a half a truck year. So whether we could do that in the amount with the crew we have, or if we'd be hiring people, it would take 6 months of a man in a truck to haul all the material we need to bring from Vernon. A person in a truck. I thought pronouns could be like either way, but okay, I'm out of there. A person in a truck, 6 months to haul the material to the town. So that would be a cost increase if we
For
did
each
all
town.
this.
That's
for each
for
town.
each town.
And that we used Sir Sosimo and Vernon as the distance round trip on that. So, and he had a dollar figure with that. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but it was
The other
much.
thing that, again, anecdotally, but we have not been able to accurately predict, is that this is a hugely fossil fuel-driven industry. So, you know, having local access, you know, if the price of fuel doubles, all those estimates that we have for outside purchase of material are going to go much higher. There's no way to know where we're headed on that. But
Paul?
Paul Namendo again. Did I do that okay, Zeke?
Yes, we're going to assume you're still from Dummerston.
No, we haven't.
I want to personally thank Hugh and Lee for allowing me to sit with them yesterday to go over some of this, and it helped bring things into focus for me. And one of the things that it focused for me is that the people with gray hair in the community are the ones who are going to be paying for this for the next 14 years, so that the town can benefit thereafter. And you know, I think we ought to acknowledge and thank the people with gray hair.
I got a few there,
Zeke
Paul.
or Noe.
Yeah, exactly. Either one. Yeah.
You've got all these figures for what you're gonna take out, and that's based on what basically you use now. Have you ever stopped and considered conservation and using less and letting it last longer?
I would defer that to the road foremen on how they take care of the roads, because,
I don't mind the ditches in mud season.
state
Yeah.
mandated.
well, that we have no control
Yeah,
over.
but I don't mind any of that, the
Yeah.
dirt roads, I mean,
Yeah.
I think the main roads need to be taken care of,
Yeah.
but I think that we could do some conservation and do with less, maybe, in order to make it last longer, just passing that on.
Right, yeah. Any
I
chance?
know, you're laughing.
No.
Safety first. Okay. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
it's acceptable, yeah.
I think you're right, though, Jody. I mean, I think that part of that is that people's expectations
I know.
are, I mean, I got a call the other day from somebody because their road hadn't been plowed on the morning that it snowed, and I was like,
Well, heck, they
you know,
called
sorry.
school 2 days
Yeah,
ahead of time, come on, they never did that.
I know,
Right.
no. It's a very different atmosphere that
I
we're
know,
in as far
I
as
know.
people's expectations of sanding and maintenance all around, and I think you're right. We could all pay attention to that.
Well, we did,
definitely.
for a long time, we were just sanding the hills, for example, in a period of time. And that kind of makes sense if you've got a big hill to do something like
Yeah.
that. But to pour sand on the whole road only makes more mud in the
Very
spring.
expensive.
So we did get the computer going, and if people would
Yes.
like, Corey could go through his 8 slides, and that way they'd be on the television. So I think if there aren't more significant questions, we could do that.
Now a good time for that? I'll be much quicker this time, I promise. This is just a locust map showing a larger area of Dummerston, I-91, Route 5. Here's Dummerston Station Road, Winter Bell Drive, which comes into what we call the old Moore Pit. And this is the Hidden Acres campground property, and this is the area of the Hidden Acres pit. The Carpenter Pit is just off the page. It is accessed off of, is that Carpenter Road there?
Carpenter Road,
Yeah. That's the same aerial photograph I was pointing to on the board. For the people at home though, I'll leave that up on the screen for a second. The purple is the access points. There's the ABF trucking facility with the easement that will be maintained through that property to access the gravel pit. This is a little more of the history. This was the area that we identified for extraction. Some of these slides are from my presentation to the town in 2011. You will see on the next few slides, these are what we call proposed contours, and so as I click through these, you'll see how the excavation goes south across the property line, and then that's the finished condition of the pit. I'll go back to this one for a second, because that kind of represents approximately where the pit is today. The access road comes through ABF and circles down onto the floor of the pit. This knob of ledge is still here in some capacity, and then excavation has crossed the common property line, and the equipment is set up on the floor of the pit on the Moore side, and some of the excavation is happening on the Hidden Acres campground side of the pit. That's a pretty color picture that tells the story in a different way. This is actually an old slide when excavation was just going to be contained on the Hidden Acres property, but that is the area of extraction. This is my memo. I'll run through this really quick again for people that are watching on TV. We did a couple site visits, took a lot of field measurements, and used the old survey data that we had from both the Moore Pit and the Hidden Acres campground. And total volume was estimated at 794,000 cubic yards. Again, due to the effort we put in and the opportunity for error, we said it was plus or minus 15%. Topsoil 4,000 cubic yards, gravel 100,000 cubic yards, sand 200,000 cubic yards, ledge 400,000 cubic yards, and then the stockpiles that we were discussing a minute ago, about 90,000 cubic yards observed on the SB land or Moore land property. So ledge is estimated at just about half of the remaining material. Again, that's only the material that's on the Hidden Acres pit. It was difficult to estimate the amount of ledge on the old Moore or SB lands pit, but we did estimate roughly 200,000 cubic yards. It's a very inconsistent surface. It was very difficult to take field measurements and estimate that. So in the spreadsheet that we were discussing, that 200,000 it has been added to that 400,000, so you will see that in the spreadsheet. That 90,000 of stockpiles is not in the spreadsheet. This is a cross section just to give you an idea of how we estimated the gravel, the ledge, and the sand product. So this is just a cross-section through the middle of the pit that we did as part of our permitting in 2011, 2012. So this is the existing ground, and as you know, the existing ground, there's a steep slope off to I-91. And I apologize, but this is an exaggerated scale, and I didn't want to redo a cross-section. It would have taken hours to do. So this is much wider, but we adjust the scale so it'll fit on one page. The red line is approximately what we believe the cross-section of ledge is. So the ledge is poking out of the ground and the ridge between the campground and the pit, and then it tapers off, and we went down 60 feet and never found ledge, so that red line kind of disappears. So this is the proposed floor of the pit, and then the top 15 feet, based on test pits that the town has done with Renault, is estimated to be gravel. This remaining pit is, should we say, gravelly sand, Lee? It's primarily a sand, so the town anticipates using it primarily for road sand. There are the spreadsheets, and I don't imagine that you can probably see that, but do you want to try and zoom in? No.
Okay. Those sheets, the spreadsheets are available in your town office in either Putney or Doniston, if you're interested.
This is just history in case we got into questions. So that was essentially the 8 slides I wanted to discuss. That prompt any more questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Did I hear you say when you were over there that the SV, is it the SV pit, was already reclamated?
It's partially reclamated, yep, as a requirement of the permits. As they've extracted from the north to the south, they have done partial reclamation.
So what's left to do?
Lee, can you speak to that?
It would be the floor.
Just the floor? Not any of the steep banks or anything like that?
Right, they've done that.
Because there's houses that sit right on top of
Right.
that.
Yeah.
Right.
It's surprising, I don't know whether you've been down in there, Jody.
Not
but
down in,
It's
no.
surprising that that whole SP area is pretty flat-ish now. I mean, there are ledges, there are slopes going up, but they're eased both by reclamation, but also by the fact that the high points were all lowered. It's much more noticeable in the Hidden Acres portion of it where it hasn't been worked on. But the SB portion of it really is, it's pretty much like a bowl now. I mean, it's
So there's not much
left
left
to do with
for
it. No.
Putney and Dummerston to be responsible for?
Right.
One other thing I want to just draw people's attention to is down in year 35 over, there's a yellow spot on almost in the third column from the left, or fourth column from the left, re-permit for sand. There's a potential for us to, that floor, pit floor, where we are now in the SB pit and would be in the Renault or Hidden Acres pit over time, is established by the water table and where it wants to be, or in theory, where the water table could be. It's possible that in the future, we could adjust the height on that table, and I just, punching numbers, figured that we were looking, if we were to go down roughly 15 feet more, that would provide us with another 150 to 200,000 yards of primarily sand and gravel material. So that's something that we don't intend to do anytime soon, but it's a way that at some point we could gain more
If it stops raining.
material. Well, apparently the water table is way down lower than they anticipated, so it seems like it wouldn't likely be an issue. But
Would that be a re-permitting issue?
that would be
An amendment.
amendment to the Act 250 permit. That's what it would be.
And that's why they're on that, where Josh has pointed out, we put a dollar figure in. You know, who knows what it's going to cost at that point, but we tried we tried to identify that was going to be a need. Just show.
Yeah, we'll ask that question at the next meeting.
Anything else?
Shut it down.
Any other questions from the floor?
Zeke's gonna relay one.
So-
Can I close this though, so?
Yeah. If you have your spreadsheet in front of you and you're wondering what this, if this is approved by voters, what you might expect for an increase in your taxes, you can look on the right-hand side, and I think Putney also.
Yes.
Okay. You can find the approximate value of your home, and then go down that column and you'll see what to expect for an increase in your taxes for the gravel pit purchase.
Initial increase and then a
Yeah.
decrease.
Okay,
in
yes,
years,
then the
but-
decrease. The red represents a decrease.
Yeah. And just, once again to clarify, that is only based on the highway material budget, nothing else.
It really jumps.
But it's not a cumulative thing, it's not.
No, it's every year is a
In other words, not
standalone.
Like in the $100,000 column,
Mhm.
it's not $23 in
There is
addition to
no
the
$100,000
$597.
No, everything's based on the
That's an
yearly.
annual projected
Right.
change.
It's all based on that yearly budget increase or decrease, so every year is a standalone year for
Why
that.
the big jump from 597 to 23?
Half a year.
Look at the
year.
first year is initially a interest payment,
Oh, I see, okay.
and then you can see the big drops coincide with the material changes cost if we didn't buy the pit.
Huey, is that considering taking off what we're paying presently?
Yep.
That's been subtracted from it?
That has been subtracted from it. Yep. So
that 50,000 that's spent yearly now has been
that's
deducted.
incorporated. So that's why there's a delta. That's why if you look under note 6, yearly projected budget increase or decrease, that's compared to our budget now to what our budget would be if we don't buy the pit. And it incorporates a reduction because we already have money budgeted, so that's figured into our current cost.
Sir, what was your name? And what town are you from, with the camera, please?
Didn't you hear it?
No, I didn't hear your name.
Does anybody have anything else, or we're ready to close the information meeting? Josh?
I want to say thank you all for coming. As to your question, I don't remember your name, even though I think you stated it, but get the word out if you can, please. We're trying, but a letter to the editor would be great, something like that. But I also want to say thank you to Hugh. He has sort of spearheaded this on Dummerston's side and been a very valuable asset in this whole process.
That's why he's retiring.
There you go. Yeah. And then I also just want to say thanks to Mike, because Mike has been a willing participant in the discussions, seemingly very generous in his approach to us and how it's all been going. And that's been, this is now the third project I've worked on Mike with over time in my role on the select board, and he consistently has been just very straight shooter and really great to work with, so we appreciate that, definitely.
Well, if you're getting 200.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to end this, and we're going to go back into our select board meeting.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, I'd like to move that we reconvene our select board meeting.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so we're back in business here. Under new business, we have a certificate of no appeal or suit pending from the listers. This just certifies to the state that we have no appeals pending from the actions of the listers. So, what would you like to do?
I'll make a motion, we certify the no appeal.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion?
So tell us about it.
The listers have to send this into the state, just to let them to state to the state that we have no appeals or suits pending relating to the 2018 grant list. We have any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
We all sign this one.
That, let's see. All right, and then we have no gravel pit update.
I think we're good with the gravel pit
Okay,
update.
all right, just wanted to check. We did get the school playing fields that we've been discussing with the school board. The purchase and sale and the lease, we sent to Bob Fisher for his review. He had made some comments, sent it around to the school board members and to all of you. Most of the changes had to do with just correcting the year.
Yeah.
So he had no further comments other than he thought it was a good idea, is actually what he said. So, so that's, the school board's going to have their public hearing towards the last week of the month, and then they'll come back to us and see if we'd like to buy the fields and lease it back to them. So, anybody have any other thoughts on that, or any other business?
Make a motion to adjourn?
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Randy Holhut. I'm news editor from the Commons. And welcome to BCTV's annual presentation of Meet the Candidates. And we have tonight with us our 6 candidates for the select board posts. We'll introduce them in a moment. But first, I'd like to introduce the panelists for tonight, who will be asking some questions. First, we have Mel Motel, who is the executive director of the Brattleboro Community Justice Center, and Melanie Winters. I should know the competition better. She is the day editor of the Brattleboro Reformer, a great daily newspaper. Now, for the combatants in this bout of democracy, in this, well, no, not this one. We have 2 candidates for the 3-year term for select board. We have Ben Copeland and Tim Wessel.
Hello.
You may know Tim. You see him every Tuesday, or every other Tuesday. Then we have 4 candidates for the 1-year term. 2 of these people will be your select board members going forward, depending on who you choose. And they are from left to right: Oscar Heller,
hello,
Elizabeth McLaughlin, Franz Reichman, and Hi. Daniel Quip. So here's how things will go tonight. The candidates will have 90 seconds of an opening statement, and then we'll ask questions, myself, Mel, Melanie, and then it'll be opened up to the audience. This is also being broadcast on Facebook Live, and if you're riding the Facebook tonight, you can send us questions, and Jackson over here will take them, and through the magic of pen and note card, they'll be transferred over here, and we will ask them to the candidates. And they will have 1 minute to answer each question, since we have so many of them tonight. So let's begin with the candidate statements, and it is all yours, Mr. Copeland.
Thank you. My name is Ben Copeland. I've lived in Brattleboro for 45 years. I moved here from California, actually after having served 2.5 years in the Peace Corps in South America. But I have 3 children and my wife, and I was offered a job, actually while I was in the Peace Corps, to be interviewed by the CEO of the Holstein Association. And I had worked in the dairy industry in California for some years and had grown up on a dairy farm and graduated in agriculture from the University of Illinois. But the reason that I am interested in pursuing a seat on the select board is that the town's been awfully good to me and my family. And I feel some responsibility to help shape its future, And I also think that there are some ways that we can make it better. Thanks.
And you did that in 64 seconds. Very good. But I'm sure that Mr. Wessel will use the full 90 seconds, and you're on the clock.
Not sure what you're trying to say. Thanks, everyone, and thanks to all the panelists and BCTV for putting this all together, and Core Trowbridge way back in the shadows, who was instrumental. So I've served on the Brattleboro Select Board 2 years now, and I really do enjoy it. Just to go back a little bit, I've lived in Brattleboro area for 12 years, and I've lived in Windham County for almost 20. I'm 51. I currently have a 29-year-old son, and I mention that because I also have a 1-year-old son. And it's a little apropos, I think, because it gives me a range of perspectives, you might say, for all kinds of stages of parenting, if you will. I've been a renter in Brattleboro when I came here in about 12 years ago. Now I'm a homeowner in Brattleboro, and I'm also a sort of a reluctant landlord. So I have those perspectives to bring to the board as well. I know I don't have much time, but the board that I currently serve on has worked well together. We've done a lot of great things, and I look forward to the opportunity to serve some more on the Brattleboro Select Board.
Well done.
Close. close to.
Only 5 seconds. Mr. Heller.
Thank you. My name is Oscar Heller. I'm running for one of the one-year seats on the select board. I'm a small business owner. I'm currently chair of the Town Energy Committee. And as a little aside, the way I got to be sitting here is I grew up on Long Island in New York. And when I was 14, my parents shipped me off to summer camp here, my first time in Vermont at Camp Wabanong, which some of you may know. And it was, for someone who'd never been off Long Island, which has its charms, but there's a lot of noise, there's car exhaust, strip malls. Coming up the interstate, crossing the border into Vermont from Massachusetts for the first time was an incredible experience. And then ending up in the most extreme way at this very rustic camp on the side of a mountain where the cabins only have 3 walls and you basically sleep out in the open was the sort of thing that, I mean, it made me want to move here and live here hopefully for the rest of my life, which I did in 2014. I moved here also from California. And since then I've started a business. I've gotten more involved with town government, and I think that I hear often from people that they're worried that there are fewer younger people in Brattleboro, there are fewer new businesses, and I think I can bring a valuable perspective to the select board. Thank you.
A bit over, but we'll forgive you for that. Ms. McLaughlin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elizabeth McLaughlin. I moved here with my husband 12 years ago, and we each started our own small business. At the same time, my daughter, Mary, started at BOHS. And I believe I'm exactly the type of person that Brattleboro is looking to move to Brattleboro, someone who can move and start their own business and bring their children and be a part of the community. I have a consulting business. I'm an urban planner, and I write environmental impact statements and get permit applications. And I made my friends here in Brattleboro by volunteering, at first on the steering committee for the Empty Bowls Dinner for many years, and also on the board of the Drop-In Center. And here I learned about the needs of the community for hunger and other needs. And I also learned how to help. And I think Brattleboro is a caring community, and I want to be a part of the continued care of the community as part of the select board. Right now, I currently serve on a number of boards. I'm a town meeting rep. I'm chair of the Planning Commission and have been on the Planning Commission for many years. And I'm also a new member of the Finance Committee, where I'm learning about the town budget. I'm on the Skate Park Committee, and I'm a representative to the Wyndham Regional Commission. And I look forward to serving, perhaps with one of these gentlemen, 2 of these gentlemen, on the select board.
Thank you. Mr. Reichman.
Thank you. My name is Franz Reichsman. I first came to Vermont as a summer camper, living in a 3-sided cabin out in the open air. It wasn't Camp Wabanong, it was Farm and Wilderness Camps up in Plymouth. 49 years ago, I came to the Brattleboro area for the first time and built my family's summer place up in Marlborough. And then 33 years ago, moved here full-time after finishing my medical residency in Brooklyn, New York. I've been politically active for a very long time. I really started maybe age 14, but I was the chair of the Wyndham County Democratic Committee back in the 1980s. I've been sort of a sporadic candidate at times when some odd notion got into my head that that was a good idea. Ran for the legislature 1 year and the Senate, the Vermont Senate 1 year. I've been on the Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee for the past 4 years, reviewed the town and school budgets every year, learned a lot about that. And knowing that there were a couple of open seats coming up, I was actually a little bit worried that maybe there wouldn't be good candidates for the open seats. Turns out there's 4 good candidates for the one-year seats, and I'm happy to be among them.
And Mr. Quip.
Thanks. My name's Daniel Quip. I grew up in the UK, as probably you can tell, and I've lived in Brattleboro for just 4 years. I've been coming here since about 2004. My wife is from Newfane and grew up there, and we lived in the UK for a time and then came back to the States, lived in New York City, and then, like many people do, moved from the city up to here. I want to be on the board because I grew up in a single-parent, fairly low-income household, and then spent much of my life trying to kind of dig my way out of like the trap of poverty. Most of my work has been around communities that are experiencing a lack of resources. So I was a teacher at sort of high school level and middle school level in the East End of London and in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. And then when I came to Brattleboro, I worked for the Boys and Girls Club at Westgate in West Brattleboro, and also worked in an alternative school program, and then later at Putney Central School. So I currently work at Sevca doing crisis fuel assistance to help people keep their homes heated. And for me, it's really important that there's somebody on the board who has an experience of poverty and a desire to see people's lives improve in this town. So that is part of why I would like to be elected for this position.
Thank you. Which is a nice segue into my first question, which is, Brattleboro, is it stratifying into 2 towns, one that caters to tourists and one that people struggle to get by in? And do you believe that the class divide is growing in this town, and what can be done about it? And we'll start with Mr. Copeland.
Well, the time that I have been in Brattleboro, things have really changed. It concerned me. There's a higher poverty level in Brattleboro than I remember in my past here. I have served as both a substance abuse crisis worker, and also I've worked with individuals with disabilities, finding them employment, and I work with people who are homeless, having worked weekends for a number of years at Morningside Homeless Shelter. And I see that situation of low-income folks having a more and more difficult struggle to live in Brattleboro. And Brattleboro's not, there are other towns that probably are more difficult to live in low income. But Brattleboro certainly has its challenges in making a good life for everybody who wants to be here.
Mr. Wessel.
Sure. It's a very good question. It's been a concern of mine for quite a while that the middle of Brattleboro is being squeezed, the middle income of this town, and it's a very large part of how this town generates revenue is the property tax payers. And I really feel like we must concentrate on both keeping expenses down while providing the essential services that we're all used to and we all know and love, but also raising revenue in a way that's not on the backs of the property taxpayers quite as heavily as it has been in the past. 85% of all revenue that the municipal budget comes from is from property taxes. And I've been putting forward some ideas, and one of which is fairly famous, the 1% local option sales tax, which would take a minor amount of pressure, but a significant amount of pressure off of the backs of our property taxpayers in the town, and I think that's very important.
Mr. Heller?
Yeah, I agree. I think this might be the core problem that Brattleboro faces right now, because my two issues that I've been most focused on in terms of policy and research have been, one, economic development, and two, homelessness and poverty and drug addiction in the community. And it's a really tricky balance, because if the town economy suffers, the town can't provide the kind of services it wants to, it can't help people the way it wants to. But at the same time, there's a risk of gentrification, basically, of bringing in businesses and people with more money who displace people who've lived here, who make it harder for people who've lived here. And navigating that balance, I think, will be maybe the primary challenge for Brattleboro in the future. Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Oh, yes, I do feel that it is a problem. And I think from the select board perspective, as Tim said, there really are just a couple of options. And one, I agree with the 1% tax, because I think relieving the property owners is a good solution in the middle. But at the same time, I think it's important, and I think what the select board is already trying to do is cooperate with social service agencies, because I think that is the key to meeting the needs of the population. And I know that there's hunger in the school and people on the street. So although it is a nationwide problem, I think it's also home here in Brattleboro.
Mr. Reichman?
I certainly think it's a problem, and I'm going to just piggyback on what Liz said about it being a nationwide problem. The income distribution in this country has been getting more and more spread out. I mean, we're back to almost the 1890s by now, and it's really awful. And at the national level, it means a lot of work has to be done to correct this. At the local level, one of the things I like the most about Brattleboro is how seriously this issue is being taken. I've been to a number of select board meetings where this has been discussed, and planning for day work programs and very important initiatives that I hope will come to fruition. The Housing Trust has been very active. Groundwork expansion, I think, is of real importance. All these things give me hope that we can mitigate the national trends here in Brattleboro.
And Mr. Quick.
So the question I heard was what can be done about it. And I think that there are a number of things that can be done. For starters, we already we appropriate money for human services organizations through our budget process. And we can be more generous with that appropriation. We can do more in collaboration with organizations like Groundworks, like Youth Services, like SEVCA. I was talking with one of my colleagues this morning who primarily works in housing, and she says that the clients she's working with are not able to find a place that is affordable, and those that are already housed are often struggling to keep that housing. So the more that we can do to alleviate those burdens, the better.
Okay, all right, my question, some of you actually touched on it already. I wanted to discuss the issue of finding new and more sources of revenue to pay for the extra services that Brattleboro seems to need to provide as a hub of the region, whether it's healthcare, economic hub, education hub. Things gravitate here. A lot of jobs are here. Extra services are needed. That requires money. Some of you already talked about the 1% option tax. What other types of revenue options are there that could help relieve the growing burden on local taxpayers?
And we'll begin with Mr. Quip.
Thanks. I'm right now in favor of the 1% local option tax. Initially, I was probably going to be against it because sales taxes are, kind of regressive. But I feel like it's one instrument that we could use. You know, income taxes, local income taxes, city, state income taxes could always be rejigged to make them more progressive. Like an income tax has the potential for being a more progressive tax, and certainly as a foreigner who came from a national health service, I'm often told by Americans that we couldn't afford it here, and the amount that I pay in health insurance costs each month comes to about $800 out of my couple of $1,000s take home. So we could certainly afford it.
Mr. Reichman.
The town's very limited in what means of raising money it has access to. There's an effort underway to try to change that the town manager, Peter Elwell, has been heavily involved in, and I think that is something we should go forward with. I think we have to talk about spending levels. You know, everybody's got great ideas about what to spend money on, but also have to think about sort of the old Yankee creed, make it do, use it up. Anyway, I'm doing a little George W. Bush thing here, but anyway, the idea that we have to pinch pennies when we can, I think, is important. I've been saying for the local option 1% that I'm leaning towards supporting it, but I'm still listening. And I've actually done some research just over the past couple of days, some academic work that shows that maybe the increase would have a significant effect on the downtown.
Yes, I'm. First of all, the town does get an income from the 1% rooms and meals tax, and I'm in favor of the 1% sales tax, mostly because it would include internet sales, which is new and considerable. But the hub question is slightly different. What the select board has been trying to do is to work with other large stressed communities within the state and try and get the state to provide what is essentially something akin to urban aid, because all these towns have the same issues that we're facing, mostly about income inequality. And so this is an entirely different initiative to try and get a different type of tax for communities like Brattleboro, and I'm in support of that.
Yeah, so I was recently opposed to the 1% sales tax. I was saying 60-40 opposed. I've heard a lot of good arguments in the last week or two, including some from Tim. And if it came to a vote today, I would support it. I think there's a lot of potential there, and it's one of our few ways to raise revenue from people who don't live in Brattleboro, which is really important. I would like to talk about something a little different quickly. There's not a lot of time, but another way to approach this is, instead of looking at taxes, is to look at economic development, bringing in more money that way, which to me looks like, I think the era of the 500 job factory in Vermont, in Brattleboro, is probably over for good, by Vermont's choice largely, but I think there's an opportunity for Brattleboro to make itself attractive to smaller businesses, younger businesses, often technology businesses, which could bring in money, broaden the tax base, but they're largely green. They're people working out of offices with laptops, and I think that could be a really interesting way forward.
Well, it's a very good question. Setting aside the 1% local option tax, which is literally the last of 4 options that we have, as a Dillon rule state, we have to follow the rules that the legislature lays out before us. And we have one more option for raising revenue, and that is the 1% local option sales tax. But to set that aside for a moment, we need to pressure the state to let us talk more about the hub idea and for the limited self-governance initiative that is being put forward, hopefully with the assistance of VLCT. And we're not paid a lot here on the select board, as you all know. We're mostly glorified volunteers, but I am taking the time tomorrow morning. I'm getting in a car with Peter Elwell, and we're going up for a town meeting Town Governance Day up at Montpelier. And what we'll be doing is advocating for the limited self-governance proposal, which is modeled after West Virginia, who did they moved from, or they are moving from a Dillon's rule state to a home rule state using these very successful models. And we'll be advocating for that together.
And Mr. Copeland.
I favor the option sales tax. We need another source of income to the town besides property tax. Property tax is, I think, for a town this size and with the number of people we have that are either really young or much older, the property tax is really high. And anything that we can do to not raise it more, I would be in favor of. I think that we should do everything we possibly can to get young people with good educations, college degrees, to come here, particularly if they already have a business or if they have an education already that would fit with our emphasis here, like solar panels and energy conservation and things like that. I happen to have 2 grandsons. I've sent them employment applications, and they live in Arizona.
Okay. Hello, everyone. In 2017, town officials expressed a commitment to increase diversity, inclusion, and equity in our town government. In your role as a select board member, what specific steps would you take to support our town to move towards this goal, and how would you ensure accountability?
And we'll begin with Mr. Copeland.
Yeah, I'm not too sure I actually understand your question. It has to do with, no, I'm not sure I understand your question. Can you repeat it again?
I sure can. In 2017, town officials expressed a commitment to increase diversity, equity, and inclusion in our town government.
Okay.
So in terms of racial diversity, economic diversity, last I heard of our 200 or so town employees, all of them are white, and that was brought up. And so, which may not be true, but you can address that, other folks. In your role as a select board member, what specific steps would you take to support our town to move toward that goal and ensure accountability?
Well, I think we do have to have more equity. I think the people that I associate with generally from week to week pretty much agree with that, particularly within town government. But part of that has to do with education and having people have the education and training that they need in order to be fully functional contributors to the community. And then I get concerned because we've had 2 good colleges really leave Brattleboro in the last year. SIT has no more students there. They have students in foreign countries. They have residence halls that are essentially empty. And Marlboro College is now seeing their students up in the Marlboro area and not on South Main Street or in Brattleboro, which not only affects the opportunities for people to go to school here at the college level, but it affects the number of people who would normally be employed as teachers and as service people. So I think providing educational opportunities, and particularly those kinds of opportunities that lead to business in Brattleboro, would be something that we should certainly encourage and do everything we possibly can to spur business.
Mr. Wessel.
First of all, I think I would confirm that I don't think we have a full-time employee of color currently yet on the staff here. We do have some part-time employees through Recreation and Parks, just to make that clear. And the staffing level is about 140, 150 total. So we recognize that as a goal, definitely. And when we speak with Peter Elwell about the HR director, and we are speaking, I should say, currently, that is one of our criteria, somebody with experience with diversity and equity in our community. we have to be thinking about it, because if you see who floods out of our school these days, the range is somewhere about 20% of children of color in this community. So we definitely should be reflecting that percentage in some way better than we are now. And so I fully support moving more in that direction. But we certainly can't also have a quota system. That's not going to work either.
So I spent the 10 years, more or less, before coming to Brattleboro in two big international cities, Montreal and Los Angeles, which are obviously much more diverse than Vermont. And I miss that very much. I think it's one of the main weaknesses of Vermont as a place to live, is that it's far less diverse, and that I literally believe that a community, the more diverse it is, the stronger it is. End of story in basically every way. In terms of tangible steps to take, I think you need to make sure that you're casting a wide net, that you're interviewing as many different people as you can for a job. You're making sure that it's not just friends, networks, because those in Brattleboro, those will be less diverse. And I think another thing that's really important is to make sure that people who aren't white men have an explicit seat at the table and are actually making decisions. It's not just that diversity is on people's minds, but that people with different perspectives are making decisions. And finally, I just want to say that I regret that as a consequence of this election, the select board will become, at least in some way, less diverse, which is a shame. So I apologize.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Well, yes, I think that it's clearly an issue, and I think the best thing to do would be for the town's human resource department to really cast a wide net, both for diversity but also geography. I think people need to be recruited to come and work here, and not just people of color, but LGBT and gender. I do know that the new planner for the town is female, so that's a nice stop. But basically, I think recruiting people and making them feel welcome is the key.
Mr. Reichman?
I don't have any specific steps to recommend, I think. I already think of Brattleboro as a welcoming place for people to come to. I don't want to speak for anybody else's experience of that, but that's how I see it. I think from the discussions I've heard at select board meetings, and I've been to a number of them over the past few years, the issue is considered pretty much all the time. It comes up quite frequently. I guess my question would be, well, what can you do? We can open our doors and we can offer opportunities, and then people have to decide to walk through the doors and take the opportunities. And I'm not sure how you get to that point. And I would also say that it would warm my heart if I saw a few Republicans involved in town affairs too. Diversity cuts that way as well.
Mr. Quip.
Thanks, France. So I think that the town needs to be asking the question, why do people of color, why do gender non-conforming people, why do LGBTQ people not find themselves represented in town staffing? I also think that Vermont needs to wake up to its racism. We've seen with Kaya Morris that this is a state that if you're an outsider, you can look at this state and think that it's some paragon of virtue. But we have plenty of issues to do with discrimination and outright racism here. So folks can't just have the door opened, but they need to feel like they are genuinely welcome. And I also, was talking with Steve Barrett at Public Works today and thinking about how, thanks, how folks in Brattleboro already need to feel like there is a path to a good, well-paid, good benefits job here for them. And we can do more to make inroads into that as well. So It's not just about people from away.
Someone's watching on Facebook tonight. We have a question.
Right.
Okay. This comes from Christine Connell. What do you think the town should do in downtown for residents who have major accessibility issues with parking, shopping, and the library?
And we'll start with you, Mr. Webb.
Well, it should be accessible. No, I don't mean that flippantly. I mean, like, it's that simple, right? We have an aging population, many of whom already experience accessibility issues, and as we move forward in time, that's only going to increase. So in all decisions about how we build things, how we change things, we need to make sure that it is entirely accessible and ADA compliant. And it's not acceptable to do anything other than that.
Well, I guess I'll hop on board with that. It's not something I've looked at in any detail. I just read about it in one of our newspapers the past few days. I'd be in favor of moving the buildings back and widening Main Street. It's just too narrow. That's the way it is. That would help at least with parking issues. And maybe accessibility to businesses and stuff like that. But what Daniel said is exactly right. We got to do it. We got to figure it out. I can't say there should be more parking here or there or the other place, but clearly, it's the law. You got to do it.
One of the things I said earlier was that the good strength of Brattleboro is that we cooperate with social service agencies. And the one that's interested in that question is AARP. I know the planning department has teamed with AARP to make for more open access to streets. I know the Public Works, when they redid elements on Main Street, they had more handicap curb cuts and so forth. So I think that the town is aware of this issue and working with others to make improvements.
Yeah, Daniel, when I laughed at your answer, it wasn't because I thought it was a silly answer. It's just such a simple sentence that is really the entire answer to that question. These things need to be accessible. We need to be thinking about everyone involved. And at the town level, we have the opportunity to make those kinds of decisions and make those kinds of plans. So that means it's the town's responsibility to make sure that these things happen. So I think you're exactly right. Thank you.
Mr. Wessel?
I serve on the Traffic Safety Committee here in my capacity as a select board member. And so sidewalks and safety of pedestrians and accessibility is one of the things I really get excited about talking about. And what we need is to shift a little bit of our town priorities and funding to traffic safety and sidewalks and ADA requirement needs. Some of that is being done very well by town staff using federal grants and other opportunities when they come about. But more of it can be done by the town. I think we just need to, as a community, decide that it's a higher priority. And I think it's incumbent upon us to really understand the struggles of those that have the most problems with accessibility in town. And I do want to just throw out a PSA because I've discovered recently a lot of people are not aware of this, that if you have a handicap sticker in the town of Brattleboro, you can park at any spot in Brattleboro without paying. And that includes all of the meters, all of the surface lots. It's something that everybody should know and pass along. That's not a solution, but it's something that a lot of people are not aware of.
And Mr. Copeland?
I have certain kinds of activities and places I go and people I meet each day of the week. It keeps my week lively. But on Wednesdays, I go to the senior center and I have lunch. And after lunch at 1 o'clock till 2 o'clock, there's a discussion group of seniors who've had lunch together, but we have opportunity to talk about anything that we think that is on our mind. And parking is a big one, particularly because the senior center has a specified parking area. And you're only supposed to, and they have signs up, and we have permits that you could get from the senior center administrative people, but people who are shopping or working or whatever else goes on in town are using those spots. So the people with disabilities and people particularly who are of age don't have access to those spots. They think it's a problem. I agree.
At this point, we're going to open it up to the audience and line up at the microphone. Elbow each other at once.
George Carvel, I'd like to ask you all to look into the future, put on your magic hat. Tim, you mentioned the home rule, okay? Mm-hmm. If we get it, what things do you think the town should consider doing with home rule that it can't do now?
Begin with Ben. You're up first.
Oh, I'm up first. I'll have to admit that I don't have a good answer for that. I would have to do a fair amount of research about home rule, what it allows and what it doesn't, and how it best fit in Brattleboro before I could give you an answer.
Mr. Wessel?
Well, I don't want to scare our legislators into thinking that we're looking for full-on home rule, because I think that'll freak a few people out. But I think just the ability to look at how we assign our property taxes. Everyone should know, if you're not aware already, that property taxes go, I think this year it might be 54% to school funding. So a lot of those formulas has to be looked at, and how property tax comes back to, income tax comes back to the towns is a very interesting thing. And I think when towns have some limited self-governance, they're going to have some more control over the money that the towns literally send up to the state, and then have to struggle a lot to get money to come back to the people who are actually generating that revenue.
Heller?
So this is actually something I've looked at a lot, and I, especially by giving specific possibilities, I particularly don't want to scare legislators with what might possibly happen if they granted limited. But some of the options that other towns, municipalities have done, first of all, you're no longer just tied to the property tax in terms of the big pillars of tax. You could consider something like a local income tax, which can be made to be more progressive than a property tax. With all of these things that I'm about to talk about, unless steps were taken, the town would bear the burden of tax collection in a lot of these cases, which isn't a small burden administratively. Some other ideas are gas tax. I read a study of some towns in Oregon, smaller than us, that put, for example, a 1-cent tax on a gallon of gas and brought in $120,000, $150,000 a year. I'm going to run out of time. There's a lot to talk about here, but gas tax in particular is a good example of something that lets us raise revenue, again, from people who don't live here, which is really the thing we suffer from. So tourists, people using the interstate, and gas taxes are unlikely to drive people out of town because burning gas to drive to buy cheaper gas is not really a winning proposition. And I'm out of time. So thank you.
I'm going to stick to the two areas that I think are the most likely. And this initiative for local town government, as it was explained to me, what it's going to do is offer flexibility for the town to do things like get a stop sign without having to go run around through Montpelier. So it's subtle, but it's just going to make life easier for the town to function without being overburdened by state control. But the other thing that I'm in favor of pursuing, and we talked about earlier, was this hub town structure, because if we had more flexibility to get state aid for stressed towns, that would be a real win for Brattleboro, because most of the surrounding towns don't have the same problems that we do.
Mr. Reichman?
I don't know the details of home rule versus Dillon rule, but just pursuing the idea that there could be other ways of getting money to provide needed services and maintain needed infrastructure. To me, I mean, if we're looking to the future and what could possibly happen, I think part of the problem is that we rely too much on town government for raising money and not enough on county government. I think that it would be good to have a way that the surrounding towns could pick up some of the cost for the services that they take advantage of here in town. I think in states where counties have more active taxing authority, that's a good thing to share the burden equitably. On a completely different note, I think the possibilities of a Brattleboro credit card, similar you might have for a Red Sox credit card or something like that, where there's a fee that goes to the sponsor. We could look at instituting something like that. Credit for the idea goes to my barber, Remy Anderson.
Yeah, thanks. I also endorse Remy Anderson as a good barber. And I think that, like, in this situation, it always feels like you have to come up with like a definite answer to a question, right? Like, we're sitting here and it's kind of high pressure. And I'm going to reserve the right to like keep an open mind and learn more about what things are possible, right? So like, we don't really know what Brattleboro is going to be like in 10, 20 years. We've got a town plan, and it's a pretty good one. But we have to do a lot of stuff along the way. And I think that investigating ways to raise more revenue for the town, whilst keeping the town affordable and making sure that the ways that we raise revenue are not regressive, are really important. And I've been a teacher for a lot of my life. I've been a learner for all of it, and I look forward to learning more about that.
We have another Facebook question.
Okay, this is from Ralph Mima. Do you think it's the role of the select board to actively encourage people to shop more locally and less online? And if so, how would you do it? And by how would you do it, I'm guessing he means how would you actively encourage people to do so?
And we'll start with Mr. Quick.
Hi, Ralph. Thanks for watching. I don't think it's the role of the select board to tell people how to shop or do much of anything. Vermont's state motto is freedom and unity. We can't really tell people like what to do other than obey laws, and we're not about to institute a law that says you must shop in Brattleboro. I think that the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance and the Chamber of Commerce already do good work to promote Brattleboro, and our local businesses and our downtown is a vibrant and good place to be. I think we need to do more in order to make either the town more affordable or people's economic situations better so that they can afford to shop here.
I think it's the role of Ralph Mima to ask an energy-related question. So, get on it, Ralph. We still got another 40 minutes. As far as the shop local thing, I don't see the select board having a distinct role in that. I think that's kind of everybody's job. Shop local, what can I say? If someone came up with an idea of what the select board might do, I would listen to it, but I don't have any ideas.
I like to shop local, but I don't like to be told what to do. So I don't think it's the select board's role. I do think it's the Chamber of Commerce's role and the Downtown Business Alliance, and they can encourage people to shop all they like. and I think it's a very nice place to shop. So I think it's just a matter of you know, the good thing to do, not necessarily being a good citizen, but the shops are nice. It's nice.
Well, I don't think in most cases it would be the select board's role, and I'm not advocating that it would be the select board's role, but in terms of interesting ideas, I did have a conversation with a town meeting rep about the interesting / crazy idea of some kind of incentive for businesses and people to shop locally, as in a business buying their tools at Brown and Roberts versus at Walmart. Just because, and I know it's a crazy idea, but the reason it's interesting to me is that it's so much better for the town if that money is spent at Brown and Roberts. If it goes over, if it's spent at Walmart, not only are taxes not collected, but it disappears from the community. So the idea of some, I don't know how it would work, but some kind of incentive for people to spend their money locally where it goes right back into the community, and those people ideally then spend it again locally, and that money just never leaves, is a really interesting one that I need to think a lot more about.
I have an answer for that. My husband's a carpenter. He has an account at Brown and Roberts. He gets a discount.
I really want to be able to say yes, because somebody should be saying, yes, it is our role. But as the only sitting select board member up here in this group, I would say no, I don't believe that it's the select board role to encourage local shopping. However, it's definitely my personal mission, and I promote it on my Facebook page, and I talk about staying local instead of sending your dollars elsewhere. But more importantly, I really like the question, Ralph, thank you, even though it's not energy related, because I'm fascinated with the role of the select board and people's concept of what our role is as a select board. And that's a very large question that can encompass many things. David's also here, so I just wanted to acknowledge that, David Scholes. And we talk about that a little bit, but I'd love coming up in the next year, if I'm reelected, to talk about that a little bit more. Like, what is the role of town government? What should we be supporting? And what should we not be supporting and tapping into our excellent community resources instead, and bringing people to a table perhaps, but not laying out rules and stuff. I'm trying to cause a little trouble by going over my time. So.
Yes. But you're cutting into Mr. Copeland's time.
To me, the question about how to get people to shop locally rather than online is sort of like having an opinion or trying to motivate people not to buy cell phones. And can you imagine, I mean, I lived in this town where we didn't have cell phones. And nobody did. Certainly not the kind of cell phones we have now. I had to get rid of my smartphone because it was smarter than I was. And so I went back to the old flip phone. And I never buy anything online, but I know people who do. And I know this is probably not answering the question, but recently I was looking for something different, interesting, to provide as a gift to my 7-year-old grandson that lives in Guilford. And so I thought, I need to teach him chess. I don't know how to play chess. So I went and I asked the library where I can get stuff on chess. And they said, Baker's. They're having a big sale. So I went to Baker's. Dennis Baker told me to go to Walmart because he didn't have any chess or chess books. I finally did, but I didn't buy it online. And I don't know how this board has any influence on whether people use cell phones or don't, or whether they buy things from online or from local distributors. I don't know.
We have a question from the audience.
Question from the audience. Well, this audience member is, first of all, I want to thank you for coming and subjecting yourself to our questions. Certainly appreciate it. I'm Dan Jeffries. I've been a Brattleboro resident and homeowner for the last 25 years. And my question to everyone is as follows. Placing considerations of funding and enforcement aside, would you support passing an ordinance restricting every residence in Brattleboro to thermostat settings that do not exceed 65 degrees Fahrenheit?
We'll start with you, Mr. Quip.
Oh. Well, as the local climate activist, I think maybe you think I know what. I don't actually really kind of. I don't want to live in this hypothetical world of barring like what we can actually do. Like I want to live in the world of what we can actually do. So I would love for the town of Brattleboro to be able to save as much money as possible on energy and to use as little energy as possible. I don't think that the select board has any role whatsoever in enforcing what people do in their private homes. I also right now work in fuel assistance, and what I'm met with every single day is folks who are not earning enough money to be able to afford a oil delivery or a propane delivery, and that's just like a fact of their life. You know, they're on a fixed income or they're under a low income. And we definitely can do more as a state and as a region to encourage energy efficiency. And Vermont, through Efficiency Vermont and some like state legislation, already does quite well. But we have so much more work to do. The housing stock here is super old and poorly insulated, and it is also expensive to get people to insulate their homes. So we need to figure out a way to square that circle. And controlling what folks do in their private homes, I'm not interested in doing that.
Absolutely not.
You know, there's a whole industry in this town based on energy contractors and Efficiency Vermont and energy measures and so forth, and they're to be applauded. But Big Brother with a thermostat, I don't think so.
Yeah, I have to agree that I don't see how you can really leave questions of enforcement out of it, and I can't think, even if I appreciate the spirit, I can't think of an enforcement mechanism that I would find acceptable, that people would tolerate. At the end of the day, you would be talking about going into someone's house, checking where they set the thermostat, and changing it for them or fining them. I don't think that's the way to go. I think there are a lot of other steps the town can take towards encouraging. I'm going to run out of time again, but the single biggest problem with energy conservation, et cetera, in Brattleboro from a town level is that the town only has control over its buildings, its spending, its fleet of vehicles. Am I out of time? Or
Yeah.
Okay. So the biggest challenge is somehow getting into the residential and commercial areas, which the town has no control over. There are ways to do it. There are programs I've seen that would incentivize people to get audits that will show them some of the benefits, even economic benefits of weatherizing their own home, taking those kinds of steps. But I think those are the ways forward that I see.
Well, once again, I find myself wanting to be the opposition, but I have to say no as well. And I'll go a little further and say I'm also not in favor of a current question about forcing people to wear long johns and wear cool suits in the summer, which is also, I think it's before town meeting reps coming up. That's a long story. It's a poorly worded change there that some folks want to make. But I really think if you want people to conserve, you have to make it, there has to be incentives for people to turn down a thermostat, increase the energy efficiency of their homes with weatherization programs and things like that. But certainly when a thermostat is at 65 in a leaky house, it certainly isn't 65 in that house, as we all know. You know, in a modern, very tight house, it might be. But you know, we certainly couldn't go in that direction. Speaking of what's the role of town government?
I think it's an interesting question. in the sense that I certainly don't believe the town or the select board should have any influence on what temperature people should keep their homes. However, they should focus on what temperature they keep the town buildings. And I think there we could actually save some money. I think the energy efficiency in town buildings can be improved significantly. I have a friend who's a justice of the peace, and he was asked to marry someone in this room on a weekend, and he was told that don't dress too heavily because it's going to be really hot in here on Saturday. We have to keep the pipes from freezing. Well, this building is as old as most in town, but I think the energy efficiency of this building and other town buildings can be improved a lot. And we have more rights to be concerned about that than we do about homeowners, where they should keep their thermostat.
We have another question from the audience.
Hi, my name is Carl. I've lived in Brattleboro for a good 33 years or more. The first thing I want to say is I want to thank all you candidates for being here tonight. I'm really impressed with every one of you, and I think it's a tribute to our community that we can get people of your caliber to stand for office. It's really wonderful. I think we have some wonderful people in this community. To me, what I have seen in my time here is that our biggest challenge lies in precisely this area of how can we make this work? How can we pay for the things that we want to have this community provide? And you've talked about some of the possibilities, this 1% tax and so on. As a homeowner and a property tax payer, I'm glad that you're not going down the road of increasing property taxes. Whenever I have a conversation with my friends, whether they're in Colorado, New Mexico, California, wherever they are around the country, when I tell them what our house is assessed for and what our property taxes are, they're blown away. They say, my God, you got to be kidding me. Your property taxes are that high? So I think this is the area that's the challenge, maybe for Vermont at large, but certainly for our community. Particularly when we live across the river from a place that has no property tax and no sales tax.
Correction, they do have a property tax.
I'm sorry. No property tax, no income tax.
No sales and no income.
But even friends of mine in New Hampshire who have homes comparable to mine say they pay less property taxes than I do. So anyway, I think that's the issue. And to me, rather than as a default going to, okay, what tax might we create in order to fund what we want to do, maybe a better avenue to go down is how do we invigorate the business community? I don't think any of you mentioned the impact that this 1% increased tax might have on our local businesses. I'm not a business owner. Some of you are, from what I understand in your opening statements. What kind of input have you gotten from the local business community? Because these folks are up against a really difficult situation, which has just been touched upon. You know, we all buy stuff online. Let's get real, right? It's so easy to do. It's so quick now with Amazon wanting to deliver stuff by drone, and that's only going to get worse. So I worry about places like Sam's, like Brown and Roberts, like all the retail shops.
Sir, your question?
So my question is, do you have, first of all, do you have an awareness of this whole dynamic? And I'm sure you do. Secondly, do you have any thoughts on how we can improve kind of the business climate here in town? And I mean that kind of in the broadest sense of, as you probably know, all of the young people in Brattleboro, they move out of state because they can't get a job here. So there's something that's not right about this picture. And I don't know what the capacity or the function of select board members might be in this area. This is a big question, but I'd be very interested in hearing your thoughts on it. Thank you.
We'll start with you, Mr. Quick. Because I think the question was local option tax affecting businesses, of keeping young people in Vermont.
Keeping young people here, how do we energize the business community, get more business to come that will pay property taxes?
Well, so, I spend like a lot of my week downtown. I used to work from home, which really meant that I worked from like Amy's or the co-op or the library. And I think that our downtown needs to serve the people that live here, right? So what I hear from some people is, if I want to get X thing, like X useful kind of thing, unless I can get it at Brown and Roberts, mostly I gotta go over the river. I hear from some people that the Brattleboro downtown is for tourists, and certainly I've seen evidence of that being partially true. But I also think that we have a really vibrant and interesting downtown, especially if you compare it to towns of a similar size in our region. So I would like for the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance and the Chamber of Commerce to continue to do their work promoting the town, and I would encourage other Brattleboro residents to think about the relationships between how they spend their money and what happens here. So I support local businesses because I know that those people are my neighbors, and what happens to them also matters to me.
I have a secret plan to address this problem, but I'm not going to reveal it until after the election. No, it's a big question.
Too big.
And there are some current issues like whether to support the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance and Chamber of Commerce in their request for funding to promote Brattleboro. That's going to come up at town meeting in March. But I don't think that's a panacea by any means, and there's a lot of issues with the proposal as they put it forward. Do the taxpayers of the town want to pay agencies in town to promote the town? I don't know. That's what's coming up. That's the question. But how to solve the issue, I think that's the major question, the major sort of umbrella question facing Brattleboro at this point, is how vibrant is the town going to be, and how will it find the ways to pay for the things that it needs to pay for?
The second part of your question about getting young people to move to Brattleboro is something that's near and dear to my heart, because I would love nothing better than my adult children to come back to Brattleboro and work. But I think it's a process of, the economy is changing. Many of us here at this table work in our own businesses from home on our laptops or Amy's. And, I think that there will, in time, be more of a structure for more jobs that are completely different that we haven't thought about, and my children will come home and take those jobs. And as far as the 1%, I think that, and getting, commerce, I think it's something that behooves all of us, but I think there are people whose job it is to improve the commerce in the town, and that's the Chamber of Commerce and the DBA.
So I think that I think there's an opportunity, I touched on this a little before, I think there really is an opportunity for Brattleboro to try to attract younger people, modern businesses, and with them young families, people who will buy houses, people who will buy offices, renovate those offices, increase the value of that property, spend money downtown, etc. I worked for a couple of years at a marketing agency, not doing marketing, but I saw how it worked, and I know that marketing and promotion is often, those are empty words to people sometimes, but I think this is a case where Brattleboro, if people really understood it, if my friends who I tell about Brattleboro and they're jealous of all the, I look out my window and I see the mountains, the air is clean, there's no noise. I mean, there's noise, but not like a city. If they really understood what it was like to live here, they would move here, they would move their businesses here, but they don't. I never lived in a small town until I came here, and it's a scary proposition to someone who's never been to one. You think you are going to be you're not going to have the infrastructure you need for your business. You think there's going to be no nightlife. You think it's going to be a very upsetting experience, and Brattleboro isn't like that. And I think if we make that known, we can make it really attractive to that kind of economic development.
Such great questions, and I have no idea where to start, and it's only a minute. You know, on the select board, we can go on, and that's why we have 4-hour meetings. So, but we don't have that time now. I just want to address one thing about the 1%, and I like to couch it in this way because people don't often think about it in this way, and I think it's important that you do. We currently pay on very select few items here in Brattleboro and all through Vermont 6% on sales tax on a very select few items, which makes it less regressive in my argument. So in order for it to have an impact on downtown, you need to think about the shopper who is okay with paying 6% and doesn't even realize they're doing it, quite frankly. But somehow when it goes to one more penny that the town of Brattleboro will get for its revenue, they suddenly will throw down the gauntlet and say, that's it, I'm going to New Hampshire. It's just not going to happen. I believe it's fear-based and not evidence-based, and I believe that we don't have another Brattleboro just over the river. We have Walmart, but you know what? People who shop at Walmart already shop at Walmart. They're not going to change their behavior. So unless we eliminate all sales tax, which isn't going to happen with this state. So I like to put it in those terms because when you think about it, there's not a lot of evidence, Art Wolf aside, that things are going to collapse downtown if we have this very important revenue source coming into Brattleboro.
And Mr. Copeland.
I think I would wish that we would bring more young families into town. They spend more money than people who are 65, 70, 75 years old and already have a closet full of clothes they bought for 30 years ago and are not going to buy anymore. They may buy a new car occasionally, but they're not going to be the big spenders, people of age. Young families are, and what young families want, they want their kids to be able to grow up with good educations. And so it worries me, as I said before, when we have 2 colleges that move out of Brattleboro. We need to make our educational system attractive and be focused on folks getting good employment, and then we need to be focused on getting our wages up so they become more attractive. I was an employment consultant for 13 years for vocational rehabilitation. I provided employment services for people with disabilities, and I was able to get 100 jobs for people every single year for 13 years. I do not believe that it's hard to get a job in this town. It does take work, but there are jobs available. They just don't pay enough.
Another question from the audience.
Hi, and so did I hear and understand correctly that you all unanimously are supporting the 1% sales tax increase?
Well, no.
Who said no, that they didn't support it?
I was vague about it.
I got the impression that you were all supporting it, and from that presentation, I'm so disappointed that although I was just running as a District 2 municipal representative, I am now writing myself in for both the Select Board 3-year and 1-year positions. My name is Ricky Rosati, spelled Rikkirisatii, and I will not support that tax, and I will offer so much more creative solutions than what I've heard tonight.
I guess that's not a question.
It's not a question, but it's a good stopping point for this to move to the final segment of this program, which is the closing statements. And since I'm feeling generous right now, and we've kept to the times quite nicely, you'll get 2 minutes rather than just 1. So you'll each have 2 minutes to speak your piece about your candidacy. And we'll begin with Mr. Copeland.
Well, first I will reiterate the fact that I feel, having received a lot of benefits from living in Brattleboro for a long time, that I feel kind of a responsibility to see that Brattleboro continues to be or becomes improved as a vibrant community from a business standpoint. I want to be a part of helping to create a better Brattleboro. That's why I'm interested in this. In terms of concerns that we haven't mentioned tonight, one of the concerns I think we should have in Brattleboro as citizens is health care, and try to get a primary provider in this town. All the doctors are leaving. I don't know whether it's because they get more money, but I suspect so. That's why most people take different jobs in different places. But it's really a problem to get a primary care provider in this town, and I think that's serious. And for young families, that would be a deterrent. High-priced childcare and difficulty in getting health care will not motivate young family members to come with children to come to this town. We need to recognize that and to do everything we can as a town to see if we can solve those problems.
Mr. Wessel.
Well, first of all, thanks everyone involved in putting this together. It's continuing to be a fun night. I love Brattleboro, and I really enjoy serving on the select board. I'd love to do it some more. I feel I'm pretty good at it, listening to different people's opinions and thinking about different ideas and moving forward in sensible but progressive ways. I wanted to just throw out that a few things that I'm excited about if I continue on the board. Some things that we haven't talked about tonight, which is Putney Road. I've been working on some safety issues on Putney Road through the Traffic Safety Committee, and the Putney Road Master Plan, if you haven't seen it yet, is an exciting living document at this point, and through the state funding and federal funding is going to come in and completely transform what Putney Road looks like, one way or another. And I think it's for the good. It's a terrific thing to look forward to. I look forward to our new Hinsdale Bridge, which I swear is coming. It's a very long time coming, and the plans for that are very exciting, and I'm super excited to see a walking bridge. Our current bridge over there next to Whitestone Station is going to be becoming a walking and biking bridge, and we're going to be able to take our feet and our bikes and our wheelchairs and everything over across the river and sort of have a new experience with the river there. So that's very exciting to sort of guide along from the board. There's a Whetstone pathway possibilities that is very exciting. I can share on my Facebook page an EPA document that's wonderful, that has some visioning of what we can do to have a pathway that continues the path right by the co-op and all the way down through some of the revitalized areas that we'll be fixing up, again, mostly with federal funds. I'd like to solidly look into municipal broadband, because no one's mentioned that tonight, but I bet you guys are angry that I just said it. And finally, 2 words, skate park. Thank you. That's well noted. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank everyone who put this together, everyone who came, people who are watching on Facebook, sending in questions. And on that note, I'd just like to say that we talked about a lot of things tonight. There's a lot of things we didn't talk about, but even the things we did get to, you know, those, I've been having conversations for 2 or 3 weeks with people multiple times a day, and these are hour-long issues or longer. These are not 1-minute issues. So anyone who's still interested, I just invite you to, you know, get in touch with any of us. And I'm always willing to meet up downtown. I've driven out to strange parts of Brattleboro at 7 in the morning to meet town meeting reps before work. Every time I have one of these conversations with somebody, I just get more inspired and more energized. And this is it's cheesy, but this is the purest form of democracy. And having these individual conversations, making the individual connections, it's amazing. If I'm elected, I'm going to keep doing this. I won't be able to do it 5 days a week like I've been doing now, but I always want to hear what people have to say and have conversations, even, you know, the arguments I have about 1% sales tax at loud volume in the works this morning. Those are good too. Anyway, so thank you very much.
You know, I think the select board position could be a very, mundane job, but it's also a reflection of our values. And I think it would be very interesting to see the interplay of those two things. And I really would look forward to continuing to work for Brattleboro. I have professional experience that would be of interest, and I have a lot of volunteer experience. Also working on all those initiatives that Tim talked about, the new bridge and the Putney Road plan and the skate park. So these are all great things. The Whetstone pathway is also a very interesting plan if you're not familiar with it. And so I would really want to hear from you. I would ask for your support. I'd like to represent you, and I'd like your vote. Thank you.
That was very old school to ask. I like it. And I actually have some old school stuff here too. Look, there's this little handout thing. But I'm bridging the old school with the new school, which is to say, please, if you're interested in more, I think everybody, all of us have a Facebook page and or actual web page about us. So I've been putting a lot of stuff up on my Franz's Select Board page on Facebook. So if you're interested, please go there and you'll hear more about the types of things we've been talking about tonight. I'm very pleased to say that we have 4 good candidates for these 2 positions, and I hope everybody will think about it and choose 2 of us. I think it's going to be a great select board. I'll be happy to be on it, and if I'm not on it, well, it'll still be good. I've been on the Finance Committee. I've reviewed the budgets for years now, and I'm taking a leaf from elsewhere that says that work is love made visible, and I'm going to say that the budget is love made visible in the municipal realm. If you want to know what people really support, it's in those pages, and the Select Board puts in a lot of work on that, and it's someplace where I feel I can play a meaningful role. I also want to have people more involved. I spent a couple hours today at the River Garden talking to people about whatever they wanted to talk about. It was worthwhile. I would continue that as a select board member. I don't think people should only have access to the board at the Tuesday evening meetings. It's not much of a conversation. And I also want to say that whoever doesn't get elected to the board should be on the Finance Committee. I want a commitment from everybody because we need a strong Finance Committee, and I hope people will actually consider that seriously.
2 minutes feels like a luxury, so I'll leisurely explain what I want to say. So there were a number of things that I didn't talk about today that you can read in today's Reformer article. Thanks, Chris, and the Reformer. One of the things that I talked about in there was making a firm commitment for Brattleboro to phase out its use of fossil fuels to heat its buildings and perhaps over a probably longer time frame phase them out in its vehicles. I've worked as a climate activist for 350.org most recently on national campaigns to do exactly that. And I do that work as a volunteer with 350 Vermont. I'm also really interested in thinking about our transportation. And again, that sort of goes back to me for the fact that we have a aging population for whom accessibility is going to become increasingly an issue. And we have a population that has a significant number of low-income folks in it. And we need to do more to make our town bus network more accessible. We need to actually make it work for people to get to and from a job. When we're talking about economic development, that might be one piece of it. And you know, the final thing that I want to leave you with is that I think we can still do more to make our town government more accessible. These Tuesday evening meetings that happen throughout the year are not accessible to many folks. And I know that current select board members and previous ones as well are open to having conversations throughout the week and wherever you find them. But we could also choose to actually take these select board meetings to other places in Brattleboro. It's not, we're not tied to the desk, I don't think, Tim. And in doing so, we could learn some things about Brattleboro that maybe don't get brought to these meetings on Tuesday evenings. So I would like you to vote for me. And if you want to find out a little bit more about me, you can go to my website, danielquip.com.
All right. For some housekeeping duties, because of course you've heard from the candidates tonight, you've heard questions from the audience, you've heard questions from Facebook, but now you probably want to know what to do about going to vote. So early voting started today. So if you want to get down to the town hall tomorrow and take out an early absentee ballot, you can do that. Stop by the town clerk's office. The town clerk's office is open 8:30 to 5 p.m. So early voting goes right through March 4th. That's Monday. 5 o'clock is the last day to get an early ballot. You can also, there's same day registration for voting in Vermont. So you can, if you show up at the polls and be registered if you're not already, although it's best to register ahead of time. And voting this year, once again, will be at the American Legion, Post 5 home at 32 Linden Street. And the polling hours will be 7 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock in the evening. It's a nice, accessible place, and from what I heard from Hillary Francis, the town clerk, there's been a long-term commitment to using that as the polling place for the next few years. So no more uncertainty about where to go. So March 5 is when you make your decision, and you've heard from our candidates tonight. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to you and the viewers. And hey, there's somebody else who wants a word.
I wanted to mention, since this select board part is over, there's also
Use that mic.
I'm David Scholes. I'm on the select board currently and on the school board, but I'm not up for election this year. There are people who are up for election on the school board. One of them is here tonight, Emily Murphy-Carr. And the library is going to sponsor a forum, I believe, at 7 o'clock on the Wednesday the 25th for the school board members to have a forum. So I wanted to make sure people know about that, and also take time to talk to Emily on your way out.
Because they're not the only show in town. So get out and vote when it's time. And hey, there's another one.
About one more thing, yeah. In the bid to make town government more accessible, we also put on a couple of brown bag lunches at the River Garden to meet the candidates. I don't know if all of us will be there for both of them, but trying to be. 20th, noon at the River Garden, and the 27th.
No, 28th.
28th, thank you, noon. And you can find all this stuff on our Facebook pages and whatnot. Yep.
Okay, so there you go.
And Ben's flip phone.
That's right. I get email.
So on behalf of BCTV, I'm Randy Hallhead, and thank you and good night.
Why is it so hot in here?
It's kind of cold.
We are.
Good evening. I want to call the Tuesday, February 5th, 2019 of the meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board to order. Has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Thank you, Jan. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes of the January 22nd and January 29th meeting?
So moved.
We have a motion to accept the minutes of the January 22nd and January 29th meeting. Does anyone have any discussion, any changes, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries 5-0. Next up, chair's remarks, and I actually have nothing exciting to say, so I'll pass it over to the town manager, who has something exciting to say.
Unfortunately, I do have something exciting to say. So we have an emergency situation on Main Street that's being dealt with as we're sitting here. There's a water emergency because of a break that we believe is in a sprinkler line, but they'll know as the night goes along and they can continue with the repair. It's not under the road. The leak came under the sidewalk. It is at 165 and 167 Main Street, which is where Penelope were and the Brattleboro Bicycle Shop are the storefronts. In the basements of those two buildings, there's a tremendous amount of water, and there's also been some subsidence of the sidewalk because of the volume of water that was moving around under there. The good news, and about the only good news in this report, is that there was a concern for a while that power might have to also be shut down in that area because of the amount of water and the fact that there are power lines underneath the sidewalk along that part of Main Street. Green Mountain Power has been on the site and inspected the situation and decided that at least for now, that we're able to continue to have power on, maintaining the street lights and the traffic signals as well. But while the area has been secured there and a town utilities crew is on the scene beginning the excavation and the repair, it's a major break and we expect that the work will continue all night long. And water has had to be shut down in order to stop the flow of water into the two properties. Water has been shut down along Main Street between Elliott Street and Grove Street. So the impact of the water shutoff is significant. One other possible way in which we might be able to improve this while the repair is ongoing is at the Brooks House. The Brooks House currently is affected, as all the other Main Street properties are, but the Brooks House water is fed from High Street rather than from Main Street. And so the crews are going to look at whether it's possible to bring water back into the Brooks House without negatively affecting the repair work that's going on across the street. We don't yet know whether that's going to be possible, but they're going to try. Otherwise, that entire two-block area, the residences that are above and the businesses that are below are going to be affected by this throughout the night. We hope that the situation will have been restored so that it can be a relatively normal day tomorrow, but honestly, that's just going to be determined by the work that goes on through the nighttime hours tonight. Firefighters went door to door, probably are still going door to door to advise the businesses and the residents who are affected. And dispatch has been calling the building owners of the buildings that have been affected. So
There's a gigantic jackhammer, big giant thing down there now. So
There
you
is.
might want to like avoid going down there if you don't have to.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
What a mess.
Is there anyone on the select board that has any comments or committee reports that they'd like to make this evening?
I'm going to be moderating, I think I may have mentioned this before, I'm moderating a panel on April 10th about business and compassion. That's just the broad sweeping shorthand for it. And it is going to include, Kate, you're on the panel, the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, Aaron Scraggs and Adam from the BDCC, and it's a part of a series that's going to be taking place at the library. So more information will be forthcoming in the local press and online.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that has any comments or committee reports on the select board?
No, I don't.
Doesn't look like it. Seeing none, this is the time in the meeting for public participation, and if anyone is here to make a comment on something that is not on tonight's agenda, this is the time to do so. Yes. Oh, and you know the drill. Tell us who you are.
Hi, I'm Gershon Moore, local West Brattleboro, District 3. I just wanted to just mention something. This past weekend, it's been brought to my attention again, another unfortunate piece of violence. There's been a young girl that's had her face bashed in. She's been pistol whipped. And I'm just kind of concerned and wondering, is there something that's going to go on to alleviate some of these like violent crimes that have been going on in town? I don't know the girl. I've heard of other horrific stories involving this person and some of the people that are committing these crimes, and I don't think it can be hidden anymore. I think something really needs to happen really fast. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. I think what we'll do with something like that is obviously maybe have a conversation with the police chief to see if he knows of the incident.
The police department released information about the incident to the public to seek assistance from the public in finding the folks who are responsible. So there are leads in the case, and it is related to other things that have gone on in the community. So the police is pretty solidly on top of the situation, but I can't tell you that they're as close as any of them would like them to be to being able to make an arrest and pursue a prosecution.
If I might say, you can honestly ask a bunch of the businesses on Elliott Street, some of the restaurants, they see it happening all the time. I work downtown, I see it all the time myself as well, so thank you.
Thank you.
Obviously, the police department would be happy to have any information that anyone in the public might share.
Yep.
Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment about something that is not on tonight's agenda? Yeah, Ricky.
Hi, I'm Ricky, and I'm running for District 2 municipal representative. And with hearing about the water line break, could you explain, is that affecting people's water?
When the water comes back on, the places that have been, the properties to which the water has been shut off will be urged to boil water for a period of time until the water's been flowing through the system enough to ensure that it's safe again.
And so who's responsible for testing the water?
So the town is responsible for testing what is coming through the town system, and individuals are responsible for testing water in their own properties.
Is there any consideration for the town to assist people to test their water who are paid under $35,000, because the price for testing and then filters as needed afterwards can be really beyond people's means?
So that's something that the select board could give consideration to, but there's no such program right now.
So when would you give consideration to that? During this emergency, when that's a circumstance people are living with and directly facing?
No.
Right.
You want me to speak to it?
Yeah, because we can't. It's something we're not going to be able to address tonight because we just don't have the information.
And it would be something that, in order for it to be a fair program, if the town were going to offer that sort of service, it would need to be done not during an emergency, but as just a matter of the town's policy and how the town runs its water system and supports residents. And there are things that are discussed here throughout the year about ways in which the town can or should assist people with addressing private needs and where the boundaries of that are. The government has to be mindful of when it's a proper public service and when it's appropriate to step back from that and allow it to be something people do for themselves. And those sorts of decisions are made issue by issue throughout the year. It's not the kind of thing we would do in response to a particular incident on a particular evening at a particular property outside of the services that are offered to the entire community.
Well, because it's such a relevant issue, when will that be addressed?
When we know, I think it's one of these things, as Peter was saying, I don't know if we can address this issue right now because it's happening right now, and it'd probably be done figured out.
And it can happen
tomorrow.
again, too.
Right. Well, that's what we would do if it's something the select board wants to talk about, going forward. Then it would be addressed at a future select board meeting.
Only if you guys want to. That's the only impetus. Is if you want to.
If you want us to, as well.
I absolutely want you to.
Well, that's heard.
Yeah, and we can we'll put it on.
And to prioritize that, especially above parking and driving.
Water system, and the town's water system always scores very well with that. We have a good source of water. We have a good filtration system. We keep, we provide really good, safe, healthy water for people. There can be, at individual locations, issues related to old pipes or other kinds of situations where a particular property might have things they need to do in order to make sure that the water that they're receiving from the town, by the time it comes out of their tap, is safe. And I know you're really well aware of that, about sort of the state's perspective on that and different tests that can be done for that. We don't at this time have a program that assists private individuals with testing the water at the private sources, rather than what our job is to make sure that we're providing safe water to the community, which we are.
Yeah.
Can you make a commitment to do a better job on that? Because I think that this current state isn't sufficient, really. When you say that you are doing a good job, it could be better. So it's not really a good job when it can be better.
Yes. It's one. I think I don't want to speak for the current or future select board, but I think it's one of those things that the people at this table have heard that that's a concern of yours, and maybe it's one of those things that we can be educated as a select board on what happens now.
I mean, aren't you creating agenda items still that the next select board are going to be addressing too? A schedule for them?
We have a list of things that.
Is that going to be on the list?
We can put that on the list.
I know you can, but will you? Will you commit to that?
We can put it on the list. We can't.
I know you can, but will you?
Well, it will be on the list. What I want to say is some of us will not be here for the next select board. So there's going to be 5 or potentially 3 new people. So we can't make a commitment on what the next 5 people are going to do. But our town manager will keep it on the list. He's the one constant in this whole thing. So he will put it on the list.
Why is he the one constant?
Well,
he's an employee.
He'll be here. We're elected, so we could get.
Like, I'm not running again, for
Why
example.
is he not elected? Why is he employed?
Okay.
That's a longer story. So, but we'll put it, it's on, Peter just wrote it on his list, and it will be passed on to whomever is on the next select board, so we can promise you that.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah. Is there anyone else that would like to talk about something that's not on tonight's agenda? Hello.
Hello, my name's Ben. So I have a friend that lives in Greenfield who we were talking about internet access. And I guess Greenfield has their own ISP, their own provider that they, and I thought, why doesn't Brattleboro have something like that? I think as a boost to our quality of life, and also we're a perfect community to have our own provider. I don't know, maybe this is something that has been brought up before. I just wanted to bring it up again.
It has come up before.
And it actually is on, so there's sort of, when we talk about lists, there's ideas that have been presented that individuals have said, boy, we wish the town would address this, and so we try to remain conscious of those. And then there's things that actually have been discussed at some length here that go on to sort of the list of priorities for things to pursue, because we can't do everything at once. That particular one its turn has just about come. It was discussed at some length last spring to the early summer period, just about the time that we got going like gangbusters with all the parking changes. So we've been preoccupied with that and some other things through the summer and fall. Now that we're in the winter and we've just finished implementing the parking changes, we expect actually in the next few months that we're going to be able to develop information and be back before summer to address with the board what municipal broadband might look like in Brattleboro. It's a complicated issue, as you might imagine, because it's an interaction between town services and infrastructure and huge corporations. But there's advantages and disadvantages to it, and we'll be trying to prepare a good full staff report for the select board to consider probably 3 or 4 months from now.
Great. Yeah, I'd just like to add, I think it doesn't seem like it would be a priority issue, but I think it is. I know a few people in town that actually don't have internet because the price is so high, what they're paying every month. And from what I've read, a town ISP, a town provider, can help to offset, costs for people that might not be able to make that $100 payment every month, or So, I do think and also for students, of the junior high school and the high school, they need internet in order to do schoolwork. So I think it's an important issue, and I'm looking forward to reading that report.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of responses to that. One of the schools do have high-speed internet, and there's fiber that runs right in front, up to the buildings. Academy School is a hub for that system. They're in good shape.
In the home,
He's saying some.
Yeah, I know. You mentioned the schools. I'm just responding to that.
Yeah.
The other thing is that we made a commitment earlier this year to explore the whole concept of the sustainability coordinator for the town. And that would be part of the many things that are involved in sustainability, particularly in terms of the speed of internet access for the future, obviously. So it's going to come up in a number of ways.
Would anyone else like to make a comment on something that is not on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, we're going to move on to our first item of business, which is under unfinished business, and that is the ordinance amendments to the parking ordinance. And just to recap, we talked about this. This is the second reading and public hearing. We started the second reading and public hearing at the last select board meeting. However, we had received an email from the food co-op asking us to reconsider the actions that we were going to take on Elm Street. And we decided to continue the discussion tonight, one, so we could actually read what the co-op was asking of us, and to get some staff recommendations. So there were 3 things that we were considering, or asked to consider by the town staff, which is to allow overflow parking in the Preston lot during snow removal periods after a storm, to put 2-hour parking meters on Frost Street. And then the third is in reference to the Elm Street lot, which is to put pay and display kiosks there and raise the rates to match what is currently or will be paid at the High Grove lot, and to reduce the number of permitted spots in Elm Street from 40 to 20. And is that good, Patrick? That was good?
You nailed it.
And the co-op, their issue was with the Elm Street lot because they're currently purchasing permits, and the rate is going to almost double. And and you can stop me and say there's more to this. But what they have asked is that they're grandfathered in and only have to pay the current price. And I think I'll turn it over to Patrick, because you had some recommendations on what you would recommend that we do with the Elm Street lot.
Sure. So that was a really great summary. You really hit it point by point. And I guess where I'd like to start is that continues to be staff's recommendation. In consideration of the request from the co-op, we took a look at some partial implementation plans that we think would be feasible as well. One of which involved not reducing the number of permits from 40 down to 20 if what you wanted to achieve was everybody who has previously held a permit would still be able to obtain a permit, it would be perfectly acceptable to not reduce the number of permits. Alternatively, we could stop at the parking changes to Frost Street and leave the Elm Street parking lot untouched for the time being, and operate like that for a little while, and see if there continues to be an additional need for greater flexibility for use of the Elm Street lot. Staff believes that the full implementation plan continues to be a good plan. We think that operating the Elm Street parking lot in a pay and display manner, similar in pricing to all the other long-term surface parking lots, would allow for the most flexible use of that lot. And given the changes that are occurring in the business activity in and around the Elm Street lot, we think that's still advisable. But there are a couple of other sort of part of the way there opportunities that the board has.
Yeah, and the spaces that we're talking about are not the set-aside spaces for the co-op.
That's absolutely right.
They have like 15 that are set aside for them.
Right.
currently.
They have 15 set aside, and that dates back to a transaction between the town and the co-op that helped to establish the Whetstone Pathway. So we acquired some of their property. In exchange, we've been providing them with parking spaces that are absolutely theirs. They own them, and we're not presently talking about those spaces. We're talking about spaces in the Elm Street lot proper for which people can obtain a permit.
Yeah. The general public, anybody can
Anybody
buy
could.
a
It's
permit.
first come, first serve.
Okay. Okay.
But the cost will still go up for the co-op for the permits that they're getting as well. In the current proposal.
In the current proposal, if the pricing is adopted as recommended, that being to equate the pricing at the Elm Street parking lot with the same pricing that exists at all other long-term surface parking lots, their permits would rise from $55 a quarter to $100 a quarter.
And there are other people right now besides a co-op that purchase.
Oh, yeah.
And theirs are going to go up.
Everybody's would go up, absolutely. So there are 40 permits presently issued to the Elm Street parking lot. They've sold out probably the last 2 or 3 years.
And just to be clear about, because there's those co-op spaces inside, co-op spaces outside. So the co-op spaces inside the lot are permits that are purchased by the co-op, just like all the others on a first come, first served basis. And then the co-op spaces that are reserved for the co-op are those that are along Elm Street outside the parking lot. Those are not affected by this at all. So they don't pay, currently they don't pay for a permit for those because they, as Patrick indicated, sort of own them as part of that consideration for the Whetstone Pathway. So what we're talking about is just what is available on the open market within the parking lot, which is why we as staff continue to recommend that the change proceed.
I have another question. So do we know how many, maybe it says and I missed it, how many permits the co-op currently actually has outside of the spaces that are reserved that they don't pay for? Are they purchasing other spaces within the lot? Have they had that need? And how many?
Yes, absolutely. They're purchasing permits, like Peter said, in the area of the lot that's available to anyone on a first come, first served basis.
Do we know how many?
Do you know how many?
I believe it's around 13.
Yeah, they say we have been purchasing 9 to 12 permits.
Okay, thank you.
And that's
Out of the 40.
Yeah, out of the 40.
And I have you're on the spot today. I have a similar question. What's the total number of spaces? I missed it.
There are 40 permits sold annually.
No,
I believe
in
there's a
total.
couple more spaces than that.
Oh, there's only a couple more spaces.
Yep.
Correct. Okay.
So what we have to decide about is turning the lot and making it more pay and 20 spots more pay and display, because you want to lower the number of permitted spots to 20, and then the rest of them would be pay and display.
They would all be pay and display.
But you'd sell 20 permits.
Correct.
Yes, that's what
Correct.
I meant. Okay, I'm sorry.
That would, and the thinking there is to reduce the possibility that somebody might have a permit, but the lot is filled up, and so.
Right. And the purpose of doing this is because there are 2 new businesses between the Whetstone and Mocha Joe's that is down there, that has sort of changed what really goes on down there. There's more activity for down at that end.
There's a great deal more activity than there used to be. The Elm Street lot, you know, if you go back maybe 10 years ago, was way out there. It really isn't any longer. And I would say the two parcels, both the Whetstone parcel, which is conducting retail operations and brewing operations, but then the Mocha Joe's parcel is not just Mocha Joe's. There's 3 or 4 different businesses, each with their own clientele that have parking needs. And so there's a number of new business enterprises in the area, and we're trying to adjust the system to be able to serve the broadest possible set of parking needs.
Just to be clear, that we also added, is it 8 on-street parking places in front of those businesses, or 2-hour free parking?
2 hours just across the street, yes,
Right.
on Frost Street
So
itself.
there's been quite a bit of relief there. Great, thanks.
Tim, did you have a question?
Pardon?
They're going to be metered spaces, not free spaces, correct?
Correct,
Oh,
metered.
okay. Right.
2 hour, I'm sorry, did you say free?
I was just wondering if the businesses who are not the co-op, who are newly populating the area, have come and asked for additional parking, or if it's
Yes.
just that they have?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this has arisen as a result of those businesses seeking relief from the town.
Okay. They haven't necessarily written to us, or they are not here. I'm just trying to gauge.
I haven't.
Okay.
Is anybody here? But they have written to us, and you know, we're bringing this forward. I believe they attended the traffic safety meeting. At least some of them did when these changes were being considered.
There must have been a traffic safety meeting. Might have missed that. You're not at, yeah, because I don't know that. I can't speak for them making a decision to be here or not be here, but they were there to present to traffic safety. Traffic safety found the concern of the businesses and the recommendation of staff compelling, and moved this forward for select board to consider.
And is it my understanding that the co-op is, they're not necessarily talking about the lower number of permitted spots, they're just wanting to have their spots grandfathered in for that price point?
That's their specific request,
Okay.
and staff would not recommend business-specific pricing within the parking system.
Okay. Because technically, somebody doesn't own a permit. They have to redo it every quarter. Like, you have to go get a new permit. It's not automatically yours.
It's public property.
Right, right. Does anybody else on the select board have any comments on this?
Not yet.
All right. Would anyone in the public have any comments about any of the 3 parking ordinances, or 3 items in the parking ordinance changes that we're talking about this evening? Seeing none, I'm assuming we'll just go through each one first, and then I think the one that we're going to have to make the biggest decision about is Elm Street. The first one is the using Preston Lot for overflow parking during snow removal. Does anyone have any comments or questions about that one? The second one is the 2-hour metered parking on Frost Street. I'm assuming no one has issues on that one.
The only thing we were gonna, or my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, making sure that one of the spaces wasn't going to be a problem for trucks.
That
was,
thank you.
yeah, because I wanted to make sure that wouldn't cause any problems.
Right, so that site triangle has actually been checked and confirmed as a safe distance away, and it has to do with which entrance is used for entering, which entrance is used for
That
exiting.
was my mistake, I had the wrong
Okay, got it. Cool, all right.
Yeah. And I think the Elm Street, I mean, obviously there are numbers of things we can do, but the sort of the choices, again, this is not an unlimited number. We can do whatever we want, but the choice is to go along with what the town is recommending and lowering it to 20 permits, increasing the rates to make it equal to High Grove parking lot. 2, we can leave it as is. 3, we can grandfather in the co-op permits, although that's not a staff recommendation. So I don't know what people are.
Another question.
Yeah.
So this is probably a really stupid question too.
Stop saying
that.
No question is stupid.
For the increases, I just want to be clear, like when's the last time there was this kind of discussion? One, like when is the last time we ever did this type of increase? And two, what would the extra money be used for? Like what are some of the things we could potentially do with this increase?
Right. Well, and Peter can answer this, but I'll give you the Reader's Digest version. This is what we just did when we got the new parking meters.
Oh, got it. Okay,
Yes.
and those weren't, that 15 years ago was the last time we
Something
did
like that.
Got it,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
That makes it crystal
Yeah.
clear. And
Yeah.
so, and then what could, $100 for the permitted spaces for the year, right?
No, it's $100 a quarter. So
$100
it's
a quarter.
$400 a year.
Where
And
does the extra money, and I'm just asking, let's say I'm Joe Schmo in the audience,
Right.
where does the extra money go for that?
So this particular lot doesn't support, it's not like the revenue for a particular location supports a particular activity.
Sure.
The overall rate increase, the restructuring of this so that there are in both on-street spaces and in lots, rate changes that are occurring with the new equipment being installed. All was presented as a package where the I don't recall off the top of my head the amount of additional revenue were raised, but there was a portion of it that was necessary just to cover the cost of the investment in all the new equipment. And then there was a portion beyond that that was intended to make sure that we have sufficient cash flow in the parking fund to be able to do things like resurfacing the parking lots that need it. And,
So some of this helps us
the ongoing
with
maintenance and operation of the system.
Yeah.
It goes back into the parking system.
It's a utility, so all the money that it generates gets spent for the service.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Which is one of the reasons why there's a basic fairness aspect to this that causes us to recommend that you not do a grandfathering of any particular business, but it's also a matter of the math related to the recommendation was tied to the significant improvements that we've just finished installing, and we think it's important to stay the course.
Yeah, David.
I'd like to move the second alternative, that we implement all the proposed ordinance changes, but leave the number of permits capped at 40.
Okay, wait. Where is that?
The second page of Patrick's memo for tonight.
I have like 2 copies of that.
The second bullet point.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Third page information.
So, just because I like to
There
cause
it is,
trouble,
there it
I'm told.
Because it's not.
And we don't really follow these rules, but would you, has anyone thought of maybe splitting the difference between 20 and 40? Just make it 30?
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I like that idea.
I don't know.
I'm still gonna probably vote no.
It might satisfy a little bit of the co-op's concerns, an important community member, and then also our concerns for keeping revenue up.
Right.
But that would have to be a friendly amendment under Robert's.
Do we sell, I want to explain it, do we sell all 40 permits?
Yes.
So it's not going to change the revenue. It'll change who can park there, which is one of the reasons for looking at this, but I feel like those street side spaces really respond to that, so I'm happy to leave it at 40.
Yep.
So, may I?
Yes.
I'm not advocating for the 30 or the 40, but something I think that you all should think about before you make the decision is the issuing 40 increases the risk that someone who has actually paid in advance to obtain a permit will show up at any given particular moment and find a full lot, because there will be people who will come in and do pay and display, and then up to 40 people who could show up with a permit. So the one thing that the 30 would help with, partway towards what we were trying to do with going all the way to 20, is balance that out so that if you buy a permit, you have a great likelihood that when you show up, there'll actually be a space available for you in the lot.
I was looking further down on the recommendations, and it says staff does not recommend adding pay and display to the Elm Street lot.
But
where do you see that?
we gotta
The
read the
last
rest of the
line.
sentence.
They don't
They don't recommend doing it with a lower price point.
Yeah, we don't recommend
I see.
having lower prices at that lot than at the other parking lots that are more distant from the heart of downtown.
Okay, in that case, I accept Tim's friendly amendment.
All right, so we're saying now implement all
Don't worry, it won't happen again.
Right. So we're talking right now about saying implement all proposed ordinance changes, but leave the number of permits capped at, but cap the number of permits at 30. Is that correct? And not reduce to 20 as initially proposed?
Yes. That's what's currently out there.
Yeah, implement all, this is what David's saying, implement all proposed ordinance changes and cap the number of permits at 30 and not reduce to 20. Does anyone have any discussion about that?
I suspect that we will hear if problems arise, and we can revisit it if need be.
Down the road.
Yeah, down the parking lot.
I don't know. I'm not down with it.
Oh, speak your mind.
Yeah.
Out of all of them, if I were to choose, I would be inclined towards bullet number 3. I think that raising the price that much on the co-op is unfair at this point without a little bit more time for them to adjust within their budget line to raise it, to double it per quarter without them having very much notice to take a look at their internal balance sheets and budget sheets and see how that needs to play in. They might want to make a different choice. They might want to have some employees park on site. They really haven't had a whole lot of notice to take a look at this from their end, and I would be inclined to leave it the way it is for now, but keep an eye on it, keep in touch with them, and then make changes if it comes up. If the other businesses are down there and they're up and running and we start to see that it's a problem and it's a parking crunch, then we come back to it. But otherwise, I'm not necessarily in a rush to implement such a high cost change.
Anyone else have any comments? Anyone? Oh, Shanta was going to say something. No, I think
Well, we do have a motion.
Right, but yeah, we do. I thought Shanta was going to say something.
No.
Okay, I think we have a comment from the public.
Hi, Oscar Heller. I'm running for a select board seat. My only question is that I understand the idea of not wanting to give grandfather for specific businesses, but the reason I think there might be an argument in this case, and I think this came up before, is because a lot of the co-op's own parking gets basically used for free by other people who just happen to park in that lot and then not shop at the co-op, which is sort of a natural consequence of having such a big parking lot in such a good spot. I'm just wondering if there was any consideration, or I'm sure there was consideration, but what the thought process was on that, because I think that's a real argument for giving them some sort of relief. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar.
It's a good comment.
Yeah, actually, I was the one that raised that last time, because that does happen. I think that having it the same for everybody is really the way to go about it. The co-op does, on days when they know that there's something going on in town, they use one of their employees to keep people from walking away. It is a problem. And they're the only business that has that problem as well. But they also have a parking lot where they can have some of their employees park if they can't manage the increased fee.
I actually would be inclined to agree with Brandy in terms of giving some space and time. Just so that they can adjust whatever their plans are for paying $100 for the permits every quarter.
When would this go into effect as currently drawn?
Isn't April something?
Be 60 days after publication.
Oh, wow.
So,
yeah, that's quick. That's quick.
So that's
Especially for
too much?
budgeting.
That's too quick.
Do you want to suggest a number that we could attach that's less quick?
Can we, before we do that?
No, don't do that.
Can,
No, I wouldn't want to do that.
That makes it complicated.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to ask. Like, if we, this is in the bigger scheme of an entire ordinance, and for us to say this one thing doesn't take effect until July, I mean, I don't know. Is that a doable thing?
It's
I don't know.
a doable thing. It's an unorthodox thing,
Right.
but it's not a prohibited thing. If you were to declare that this particular piece should be implemented on a specific date in the future, we would note that and implement in that manner.
Does that solve the concerns of Brandy and Shanta?
It does not for me, because I really want us to, at the same time as the co-op is taking a look at their financial needs, I also would like us to be taking a look at the actual usage once the businesses get up and running down in that part of town.
Yeah, that sounds fair. That makes sense.
I just want to acknowledge that both my compromise to David's proposal and your is a deference to the co-op.
Right.
I'm not arguing against you.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, but I think if we're going to follow the rules, David's motion is still.
It is. Yeah, the motion that's on the floor is to implement all, for the co-op, is not the co-op, the Elm Street parking lot, is to implement all proposed ordinance changes, but cap the number of permits at 30 and not reduced to 20 as initially proposed. So that's the motion that's on the floor about the Elm Street parking lot.
If anyone wants to propose a greater period of time to wait, to give them time to adjust, I would probably see that as friendly, but otherwise I think this is the way to go.
Would you guys like to propose anything? Or
No,
should we
thank
vote
you.
on this right now?
I think we should vote.
Okay, so we'll start with a vote on the Elm Street part of the ordinance. And again, the motion on the floor is to implement all proposed ordinance, all proposed ordinance changes, but cap the number of permits at 30 and not reduce to 20 as initially proposed. So all those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
So
She convinced me.
3, it fails, 2-3. So we are back to Elm Street. I don't know if anyone would like to make
I'll make a motion.
another motion.
I move that we implement the changes on Frost Street, but leave the Elm Street lot as it is currently managed.
Okay, so the new, okay, so we're not.
I guess I
doing
would
that.
add like to be revisited in the future. I don't know.
Right, well, the
Just feels like a short motion.
Right, yeah, because the motion that we have now is to implement the changes
Short
on.
is good.
Yeah, implement the changes on Frost Street, but leave the Elm Street lot as it is currently managed.
Which was one of the 3 options presented by staff.
Yes. And do we have to, when we're saying implement the changes on Frost Street, does saying that, is that enough for the ordinance?
I believe it is, but I think you should add to it, and we didn't in what we supplied to
Yeah.
you, but I
Okay.
think for the clarity of your action, you ought to also indicate that you're approving the recommendation for the Preston lot.
Yeah.
So it'd be
Okay.
the Preston lot and Frost Street
Oh, yes.
that you'd
Yep.
be approving,
Mhm.
and you would just be taking no action related to the operation of the Elm Street lot. It
Right.
would remain unchanged.
So we can say implement the changes to the Preston lot and on Frost Street?
Correct.
Does that make sense?
Yes. That'll be, then your intent will be clear and we'll be able to properly advertise it.
Okay, so the motion that we have is to implement the changes to the Preston lot and on Frost Street, but leave the Elm Street lot as it is currently managed. Anybody have any discussion on that? Anyone in the public have any discussion on that? All right, so once again, the motion is to implement the changes to the Preston lot and on Frost Street, but leave the Elm Street lot as it is currently managed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good. Okay, new business. We have to have.
What did I do?
It's the Vermont Community Development Program grant. And basically, we're not doing anything for the first one. It's on.
For the first one.
Yeah, Long Falls paper. They are not ready to move their application forward, so we do not have to have a public hearing on that tonight. That will be in a subsequent meeting. So we're going to skip over, and we're going to go to the Vermont Community Development Program grant and application for groundworks. So what I want to do is open the public hearing, and is it Peter or Patrick that will give us?
Actually, Groundworks is.
Groundworks is here. Do you folks want to come up on the table, to the table?
Feel free to bring another chair needed.
Yes, if you need chairs, please bring them up. And you are here because you want to apply for a $500,000 grant to the state. And the town is, staff is recommending that the town pitch in $50,000 from program income to help you out. So do you want to tell us about the program?
That'd be great.
And
Sure,
who they
so-
are? And who they are?
Oh, yes.
Excellent. So I'll start. My name is Chad Farnham. I'm the board president of Groundworks. John Hoover is the business manager. He'll be speaking, and Rihanna Kendricks is the operations director, and she'll also be speaking. Josh Davis, who's the executive director, is not able to make it here this evening, so I'm sort of filling in under his spot. So he's a much better public speaker on this than I am, but I'll do the best I can to go through. So just to give you an overview of who we are, so Groundworks, as if you don't know, is the community organization that deals with homelessness and food insecurity in our community. So if someone's homeless, they could go to our drop-in center, which is open every day. They could get a warm place to be during the day, a cup of coffee, a meal, use a bathroom, that type of thing. We also run the food bank for those that need an extra helping hand with a meal. And we also run the seasonal overflow shelter, also known as the SOS, which is a shelter for up to 28 beds? 30, I always get that number wrong. 30 beds during the winter. So for folks that might be sleeping in a tent, might be couch surfing and not be able to do that anymore, they can come to our shelter, they can get a meal, they can get a place to sleep. We also run the old Morningside shelter known as Groundwork Shelter, which is a more long-term shelter. So folks could be there for a week up to 6 months, whatever it takes to get them from homelessness into a more permanent solution. So I don't think I need to tell you that the need for services is growing every day, especially with the opioid crisis and all the issues that surround that. The need for our services grow daily. We've grown out of our space. We currently run the drop-in center on 60 South Main. It's a tiny little building. It's half the size of this room, and we try to do lots of services in there, and we've outgrown that space. Through an exhaustive search of the board and committees, looking at numerous properties in the town of Brattleboro, of which there are very few, we've come back to the idea that 60 South Main and purchasing 54 South Main, which is just north of our shelter, is the way to move ahead, build a new space there. So we're applying for some grants, and we need the town's support. So I'm going to turn it over to, looks like I'm going to turn it over to Rihanna, according to my notes.
This is true.
Thank you.
So a little bit about what we're hoping to do based on our historic review. We were encouraged and asked to maintain and preserve 60 South Main Street, and are also looking to have a new build right next door, which is what is currently 54 South Main Street, which is not a salvageable building for us to rehab and use for our purposes. We're looking for a larger space than that, and so in our design plans, what we're looking to physically site on this location is a combination of all sorts of things. And so our current day shelter space would be there. We would have a permanent home for the overflow shelter, which for anyone who knows us and reads the news knows that we've been looking to site this program for the last 4.5 years, and each year we come up against the deadline of needing to house folks in our community so that we don't have a tragedy like has just happened south of us. We are also looking to combine both our admin offices and our case managers both on this site. We currently rent offices up at Winston Prouty, which is lovely, but not overly effective for how we run our programs. So having enough space for all of our staff to be in one place. We also have partnerships with the Brattleboro Retreat, Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, and HCRS, and we're looking to ensure that we have enough space for our embedded providers. Currently, if you come to have a meeting with us at the drop-in center, as many folks have, know that we are looking for any spare corner, or sometimes outside or wherever we can fit, to be able to do that. And so we really want to be able to serve people in the best way possible, and our current space is just not doing it. We have anywhere from 30 to 50 people in our current drop-in center a day, and really have adequate space for maybe 10 to 15. So we've stretched ourselves pretty thin.
So this project has a budget of $3,165,000. In addition to the $500,000 grant and $50,000 matching grant that we're taking up tonight, we're seeking $325,000 from the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board, $250,000 in private grants, of which we have reason to believe we've secured $100,000 towards that, and lastly, $2 million in private fundraising. Private fundraising being the biggest part of our income sources, I'm pleased to say that we've secured just about $500,000 in pledges towards that goal, even though we're very early in our capital campaign. While we are confident that we can obtain all the funding we need, it still behooves us to have contingencies around any shortfalls. And we have a variety of options that would still allow us to achieve our core project objectives at most funding levels. However, all these contingencies, be they debt or project modification, would result in an increase in long-term carrying costs for the projects. So this is why this project, has proposed and fully funded, would be the most cost-efficient and sustainable approach for the organization. This project is about streamlining and consolidating existing programs in a single and permanent location. So even though we know that with a new building we're going to have higher occupancy costs to operate that building, we're looking to save a considerable amount in rent since we won't be running a seasonal overflow shelter and administrative offices anymore. Overall, worst case is that our occupancy is just going to come out about cost neutral, but we're actually hoping to see some savings once this project is up and running. So that's the financial impact of the organization, and Ryan's going to wrap up with the program impact once we're up and running there.
Sure. So like I said, I think the most important thing that we're looking to do is to be able to adequately serve people with enough space and enough resources to be able to do so. We put a lot of work and a lot of kind of design work into how we would best serve people and what would the design look like. We don't currently have funding or capacity to run a year-round shelter, and so we wanted to make sure that spaces are able to be used for multiple purposes, especially because our long-term goal is to put ourselves out of business, which we currently are not doing great at. Wraparound supports for the folks that we're serving is what's been proven to be most effective and is evidence-based, and so we really want to be able to target our programs where we have all of our staff in the same place and able to provide resources consistently and concisely. And overall, I think one of the things that we talk about is that the folks that we serve and the folks that we're talking about are members of our community, and I don't think that that's any big mystery. We get a lot of questions about where folks come from, and again, we share that our data shows that our folks are coming from our own community. Folks become homeless in the communities that they live in. Folks become homeless in the communities where they have significant family or friendships within, or communities that they were born within. And so the majority of folks that we're talking about are Brattleboro and greater Brattleboro residents, and we want to make sure that we're best serving them in our community. I think overall, as a community, we are strongest when every single member of our community is adequately served. And overall, it is a significant cost savings for us to adequately support people and not have folks who are homeless and living on the streets in our community.
Great, thank you. And just as a summary of why the nice folks from Groundworks are here today is because they want to apply for a $500,000 grant from the Vermont Community Development Program, which is a state program, but the municipality has to apply on behalf of the person that wants the money. And it's not taxpayer dollars out of the town of Brattleboro. The Vermont Community Development Program money comes from the federal government through HUD. So the $500,000 it flows from the federal government to the town would flow to Groundworks. The town staff is also recommending a $50,000 municipal contribution, and that would come out of project income, which is, again, not taxpayer dollars. It's money that comes back to the town after somebody who gets a loan repays it back. So this is good money that we can use for a good cause. So does anyone on the board have any questions or comments?
I'm for it.
Yeah, I think there's no question about that.
But since you're here, I do have a few questions for you.
Absolutely.
I noticed in your description, you talked about the ever-increasing demand and a record increase in nights in your capacity in your current facility, and the homelessness being on an upward trend since 2016. So wondering, have you projected out how long this project is going to, if you don't work yourself out of a job, if these trends continue, how long is this good for? When are you going to have to expand or consider something else?
That's a good question.
That is a good question. So we certainly have had an upwards trend in numbers. It doesn't necessarily mean that our shelter population has increased. I think it means that the overall demand across all of our programs, so from shelter to housing, we support folks long-term in housing in the community, to the kind of the case management supports that we're providing, the overall pressure on all of those programs increases. We've consistently seen that 25 to 30 is the number of shelter beds that we adequately need. This move also frees up some additional space in our year-round shelter, and so we have some flexibility should we need to convert and have more rooms there. So we have a little bit of wiggle room around beds.
And well, the reason I ask that is because the experience the school district is having and has had, and I'm sure that what you just described is happening there as well. You're providing more services.
Yep.
You're providing the wraparound services. I think, well, we won't get into the specifics of it, but that's what you have to do in order for it to work. And the school district has for several years been considering adding on to one of the buildings, because we have so many services that we need to deliver that we don't have space to do all those things. We have 20% fewer students than we had 20 or 30 years ago, but we need more space for those fewer students because of the different needs, the services that those kids need to be able to learn. So I just encourage you to really think about that.
Yes.
Particularly small space for small groups and support meetings and stuff. Second question is, I see you've got Efficiency Vermont listed on your, with 1% of your revenue. They offer advice. I'm curious, have you thought about whether this is going to be a zero carbon or what sort of energy you're going to be looking at for the new building in particular, and then in terms of outfitting the rehab as well?
Yes.
You're going to hear about that if you do it in Brattleboro.
Sure, absolutely. So we're going to do our best to build the structure to the highest energy standards that we can. As far as putting in renewables or something along those lines, if it's in our budget and we can do that, we'll definitely take a look at that. The board has tried to pare this project down to be as cost effective as it can be, and at the moment the expense of some of those renewables are difficult. But with typical and standard building practices of today, it will be as efficient as it can be, and we'll be working with partners like Efficiency Vermont to try and reduce the cost of running the building so that we don't get to building a building that we can't afford to run and operate.
Well, that's the trap. And particularly if you do the projections based on current, I'd encourage you to use our energy committee, who they can adjust the costs, the actual equalized dollars across a long period of time. A really good idea about how those numbers work. Yeah. And I would encourage you to, when you get that, when your engineers tell you that, they operate from their point of view. And if they haven't been doing a lot of that kind of building, they're not going to give you the information you need, and the engineers for sure aren't going to, and the architects aren't going to want to go near it either, because that's not what they do.
Exactly.
So, and we found that out through the fire project, and much to my disappointment. And so I encourage you to look at that, get some numbers, and if you need, come back and ask us for more money if you need to do some energy stuff.
We'll be happy to come back and ask you for more.
No, it's not that we want to give away our money. We'd much rather loan it to you, because then it comes back in with interest. But this is a really good, Brand, you kind of summed it up. Yeah, we're for it. No question, and there's no question it's a need, and there's no question you know what you're doing. So all of that is really good. But spending money on energy is it's such a waste when you don't have to do it.
Absolutely.
And then my third question is purely just because I have no idea what this is about. What is program management that's a third of your construction cost or your expansion cost? What is that?
Sure. So program, just making sure we're looking at the same. You're looking at the.
I'm looking at your Groundworks Resource
Little
Center
embedded table.
I can speak to that.
Okay,
if you
yeah,
don't
that's on
mind.
the Patrick's memo, which might be
Sure.
slightly different.
So
Okay.
program
Sorry.
management is a term used within the federally funded projects to describe expenses such as architecture, engineering, business reserves, right? So a complicated project like this, which is trying to leave the organization in a healthy financial position, is going to reserve certain funds that to account for business interruption and other expenses like that.
Yeah, essentially, it's these state funders that we're going to, so Vermont Community Development Program and VHCB, they often they do fund public facilities like this. They often also fund affordable housing projects, and when they're looking at a project to be set up, they want it to be as sustainable as possible, given that, like in the case of affordable housing project, the rental income should stay as low as possible for as long as possible. So they look to us in designing the project to pre-fund some of our reserves as much as possible. So a substantial piece of that is going into an operating reserve and a capital reserve, because they basically want to see us get off on the right foot instead of having to, in our case, solicit for more income down the line.
Great.
So it's interesting. It makes the application stronger with those funders.
It's
They see
fascinating
we're
because I
doing
was
our-
like, God, a third of it's going to go to management. I'm like, what? But
Don't
obviously,
even put that out there.
Thank you.
No raises ready.
What's your timeline? When are you going to build the new building first and then transition?
Yeah. We're hoping to start construction at the end of this upcoming summer of 2019.
Well, I'm ready to vote.
Wait, we have a public hearing, so I'll open the public. Does anyone else have any comments on the board?
I have a couple questions. I'm as far as everything I've seen, I'm fully in support of the project. I just want to do a sort of a check-in on program income. Make sure that everybody understands that this is not direct taxpayer money, but this is public money that we are overseeing, so to speak. So we want to make sure it goes to good causes, which it clearly is in this case. But I'd like to just check in with the town manager about where we stand with our program income.
Currently a balance of about $700,000. So we're recommending that $50,000 of the $700,000 be used for this project. We think it's a good investment, and it makes the application stronger when it's reviewed at the state if there's a contribution from the municipality.
And one comment though, it's not a $700,000 pool of money that we can spend on whatever we want.
No, that is
it's
correct.
very restricted.
So it's just-
I don't want people to get
Trying to
excited.
set up the
Right, so
next
it's the
meeting.
program income fund. It ebbs and flows with money that's paid back from loans to business enterprises that do investments in our area, using this federal money that passes through the state and then passes through the town to the entity that makes the investment. When it's a nonprofit project like this for housing, it's a grant. When it's done for something like, most recently, the GS Precision project just paid back. One of the reasons why we have a 700 now instead of about 550, which is where we were sitting a month ago, is we just got a large check from GS Precision that paid off the balance of the loan that was made to them. So when that happens, there's more money available to be put back into the community for loans to businesses or grants to housing projects.
Right. So it's economic development and housing projects
Correct.
that can get this.
And most
money.
typically
Exactly
grants to
right.
businesses for expansions.
But given our recent conversations about housing, this is entirely appropriate.
Right.
Yeah.
That we're talking about literally housing community members. So I just want to point that out to people. The other question I had was just sort of, did you say that you already have, of your capital campaign, you already have about a quarter of that pledged?
Yeah, I want to say the exact number is 447,000 pledged towards that goal.
That's very impressive.
That's very impressive.
When did that start? I'm just curious.
It was the month of January. We did some solicitations in December, but for the most part, it's been January. The board had to make certain decisions before the silent phase of our project kicked off. So really, it's been recently.
Great.
It's a very generous community that we live in, and everybody understands that folks that come to Groundworks have fallen through every other social net and safety net that there is. They're coming to us in their darkest hours. And that strikes a chord, and donors have been generous, and we're hoping that that continues.
Well put. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else on the board have any comments?
What?
I'll open up to the public. Does anyone else? Yeah. Please come up to the mic, and if you could state your name. And the mic, you won't hear your voice come out of the mic. It's just for the TV.
Okay. I'm Elizabeth House, and I live in South Main Street. And the project in question is between the drop-in center and my home. Yeah. And that house is an antique. And it has, I think, some covenants to the mercantiles involved in bringing cloth into the community. That house is so old, it goes back to the 1820s. And I feel, nothing has changed in a long time with that piece of real estate, that architecture. But it's like it hasn't been dusted off. And I personally obviously don't know how to bring up a kind of freshening up of that particular commitment to persons who come to the area with cloth to the area. Now, this is like woolens and cottons for Windham County, for Vermont. That is, the 1820s, 1920s, 100, we're talking about 200 years of a promise that there's some place where you can stay where you're displaying your claws. Now, this seems kind of antiquated, but I really feel sentimental about keeping that as an entity. So it's kind of a trade-off, because I feel as though I have a feeling about this whole valley as being an old cornfield for the dairy farms, and that's also a kind of a sentimental connection to that house and my house. And but I think that this project could come up to there's a spot up the Putney Road before exit 3 roundabout. There's a spot between Fast Eddie's and the Chinese food that is just down the slope from the community college, CCV's old building. That space has been open and sort of asking for some kind of commitment. And I think that this is an ideal direction for a project so large as $300,000 or $500,000, but building maybe SRO, single room occupancy, which is what we had before the building came down and built the parking lot here in downtown. That you have housing. I mean, it's a large proposal for a transient but also socially aware movement of persons who are drawn to the community out of heritage or historic commitment, and who are trying to reason why you were here, and yet in a kind of like non-moneyed economy, like you'll do something, but it's not stated right now. It's not stated like, oh, rake the lawns, bag up all the leaves for the publisher so they can mash that into paper, or in the old world, milk the sheep or whatever, that this SRO proposal or even more communal, sort of like around, I imagine this as like a donut-shaped building where you have the atrium glass ceiling, and you have bunks all across the top, and you're available as almost free labor. And that's that is unheard of. That is not American. That is so profoundly American. That I think that's where our lost consciousness is, doing, just sort of like, why am I here at the drop-in center, and yet how do you propel forward into belonging or moving forward as a member of the greater economy? Woolens and cottons and whatever else is in the organic market, but it's kind of like looking for free housing, and I think maybe that's the large covenant that we have as a town. Brigid's just built a kitchen with an upstairs with what I think is maybe only $50,000, at the most $60,000. And that if we commit and accept those persons who belong, even though you're not really a member of the moneyed economy. You're ready, willing, and able to work, to rise up out of the stupor of like a second infancy and into belonging or progressing. That a housing unit like that would be a good place for our money to establish a commitment to the old covenants. And I think also on Canal Street, the Sportsman's Lounge has an architectural design that I think is responsible to house the cowboys when they come into town after doing all of the roundup and all that means. That there's a place for them. That is, it's like non-moneyed, it's wild America, you're not really making enough or making a lot unless you win big in the casinos. But that you have a place because you've done that work. You have a place because you want to work. And that place is something that we as a community provide because it's easy for us to do that. And that we have a responsibility to be very frugal about energy, about using the least amount, to be very comfortable, and to accept the most number of persons who are in this sort of non-moneyed economy. So that's what I say. I say the house between the drop-in center and me is kind of a precious old dusty thing, but you have to keep that. And to build something for all of those commitments, and to also think about the cowboys.
Thanks, Miss Libby.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Libby.
I can speak to a few of the points with you, Ruth.
Sure.
So, Libby, it's actually older than 1820. It's 1790. It's
wow.
Had a historic review done of it because we were getting state money, and because also I should say good thing to do. We did review both the history of the site and whether it was feasible to operate our programs in that. And what we found in going through that process was a lot of its history, but also that it would be very expensive for us to restore the house in order to host our programs in it, and it would really make the project, we couldn't do it in that site. So we worked with State Historic to review the project as proposed, and the agreement we came to with them was that we're gonna preserve 60 South Main Street, because that also dates to 1790, and preserve and also rehabilitate that. And then, while we will demolish 54 South Main, regrettably, the design we developed with the architects had to go through historic review to see if it fits in with the neighborhood, and also we're going to recycle some of the slate in that building into our new building. So I understand that that might not satisfy some of what you raised, but we are trying to acknowledge the historic piece of that.
How long has it been since anybody's lived at that house?
It was last year. There's a small apartment in the back that was occupied.
Okay.
I'm the next door neighbor. Occupancy has been almost constant. It's been a little.
You gotta use the mic if you want people at home to hear you.
It's been a little off and on this winter, but it's all, there's also the enticement. You know, you're talking about $3 million, and the persons who are occupying are part of the covenant. They're also, they believe they are married to the house, and you know, therefore they are the La Valley family, which is a little conservative home behind the big house that looks like something from Charlotte's Web.
Exactly. Exactly.
And that's where I think, you know, the merchant and the seamstress, those rights.
Yeah.
I don't know where to find those, you know, covenants.
Libby, what would be a way that in that new space we could honor those covenants? That's what we would ask you as a neighbor to help us with.
Would you use the microphone? Would you use the microphone, please? The people at home can't hear you if you don't use the mic. Thank you.
Thank you.
The plan, the design that showed up in the Commons newspaper looks like a sort of like a larger description of the drop-in center, which is right next door. But I think that it's designed like that. You're designing to house the whole idea of the overflow, the seasonal overflow shelter, the winter shelter, extreme weather. I can't wreck that house. I say, you can't wreck that house. I mean, you just let go of the idea of changing that neighborhood and take on the idea of either putting together all of these transient persons who feel drawn to the area, who are rejected from their households, their mother's households, for whatever reasons, that this collection of persons is moved forward to belonging either to a new piece of architecture, which I think that, you know, that's a good plan. In the picture in the comments, that's a good plan. For a little further west, maybe, where, or for, I mean, like Wilmington, a shelter for people who think they can come and ski, and they're just ski bums. They think they can come, and they think they have a shelter, and they need one. And I think that this space between the Chinese restaurant and Fast Eddie's, just on, opposite Noble Publications.
Can I speak to that? That when we were looking for sites, we looked all throughout Brattleboro, and what we determined was, one, it was very hard to cite our programs anywhere in town, and that where we were currently offering some of these services was a natural solution, and it's very important for us to locate our services as close to downtown as possible. And there's a burden we have right now in transporting people to the seasonal overflow shelter, even though it's just on the Austin campus and not that far. So in terms of looking at somewhere like on Putney Road, it would increase the barriers to access to our services considerably. And we want to be as accessible as possible to as many people who need what we offer and can help them with.
We also took a long look into saving the building at 54 South Main. We did not only a historical evaluation, we twice had engineer studies of the building done. And unfortunately, I love the way you recommended or presented it as a dusty old building. Unfortunately, it's not structurally sound. While the facade looks pretty good when you drive by, the interior structure is too far gone, I'm afraid, for us to be able to save it. So it was the natural conclusion of the board and the site committee to site it there and to, unfortunately, to take that building down, but to do the best we could to honor that building by removing and saving some of the slates to be used in the new design. It's doing the best we can to fitting the new structure in with the community feel that part of town has. It's going to be tough when the building comes down, but unfortunately, it's necessary for the building and for the neighborhood. It's decaying quickly.
It's not going to come down, and I'll tell you why. I live there, and I've been there for 20 years, more than 20 years. And it is, to me, it is my, natural poetry, right? Mm-hmm. You have places you can go home to, your parents have owned, you come back and be responsible. And at the same time, you live where you live. And I've been living there. And I can't let go of, it's like the mother house and the house. I can't let go of that. It's an antique, it's like, don't touch my antiques, it's an antique. You have to respect that. You want to build something that's going to accommodate all the needs of the community, all the rushing in of people who don't know why they're here and they're here, who have brought in 2 tons of chocolate or 3 tons of vanilla, and they're working out, why am I here? When you haven't figured out what your business is, I mean, monetarily, that you belong, or you associate, you figure out, and finally your rhythm will fall into where you came from, or what you want to do, or how it is to be here. Okay. But to tear up the old homes, I mean, it's if it's not something that you've built or planted, it seems like, it's like, give me attention. I want to do something. Yeah. And the project looks good, okay, but it should be somewhere where, I mean, like, everybody wants to snowboard and ski and skateboard, and that happens over, just a little bit further to the west in the Wilmington area. Mm-hmm. Maybe to put an echo, that what I think is, design-wise, an echo of the drop-in center. But it's also, you're in Vermont, and it's a lot bigger. And sheltering people is sometimes a really cuddly little story. 4 or 5 people in a room with a crack in the window, just this much, depending upon how the winds are blowing and how cold it is outside. That you're really not spending a tremendous amount of money to keep people comfortable. But I'm a tertiary. I don't know the underground, the old ancient underground corridors. That's
All right, Miss Libby, we got to move on to
Yeah.
more public participation, but
Yeah.
thank you so much for your
Yeah.
words tonight.
Ricky, please go. Yes. And please introduce yourself to the public.
My name is Roberta Crispino, and I'm at 117 Main Street, number 202.
Thank you.
I just arrived here January 1st.
Welcome.
I found the community very welcoming.
Excellent.
I'm from Waterbury, Connecticut. I taught school there for almost 40 years. It's the opposite. It's a rusting New England city that the brass industry went away from. And it was the brass center of the world. I taught elementary and middle school. I'm used to dealing with large numbers of students, 30 in a class, 5 a day, 150 kids a day, and maximize space and utilize space. But aside from that, if the public education system in this country, if the mission statement is to produce morally sound, productive members of society, lifelong learners, then learning doesn't end when they stop going to school. So if the Groundworks organization can identify themselves as an educational institution, then they have the same role. Now, what's my connection with it? I packed up all my things in Waterbury in a U-Haul truck and drove here with no place to go and very little money. I retired 13 years ago. And as a transgender woman in America, it's a tough road, especially in Waterbury, Connecticut. But that's my hometown. That's where my heart is. That's where my love is. And so I'll go back, and as a teacher, it's nothing more than giving. You give of yourself for the betterment of each individual person, place, and thing. So there's beauty in everything. Now, the best thing that I gave to my 3 children as I put them through college is roots and wings. Every kid has to have that solid foundation of where they've come from and who came before them, and have a solid understanding and value of that. Now today, in this culture, in this society, they say, well, the millennials, they don't care about anything. They don't want any of that. They don't want grandmother's armoire or any of that. They don't put the value in that. But they can if you listen to them. So I ended up in the Groundworks shelter up there, and it's a little blue house. I think that's South Main, I'm not sure. I walk up there to take a shower, and that's interesting in itself. You have to sign up on a board, and they say, well, you have to ask everyone in here if they have to use the bathroom first. Hi, does anybody have to use the bathroom?
Because there's only one.
That's right.
I've met wonderful people there. Very interesting. I learn from every experience that I find myself in. Now, when you think about where you live, is it a house or is it a home? Home is where the heart is. So, like I did in school and caught all kinds of grief for it, it wasn't my learning. Well, it was, in a sense. I mean, you become a school teacher, so you know everything. You stand there with the teacher's edition in your hand. Well, no kidding. It's right there in the book. I got it. They want it. It's their learning. They must take ownership of that. So if the majority of the people that the Groundworks Collaborative Services are from Brattleboro, then heck, have them explore the roots of this community and have them, I mean, this is an art community. That's what drew me here. You know, because I surrendered to my creativity. The more creative I am, the more creativity I get. And so as a teacher, you just inspire. You give people hope, faith, and love. So that's all I've ever done, is give of myself. And I come here, and I found people giving it to me. Boy, that's a testament for a community, let me tell you. You got it. So it's governmental, it's the school system, and it's places of worship that, bind together. So here I am, as an educator. I got my master's years ago, and the school system, for 31 and a half years full-time, the only reason I retired because the girl I was married to for 42 years became assistant superintendent of schools, and it was, oops. But that's all right. We're on good terms. It's in my family. So, but I'm a stranger. I met Elizabeth. I've seen her, and I talked to her today at Loaves and Fishes. And she was mopping the floor. And I said, ooh, can I be your friend? But she's, the heart of the thing. That's her home. Now I lived next to a professional engineer for over 40 years, a PE. And so you have an engineering study. He gave me a book not long ago because I'm a book person, How to Rehabilitate an Abandoned Building. Now, I came out, I was Robert, 2.5 years ago. And the only people that accepted me were the least of those among us in Waterbury, in what I thought was the ghetto. They said, no, this is the hood. And so I looked at abandoned houses, and I've looked at them tear them down. I think they don't make that a crime. So, you're going to have to call the authorities and get me out of here, because otherwise I won't stop.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Thank you, Roberta.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Any other comments on the application that we're voting on? Ricky? Oh, I'm sorry. Couldn't see you.
Hi, I'm Libby Bennett. I'm a resident of Brattleboro, and I also work for Groundworks. And I just wanted to also address this issue of the historic preservation and say that we have a plan to make every effort to thoroughly document this building before doing any demo to it. So, in addition to reusing some of the materials.
Great, thank you. I think Ricky.
Hi, I'm Ricky, and I'm running for District 2, and I may not understand or even agree with all of the comments just shared between Libby and, Roberta, but I just appreciate and value and respect so much what they have to say over hearing any more about parking and driving and cars by the select board every week. And 2 points to David, that he mentioned concern about a third, I think, of the budget going to salary, and there's no shame in people being paid. There's no shame in professionals being paid well to help organize community, to help take up the slack for all of the, in all of the ways everyone else isn't taking responsibility. They deserve that money, probably more. And also, you mentioned a concern about collecting interest from loaning out money, and although that can be effective, we should not be profiting off of other people's misfortune. In the circumstance to be collecting interest from not just homeless shelters, but people who are trying to empower and uplift each other, just to look at that as an opportunity to collect interest off of that, when just initially investing into people that they will give back to the community as they're able to. Without a doubt, that's going to improve the economy. Investing into people is going to improve the economy. It's going to, we're in an economic recession, and the depression is real, and investing into people is the only way out of it. We don't have to collect money back from them. When we put money into it, they will give back to us.
Great.
Without forcing them to.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ricky.
Unless I see any more comments, I want to close the public hearing. If it's like this quick.
30 seconds or less.
If you don't take state money, does that mean you don't tear the house down? You don't take the state money?
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing and see if anyone on the board would like to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve an application to the Vermont Community Development Program for an implementation grant in the amount of $500,000 for Groundworks Collaborative's Housing Resource Center project to adopt a resolution identifying town manager Peter Elwell as the authorizing official and assistant town manager Patrick Moreland as the contact person to authorize grant in the amount of $50,000 from program income with award of the town's program income grant contingent upon award of the requested VCDP grant.
Good, Shanta. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next one should be a quick one. This is just a closeout of a grant that has already been completed, which is the Green River Terrace project, which is a former Lamplighter building, and the Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust received, $425,000, and they have completed the project, and now we just have to hear a closing report, and we have to take no action, so I don't know if you want to give us a report.
That was the report. They
That's
received
it.
a grant of $425,000.
And they did it.
They did indeed, and the project has been completed. It's occupied. There are wraparound services, as was described earlier this evening, so important in this transitional housing. So it's a success. They've met all the requirements of the program. Tonight is the closeout public hearing, just so that the official record of that grant can be completed, and we can send the minutes of this meeting up to the state and close that file.
Yeah, great. Does anybody have any comments they want to make? It was successful. It looks really, really nice, and they did a wonderful job.
A wonderfully helpful project in our community. Hopefully we'll see more.
Yep. All right. That satisfies what we need to do. Next is our employment agreement with our town manager. It's hard to believe, but it's been since 2015. It's been 4 years. And Peter's contract is actually up on June 30th, 2019. And we have been having some conversations with Peter in executive session, and we're here today to publicly do some action on his contract. We're proposing a 5-year extension. So the contract would run July 1st, 2019 until June 30th, 2024. And everyone has a copy of the employment agreement, and it was on our website, so the entire public has had an opportunity to see it. There really aren't many changes. The only things that we removed were some of the original provisions that dealt with moving expenses and things like that, which are no longer an issue since you are here. The salary will be $102,804 with increases. If you do good, we'll give you an increase. And pretty much other than that, it is the same. So I don't know if anybody on the board has any comments or questions about the contract. We have all seen it prior to this.
I just want to say thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You've been,
thank you.
I remember seeing the advertisement for the job like some years ago, however long that was. And I was thinking, God help and bless or whoever that person take that. So that's really, you have more than a handful, and thank you for the way that you carry the load, and it's been an honor working with you.
Thank you, sir.
Does anyone
I
else on
second
the
all of
board?
that.
Yeah, I'll echo that. Just
Yep.
thank
We don't
you
envy
for
you.
Coming back
we don't
home
envy you. Yes.
from the depths of Florida.
It's really been my pleasure. Thank you.
Anyone, other comments on the board? Does anyone in the public have any comments about our agreement? Yes, Franz.
Franz Reichman, District 2 representative and candidate for the Select Board. I've had several dealings with, what was the name again, Elwell?
Sure.
Over the past few years. And I want to say that I have found him to be invariably knowledgeable and responsive and professional in his actions. It's probably true of most areas of human endeavor, but I know it's true in medicine that an important skill is to be able to say, I was wrong. And I've even seen Peter do that, again, in a very professional manner. I very much support his being rehired by the town. And I won't suggest that it go in this contract, but maybe in the next contract there could be a little bit of money for education, perhaps an advanced degree in public administration for the next generation of Elwells. We've got a good thing going, and I think we ought to foster it into the future.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that has any comments about the employment agreement and our re-upping it for 5 years?
What's the salary?
102,000, hold on one second.
804.
804.
Per year?
Yes. All right, would somebody on the board like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve an employment agreement between the town of Brattleboro and Peter B. Elwell as presented.
We have a motion to approve an employment agreement between the town of Brattleboro and Peter Elwell as presented. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. 5 more years.
Let's go.
Woo,
you got him.
Yep, the next. 5 more years. Next up is just scheduling our select board meetings. The first one is the informational meeting for town meeting representatives, and that's going to be Wednesday, March 13th at the Academy School. The doors open at 6 p.m. There are district caucuses that will begin at 6:30, and those are the times where if there aren't enough town meeting reps to fill the seats, that you can go and you can get elected. And then the meeting itself starts at 7. And I just want to remind everybody that is just an informational meeting. That's not where things are debated. It's just to get information. The organizational meeting for the new select board will be on Monday, March 25th, at 5:30, right here. And town meeting itself is March 23rd, just for everybody to know. Is that going to be in the
At
high
the
school?
BHS gym.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's going to be not in the multipurpose room anymore, which is great. So does anybody have any questions about those meetings? Oh yeah, Ricky, I'm sorry. He's not looking up.
Hi, so early voting begins on February 13th so that residents can vote for who their municipal representatives are going to be. And I am hoping to co-host a forum so that at least all the District 2 people, considering if there's time to invite all the other district people, to have a formal forum together just to introduce each other and try to get BCTV to film it too, so that everyone can meet each other and listen to what the concerns are.
Nice. Great.
And have like a very informed vote from between February 13th until March 5th.
Awesome. Great. That's a great idea. Thank you. Anyone else? Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn? We have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thanks, everybody, for
I
coming.
don't think we've been out before 2 in the morning in a long time.
We have to get to watch the State of the Union. Oh, yeah, like I'm going to...
Well, that's the one where you sign on the wrong way. Oh, I see.
Joint meeting. It's a joint committee meeting of the House Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife Committee and the House Energy and Technology Committee. Call meeting to order now. My name is Amy Sheldon, and I'm the chair of House Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife. I'd like to take just a minute to go around the room and have the members of each committee say who they are. And I represent the town of Middlebury in the House.
I'm Tim Brigland. I'm the chair of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm from Thetford and represent 4 towns in the Upper Valley.
Laura Sibilia. I represent Dover.
I'm Matt. I'm on the Energy and Technology Committee from Worcester, and I represent 4 towns in Moyle and
I'm Mike Natasha. I'm a representative from Charlotte on the Energy and Technology Committee.
Lee Morgan, Natural Resources, and I'm from Grand Isle County and Westmore.
Tom Terranzini from Rutland Town. I'm on Fish, Wildlife, and Natural Resources.
Good afternoon, Representative Jim McCullough from the great little hamlet of Williston, where I'm proud to announce we have a great town energy committee.
I'm Mark Higley from Lowell. I represent Lowell, J. Westfield, Troy, and Eden, and I'm on the Energy and Technology Committee.
Harvey Smith from Madison County, towns of New Haven, Weybridge, and Bridgeport.
Paul Lefebvre from Newark. I'm on the Natural Resources Committee, and I represent 8 towns covering Northern Essex, Caledonia, and Orleans County.
Trevor Squirrel, Natural Resources, representing Jericho and Underwood.
Robin Chestnut Benjamin from Middletown Springs on Energy and Technology, representing 5 towns in Rutland and Bennington.
Chris Bates, Natural Resources, Bennington 2-1.
Scott Campbell from St. Johnsbury. I'm on Energy and Technology.
Bob Forgite, Springfield, Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife.
Barry Dolan with on the Committee for Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife. I represent the 5 towns in Washington, 7, Waitsfield, Warren, Easton, Moretown, and Duxbury.
Seth Chase, Colchester, and Energy and Technology.
All right, great. Just want to remind everyone this is a joint committee meeting, and really the purpose of it is to give our committees a chance to get the information back from the consultants who did the study on the decarbonization methods in Vermont. This was a study that House Natural Resources requested through the budget appropriations process based on a recommendation that was in the Governor's Climate Commission report. And we're going to hold on questions until we get through the report. And each of our committees tomorrow is going to have an opportunity to have more time with the consultants to dig into specific questions that you might have. So if you can hold for that. I don't know if we have time at the end, we will give the opportunity for questions. The times, well, Energy and Technology has them tomorrow morning at 9:30. House Natural Resources at 10:45, and the Climate Solutions Caucus will be hearing from them at noon. We're getting our money's worth while they're in town, so there's plenty of opportunity to hear more if we don't get enough today.
Yes, I'm Catherine Benham with the Joint Fiscal Office, and last year in the budget, you all, the budget requested a study be done on decarbonization methods.
Can you use the mic, please?
The budget called for a study of decarbonization. We put out an RFP, we had some responses, and we ended up selecting Resources for the Future, who are here to present their report. The report is posted on your committee pages, or will be shortly. It will also be posted on the JFO website, as well as the presentation will be in all those places as well. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mark and Wes.
Yeah. I'm Mark Afsted. I'm a fellow at Resource for the Future, and I'm also the director of the carbon pricing initiative there.
And my name is Wesley Look. I am Senior Research Associate at Resources for the Future. Thank you all for having us here today, all members of the committee, both committees. Pleasure to be here. So I'll start by giving some kind of introductory background information that led into our study, and then I'll pass it to Mark. And I will both share the floor. Any initial questions at the outset, though? Great. Please feel free. So you said you wanted to wait to take questions till the end, right?
I'd like to hold questions.
Okay, great. So as Catherine said, this study was requested by the Assembly in the budget bill last year. Our study aims to inform the policy dialogue, but is not intended to address the complete universe of policy options. And also, we really see our role as trying to inform you all in making your decisions and having your deliberative process on policies that may make sense for the state of Vermont. We're not offering recommendations. So we're just trying to give you as much information as we can, subject to the limitations of the budget and time that we had to work. So we both represent an organization called Resources for the Future, or RFF. RFF is a Washington, D.C.-based think tank. It's an independent, nonprofit research institution, so we're not a sort of generally a for-hire consulting shop, nor are we an advocacy organization. The charge of RFF is to improve environmental, energy, and natural resource decisions through impartial economic research and policy engagement. So this is a nonpartisan organization that is about generating the best information possible, again, for policymakers to make their most well-informed decisions and you all in this case. So into the actual study. So we have here a simple chart showing the trends of greenhouse gas emissions in the state of Vermont. And you can see that emissions have been generally rising with some trends of declination, but the recent trend is going up. On the sort of bottom and to the right of the graph, these are the state's various stated emissions targets. One of them is in the rearview mirror. There's a 2012 target that is in statute here in Vermont, and that was missed. The three orange diamonds going down and to the right are all part of that statute. The next one is at 2028. We don't have a pointer here. I'd be pointing this. It's kind of square in the middle there. That target is 50% below 1990 levels by the year 2028. As you can see, things are going up, not headed in that direction. The next statutory target is in the year 2050, and that is 85%. I'm blanking on that exactly, but it's close to almost net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Another target that I want to highlight, because it's been discussed in the public policy dialogue as far as we can tell here in Vermont, is the 2028 U.S. Climate Alliance.
It's a typo. It should be 2025.
Oh, 2025. That's right. U.S. Climate Alliance target, which is between 26 and 28% emissions reductions from 2005 levels. Anyway, again, it's clear that the sort of business as usual trajectory is not headed in that direction. And we estimate a slightly different trend based upon national data sets produced by the Energy Information Administration, and that's why you get this slightly declining line here. So if the state were to do nothing, we estimate that those are where the emissions levels would be headed based upon federal policy. Of course, that's a constantly changing landscape, but that's why we show this shift to a downward trend, and that again is in the absence of any additional Vermont policy, but is still shy of the targets. And so one initial takeaway is that additional policy, in our estimate, additional policy at the state level or at the regional level here in Vermont or in New England would be required to hit any of the targets that Vermont currently has on the books. In addition to looking at the sort of overall trends, we, drawing from the state's existing greenhouse gas emissions inventory, represent the shares of emissions by sector in the state. And Vermont's shares are on the left, and the U.S. shares are on the right for comparison.
Do you want a pointer?
No, it's okay. I mean, if you would like me to have one, I'm happy to.
Get a pointer from me.
One of the things that to us jumps out in this comparison is that the orange piece of the pie, the sort of the light orange piece of the pie on the left side of each of the pie charts, is much larger in the state of Vermont than it is nationwide. That piece of the pie is transportation sector emissions, which are the result of consuming gasoline and diesel primarily, but any fuels that produce greenhouse gas emissions. The other significant difference is the other orange wedge, the dark orange wedge on the top right in each, and that's end-use residential and commercial fuel use. So that's, again, home heating fuels, home heating oil, natural gas in some parts of the state, but not much. And again, that's a much larger share of Vermont's greenhouse gas emissions come from those home heating fuels than they do nationally. The other thing that we'd point out is that the blue, the sort of, there are a couple of blue shades of blue there, but electricity generation, which is a very large wedge, it's about 30% in the U.S. emissions pie, is only 10% in Vermont. So that's also significant from the perspective of what policies may be most cost effective in Vermont in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And we'll go into this in more detail, but sort of the upshot of this is that transportation and home heating fuels, home or business heating fuels, are some of the least responsive areas of the sector, areas of the economy to carbon pricing. They're, in economic speak, they're the least elastic. So as prices change, people are least likely to change their behavior patterns in terms of consuming transportation fuels, which we can see as the prices go up and down, sometimes even by $1 at the pump, and it doesn't change consumption patterns that much. So we'll go into this in more detail, but we wanted to give you this as a lay of the land. So this will be my last slide for a little bit, and I'll pass it to Mark. In this report, we look at two main categories of decarbonization policies. The first is carbon pricing policies, and that's really where our strength lies and what the RFP with the JFO emphasized, which is, I think, why we thought it would be a good fit for us to do this project. To us, carbon pricing policies include at least two types of policy. One, carbon tax policies, and two, cap and trade policies. We refer to both of those as carbon pricing policies, just to be very clear, because I think people see that in different ways, but we refer to those as both carbon pricing policies. And the reason why cap and trade is part of that is because it puts a price per ton through the value of the permits. We do a quantitative analysis of carbon pricing policies only, and it's a very rigorous quantitative analysis. We'll be talking about that. We also, though, in response to our visit here, which involved conversations with some of you all, we recognized that the state of Vermont also considers non-pricing policies to be an important component of their decarbonization strategy. And so we wanted to at least include some, if limited, analysis of non-pricing policies as well, to look at both as a holistic package, because that's most likely how the state will continue to sort of pursue decarbonization as we heard from folks, stakeholders as well as elected representatives when we were here in September. And so we've done what we consider to be largely a qualitative review of emissions reductions potential from non-pricing policies. This, though, does have some numbers associated with it, and we say qualitative on our end because we're relying on other people's quantitative analysis, and particularly the quantitative analysis of the Vermont Climate Action Commission. The commission, as you may all be familiar, was appointed by the governor, created by the governor in 2017. In addition to taking the estimates from the VCAC, we do our own very simple estimate of what emissions reductions would result from increasing the existing renewable energy standard in Vermont, which would require the state, would require a number of different things, but the Tier 1 renewables requirement would be 75% renewable energy by 2032. And we assume 100% by 2030, and then we basically take a mid-range between that, so we can go into more detail on that if you're interested. But so we have carbon pricing policies on one hand, carbon tax and cap and trade, and then on the other hand, these non-pricing policies. And again, to sort of put a little bit more flesh on the bones there, that's electric vehicle incentives. Some examples of non-pricing policies are electric vehicle energy efficiency incentives, weatherization programs, investments in low-carbon agriculture, as well as then some of these regulatory policies like an increased renewable energy standard. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Mark.
Okay. So carbon pricing maybe means a lot of things to a lot of different people. So just to be clear here on what we looked at. So we're looking at carbon pricing policies that are going to vary across a number of different dimensions. So the first dimension is going to be what the price is, and that's either through the tax or indirectly through the price of allowances in the cap and trade program. We're also going to consider covering different number of sectors. So a policy that covers only the transportation sector, or a policy that covers all sectors except for electricity, and in between. Really importantly to the impacts of carbon pricing is what you do with the revenue. And so we're going to show that the revenue use, how you decide to spend the money that was raised is very, very important. And then we're also going to consider briefly looking at Vermont-only policies or policies where Vermont teams up with some of its neighbors to pursue carbon pricing. And to just give you a sense of what we're talking about here in terms of scale, $20 carbon tax is equivalent to a tax of about 18 cents per gallon on gasoline. So as I say different carbon pricing numbers, you can kind of just scale up or down to see how big that would be at the pump. So in this analysis, we consider 4 alternative carbon price paths. We choose these for a number of different reasons, but I just want to mention that these are illustrative, and we are not, anytime we look at one specific policy, we're not trying to say that this is what the state should be doing. And so we consider the Essex price path from the Essex plan. That policy phases in from a $5 tax until it reaches $40. We considered what we call the WCI price path, the Western Climate Initiative. So we're considering a cap and trade program where Vermont joins with Quebec and California in the Western Climate Initiative. That price in that cap and trade program has a floor, and that floor grows over time. And the price has been historically at that floor, and so we assume going forward that we'll still be at that price floor. And so we use that price floor path. And then we have just 2 kind of other medium and high price paths just for to show people what would happen if we increase the price to starting at either $30 or $60 and rising over time. So again, I mentioned that what you do with the revenue tends to be very important for the environmental and economic impacts of carbon pricing. So here we're going to think of we're going to consider 3 alternative revenue uses, although we acknowledge there are more uses. So the first one we're going to consider is lump sum rebates. This is where the revenues are returned equally through equal per household payments to each household in Vermont. We're going to consider a policy that takes the revenue and uses it to reduce taxes on wages. And this will have some stimulative effect and will offset some of the negative impacts the policy might have on GDP or employment. The Essex Plan is the first carbon pricing policy where I've seen this type of revenue use. So it was interesting to look at it in this context, where the Essex Plan devoted some of the revenue to finance reductions in electricity rates for residential, commercial, and industrial customers. And this was really an idea to give households an incentive to switch to clean electricity, because most of the electricity in Vermont is carbon-free. And so we're going to look at these three different alternatives as using all the revenue for lump sum rebates or all the revenue for rebates, electricity rebates. We do acknowledge that a policy could do a little bit of each. So there's no reason why you have to choose to use the money all in one place. You can spread it across different baskets. And we'll also note that due to time, budget, and modeling constraints, we're not able to look at what happens when the revenue is reinvested in non-pricing policies. Although we'll have be able to talk about that a little bit, but we're not going to be able to really look at the deep economic impacts of that type of revenue use. As I mentioned, we're going to look at covering different types of sectors. We're going to consider the kind of the broadest type of policy we call economy-wide electricity exempt. This covers every sector except for electricity. As we know, Vermont is a participant in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative program, and we don't see a reason for Vermont to pull out of that program, and so we just left that program on its own, untouched. You can also, no policy is required to be economy-wide, and so we're looking at also two different types of smaller policies, one that covers transportation and heating fuels, another that covers just transportation emissions. And again, I mentioned that we're going to consider some different regional scopes where Vermont acts on its own to implement these policies, and a regional type policy where all the New England states act together under one type of policy. Okay, so that's kind of just a rehash or explanation of what we did, and now we can get into some of the key findings. So the first key finding we have is that carbon pricing only is unlikely to meet the U.S. Climate Alliance targets, which are 26 to 28% below 2005 levels in 2025. And so here, I've chosen 4 different types of programs just to give you an example, although we have many, many more types of policies in the report itself. But just for a high level here, we're going to think of just these few different types of policies. So the first, the TCI program, is the cap and trade program on transportation emissions only. And when we were doing this analysis, the state had not yet actually signed onto the Transportation and Climate Initiative statement to craft a program or craft a policy proposal over the next year. So we kind of had to take some liberties with this one. We assumed a price path that was similar to the Western Climate Initiative price path. It's purely speculative, and a true Transportation and Climate Initiative policy will probably look different. You could imagine that the price could be much lower. And again, that's going to depend on negotiations between states. And then we also consider the Western Climate Initiative Cap and Trade Program, where Vermont links its transportation and heating emissions to California and Quebec's program. And then we also consider the Essex Plan, which, as I mentioned, is an economy-wide carbon tax. And then just for kind of full scope, we consider the policy that kind of has the highest price and most coverage. To give you an example of what could be possible from a type of carbon pricing, and we call this high price path, that has a carbon tax of about $77 in 2025. But you'll notice here on all 4 of these policies, none of them are achieving emissions 26 to 28% below 2005 in 2025. So the high price path comes the closest, but on its own, it does not. We are not projecting it to meet those targets based on our modeling analysis. Okay, now I'm going to turn it back over to Wes to talk about some of the non-pricing analysis.
So again, the analysis we did on non-pricing policies was assembling research and estimates that others had done for the most part, and that was primarily the Vermont Climate Action Commission. There are around 50 individual policy recommendations in that document. As I mentioned before, this includes things like EV incentives, weatherization programs, energy efficiency programs. We also, as I said before, looked at this 100% renewable energy standard. And what we find essentially is that while with carbon pricing alone, we do not estimate that the state would achieve its emissions targets, that with a combined approach between carbon pricing and non-pricing, the state would be estimated to have emissions reductions commensurate with and actually beyond the U.S. Climate Alliance or Paris target, and that's again that 26 to 28% by 2025. And actually that is for all of the scenarios we modeled here. So you can see under TCI, WCI, Essex, and the high price, they're all emissions reductions that are above or greater than that 28% threshold. So that is one of, I think, the key findings from this report is that these two approaches together could achieve these targets, and even with some relatively modest carbon pricing policies. One thing that we have not emphasized in the report, but I will say is that there is somewhat of a fit between pricing and non-pricing policies in that pricing can generate revenue that will be able to help implement non-pricing policies. Because in some cases, the non-pricing policies may call for public expenditure. Programs like an electric vehicle purchase incentive, for example, or weatherization programs. And so if the aim is to have a revenue neutral policy, then you all will be looking for revenue from somewhere to pay for those policies, and carbon pricing may be a good source. We will talk more about, though, how the use of revenue will require a number of trade-offs, but that's the basic estimate.
Okay, so as we mentioned, we did a pretty thorough analysis on the environmental and economic impacts of carbon pricing. So here I want to run through some of those results. So there are costs and benefits of carbon pricing. And so the costs are going to be, increased prices for fuels and energy-intensive goods. That's how carbon pricing works. We can't run away from the fact that it will increase the price of gasoline. It's also going to change income, and we could also maybe see some of those changes going to be realized in changes to state GDP or employment levels. On the other side, there are benefits, and we're going to measure two types of benefits here. We're going to look at the benefits of GHG reductions, and we're going to measure the value of those reductions using social cost of carbon estimates. And there are also benefits of reduced criteria air pollutants. And so when you burn fossil fuels in your car or other places, those often emit other particles, other forms of pollution besides carbon dioxide or other greenhouse gases. Those include sulfur dioxide, nitrous oxide, particulate matter. There's two different types of particulate matter. PM 2.5 is the one that actually has very negative health impacts. It's a particulate matter that can actually just kind of go through your skin into your lungs. It's so small. And so what we do is we use EPA estimates of what the value of those reduced emissions are. And so to get another quantitative dollar value of those benefits. And so I think the main key finding is that the economic impact of carbon pricing policies we studied is projected to be small. So if we look at this first row, if we look at this table, the first row is the change in economic welfare per household. We consider this to be the most complete measure of the costs of a carbon pricing policy. It takes into account the changes in prices and the changes in income. Now, for each of these policies, this is also the average cost for the average person. Obviously, impacts will be different across different types of people. People who drive more will have larger impacts than people who drive less. So these policies are running in the range of $28 per person to $240 per person. And just to be clear, what we're doing in the TCI, WCI, and high price path is we are looking, these are the costs when we use the revenues to be rebated to households. And then in the Essex plan, this is where we are combining rebates to low-income households and revenues for electricity subsidies as called for in that plan.
And I just want to underscore here that these are costs for an average household. So in terms of average income level, we will in a couple of slides talk about costs per income quintile. So you'll see for low-income households, for upper-income households, what the different estimated impacts are.
And so, but again, as I mentioned, this policy is going to have costs and benefits. We project that the benefits per household will exceed the costs for every single policy we look at. So, in example of the TCI, we project that the environmental benefits per household are $56 versus a cost of $28. Now, to give you an idea of where these benefits are coming from, about 60% of these benefits are from the climate benefits, the reduced GHG emissions. About 40% of the benefits are from reduced local air pollution. Having done this this type of analysis at the federal level, in Washington, D.C., everyone wants to know what's going to happen to jobs and kind of the economy, and so we look at that here as well. And we see that these impacts would be small. These are very tiny changes, regardless of policy design. To give you an idea about this change in state GDP, this is a percent change from business as usual. If the state economy was to grow 1% per year in the absence of a policy between now and 2025, if you introduce this policy, that's equivalent to reducing the growth rate from 1% to 0.997%. It's such a small number, you wouldn't be able to see it in the rounding error, and it would be very hard to separate from statistical noise.
And also to point out that there's some fluctuation between costs and benefits. The Essex plan is showing a positive impact to GDP. Again, it's very small, but
yeah, I was going to emphasize here that as what really how you use the revenue matters. Here, when you use the some of the revenue to subsidize electricity, we actually see a growth in GDP, and we see an increase in the level of employment. Again, these numbers are small either way, either direction, but you can actually, we're finding, you could have some increased GDP or employment if you use the revenues for electricity subsidies. And we don't have this on this table. We find the same thing if you use the revenue to reduce taxes on wages. And importantly, a carbon pricing policy would generate significant revenue for the state, depending on the carbon price level and the number of sectors covered. So as we go from left to right, the price is increasing and the number of sectors is increasing. So it's just driven by the price level and how much emissions are being covered. So as we mentioned, these costs that I showed are kind of for an average household. And we take kind of a state level cost number and we divide it by the number of households to put into a per household number. But we understand and we'll show that the economic impacts are not evenly distributed. And one of the reasons for this is that low-income and rural households spend a larger fraction of income on energy. And of course, we would expect that carbon-intensive industries such as fuel suppliers would be affected more than other industries. So we're not anticipating big impacts on the services industry, but you might see some impacts in the sectors that you would expect. So transportation, natural gas, utilities, those are the types of fuel dealers, those are the types of industries we would expect to be more affected than others. And I don't have any tables for the industry impacts in our slides today, but they are in the report. And so I think another one of our key findings is that although, low-income and rural households spend a larger fraction of their income on energy, we can design these policies in a way that will offset those impacts on those households. So in the TCI scenario, the rebate, if we give this rebate straight back to households, it's equal to about $200 rebate per person. And that rebate is more than enough to offset the increased energy prices for quintiles 1 and quintiles 2. And I have an email from my colleague that will I'll tell you exactly how much these. So quintile 1 is a household that has $23,000 or income or less. Quintile 2 is between $23,000 and $45,000. Quintile 3 is households between $45,000 and $70,000. And quintile 4 is households $70,000 to $105,000. And quintile 5 is anyone making more than $105,000 per year. And so we'll also notice that as you kind of go left to right, you'll see that actually it doesn't really, because we're using the rebates in most of these, because all these policies are rebating revenues to low-income households, they're better off than they would be otherwise in each case. Now, if we use the revenues another way, that might not be true. But in these 4 scenarios, using the revenues to give rebates back to the households offsets that increased income that they're receiving. That revenue rebate is enough to offset the higher energy costs and costs of other goods. And you also see here that we aren't able to do income by county, but we are able to do income or county. And so just summarizing here, we do show that that counties besides Chittenden County have slightly larger average impacts than other counties, and primarily it's due to longer driving. But we would also expect that we know that the average household in each county represents someone around quintile 3, and so we still expect that low-income households, even though we haven't specifically shown it, we do expect that low-income households in rural counties would be better off. And again, this is on average. There's an average household in each quintile. And so there is heterogeneity. No 2 households are the same. And we do have to remember that and caveat that when we're looking at these results. So not every single household in quintile 1 might be better off, but we expect the person who has the average expenditure pattern would be. And so I think our last kind of main key finding is that the revenue use introduces trade-offs that need to be considered by policymakers. So according to our analysis, as I've shown, these per household rebates more than offset the cost of increased energy prices for the average low-income household. If we instead use the money to reduce taxes on wages, this would actually increase the state GDP and increase the level of employment. But for most low-income households, these changes in taxes would not be enough to fully offset their higher energy prices. And so finally, although we didn't look at it quantitatively, we didn't do a deep dive into the economic impacts of non-pricing policies, we do know that to the extent that we don't devote revenue to finance those policies, that can reduce emissions further, but it would also reduce the amount of money we're able to give back to the households to offset the economic impacts of the higher prices for those households. And so there's this trade-off here where you'll need to consider, if you do decide to consider a carbon pricing policy, this is a very important trade-off between trying to think about how you're going to think about the distributional impacts of the policy or trying to use the policy to have deeper emissions reductions and try to achieve some of those emissions targets. And again, I just want to emphasize our results here are for putting all your money into one basket or the other. And so I don't want you to think that you can't do some type of hybrid approach that mixes how the money is spent. Okay, and so we planned for 40 minutes and we've gone through most of our time here. So I just want to give you some caveats here. We do not model policy-induced innovation, so we are not able to look at what would happen if, by implementing the policy, that the costs of renewables or the costs of EVs would decrease. So we're holding those costs constant across our analysis. As I mentioned on the last page, the average household impacts masks potentially large differences in impacts for specific households. One thing we haven't talked about too much, and no, we don't have a slide for that, is that the Vermont-only policy, the New Hampshire border, could be an issue. Now, we don't have a very good job, we don't have a very good understanding from Washington, D.C. how many drivers are going to increase their out-of-state purchases. So what we did is we assumed that the drivers who already buy their gasoline in New Hampshire would continue to buy their gasoline in New Hampshire. People who currently buy it in Vermont continue to buy it in Vermont. Now, to the extent that we've missed that, to the extent that people are going to try to shift their purchase behavior more, we would be overestimating the emissions reductions from this policy, because people would be avoiding the tax by going to New Hampshire. And then I just want to emphasize again that we looked at a range of estimates for the emissions reductions potentials of the non-pricing policies, but we weren't able to do a full economic impact analysis of those non-pricing policies. And so we think that further analysis and research is going to be warranted there. We want to be able to answer the question you have is, how many jobs is this non-pricing policy going to create by investing in our local economy and our local infrastructure? And that's not something we can answer right now. Do you have anything to add? Okay, thank you.
All right, well, I guess we do have time for some questions. If the committee members have questions. Representative Yantachka.
Yeah, did you look at the range of fluctuation?
Mike, can you use the mic?
Did you look at the how much gas or fuel oil prices fluctuate over a year without carbon pricing attached?
I mean, it's not something we particularly looked at, but yes, fuel prices can go up or down 50 cents very easily, and we've seen that quite a bit over the last couple of years. And so, the Transportation and Climate Initiative policy we considered had a price of about $20 through the cap and trade program. That's like an 18-cent additional cost for gasoline under that policy.
I'd just add that we did use our business as usual projection uses the projections from the Energy Information Administration, the Federal Energy Information Administration, and those projections include fuel price projections over the next 10 to 20 years.
Okay, and were you able to tell how much consumption would go down as prices increase at 50 cents per gallon?
Yeah, our report does go into like changes in prices and in demand for the goods. Off the top of my head, I can't give you a very specific number, but it's in the report.
Thank you.
Representative Chestnut Tangerman.
Did your work attempt to quantify decarbonization benefits of applying $20 million to electrification of transportation versus weatherization?
So that would be in that category of non-pricing policies, and we include the emissions benefits of all of the policies that had an emissions benefit estimate given to them in the VCAC report. That does include weatherization programs. It does include electrification of transportation programs. But the way we do that is we just sort of take it all as a group. We don't do a trade-offs analysis, if that's what you were asking. So what would be the relative benefit of going in one direction versus another, or down one policy pathway versus another. We don't do that kind of comparative analysis. We look at it all as one group and assume that it all gets implemented.
Broken out within that group, are there?
There are, yeah, in sort of broad brush categories, and actually the report itself has more granular detail. It's a public document that we could point you to, or others in the room here who have worked on it directly. Yeah, absolutely.
I have a couple questions. So I'm wondering, has anyone else or other states been successful in doing like the rebate policies, actually implementing them?
Right. No. So there's not, to my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, but
so a province, British Columbia, its carbon tax is revenue neutral, and it's a combination of rebates and business tax cuts. And so they have implemented a partial rebate program.
To individuals?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm also wondering, do your benefits pretty much primarily focus on healthcare benefits? Is that what's in the model, or I mean the benefits that accrue to Vermonters from these policies?
So the health benefits are the benefits of reduced particulate matter pollution in Vermont. So that would accrue to Vermonters directly.
And can you articulate more of the other specific benefits?
So we looked at those health benefits, and then we looked at the climate benefits from reduced GHG using a social cost of carbon estimate. Obviously, those benefits are global, and so we were not able to do a kind of Vermont-specific social cost of carbon. That was way beyond the scope of our analysis. So we can't say specifically how much those benefits are Vermont or New England or global. But we do provide that number because at the end of the day, if you care about climate, it's because you should care about the global well-being.
Representative from Williston.
Great. Thank you very much. I have two questions. One is a follow-up from the chair. Did you monetize in the report the health effects from diminished particulate matter?
Yes.
Thank you. And the second question is around the California and Quebec initiative, and is that fully explored in the report with well, how about just that?
Yeah, so we, in section 4.7, so section 4 of our report is the analysis of carbon pricing policies. And most of that just uses kind of illustrative examples of, okay, what happens if you have a high price versus a low price? But in section 4.7, we do specific analysis of the Western Climate Initiative, our representation of what we thought could be one potential outcome of the Transportation Climate Initiative, and the Essex Plan.
Thank you.
Representative Dolan.
Are the benefits that you described over a certain time period where you then brought those benefits to present value?
Yes, there are the present value of reduced emissions in that time period, but the benefits could accrue over years, and they are discounted back to the future, to the present.
And does that assume that there's no increase in emissions from other states or jurisdictions that could overwhelm those benefits?
That's a great question. We do look at changes in emissions in other Northeast states in our report. Generally, we find those changes to be relatively small. So we expect that very little of the emissions reductions in Vermont would be offset by increased emissions in its neighboring states.
So to underscore that, when Mark says the changes would be relatively small, it's the changes induced by the implementation of a policy in Vermont. And I'm not sure if that's what you were asking, but that's what he's referring to there, what would be called leakage, that if Vermont implements a policy, does it lead to emissions increasing elsewhere? That's the phenomenon of leakage. The other thing I want to say about the benefits is that most of the things that are quantified, both emissions reductions and public health and climate benefits in this report, are done on strictly an annual basis. So when we say that emissions are at a certain level in 2025, and then there are commensurate benefits associated with the emissions reductions, right, that you've reduced to hit that level, that's just for that 1 year. It's not quantifying, let's say we're just talking about the benefits, it's not quantifying the benefits that have accrued over each of the years. Say we're talking about 2025 and the policy starts in 2020, you're going to have emissions reductions every year along the way going down. The reductions will be greater, the emissions will be less, and so you're going to have cumulative benefits. Does that make sense? Benefits that are achieved in each of the years. We don't estimate, so basically we are providing in some sense a conservative lowball estimate because we're just looking at 1 year instead of the cumulative benefits over a 5 or 10 year window.
Representative Briglin and then
I had a question about some of the costs and benefits that you highlighted. And I was searching for other things. You had a small handful, I think, in terms of the costs and the benefits. And I'll just suggest one of each and wonder if these fall in there. In terms of costs, were there issues that related to exacerbating income inequality and how some of these different pricing initiatives would be more challenging for lower income people and other initiatives might be less challenging?
Yeah, if we go back to this slide, this is quintile 1 is the lowest income households. And so what we're showing here is when you use the revenues to give the direct rebates back to the households, they're better off monetarily than they would have been otherwise. And so we would say that this is reducing inequality. But what I haven't shown you here and is in the report is if you use the revenues to reduce, say, wage income, that doesn't give as large of a benefit to low-income households as the rebate, and so that could actually exacerbate the inequality. And I have work on federal carbon pricing that looks at even further, like capital tax cuts or corporate tax cuts, and those are another type of policy that doesn't address this potential issue of inequality. And so what's really fascinating about the rebate approach is that it actually improves the inequality situation by reducing it.
And on the benefit side, it wasn't clear to me, with a carbon pricing mechanism, was the idea that in terms of reducing carbon fuel usage, would simply energy usage decline, or was it assumed that there would be substitution with other presumably cleaner fuels?
So the model does allow for some substitution, although we don't predict a lot of substitution. And so it's reductions coming from, for transportation, for example, it's reductions coming from improved efficiency of the vehicle fleet and from reducing vehicle miles traveled.
But not necessarily substituting electricity for...
Yeah, we do allow for that, but we don't see a lot of that substitution occurring at these price levels.
And what I was trying to get at there, is there actually a benefit there of substituting consumers paying for fuels that come from outside of the Vermont economy and replacing them with fuels that come from within the economy, actually contributing to economic growth?
Yeah, that's a great question. Again, the model does kind of take account for that. So the state does import all its fuels, and so we see those imports go down, and so consumers have they can choose where to spend that money, and so we find that it's a mix of goods, some that were produced here, and some that are some of it is the model's predicting increased imports of other types of goods.
Representative Pat.
First, just a clarification, because I couldn't always read all the fine print. When you're showing either a cost or a benefit per household, it's per what? Is that an annual benefit? An annual, okay, thank you. And my question is, for in the options where you are mitigating the impact of the higher energy costs on one side by targeting a benefit to rural Vermonters or lower income Vermonters, does the report get into it all, how that would be done, how people would be found eligible for that or anything like that?
No, no, we don't. I think that's obviously a very important policy consideration, how exactly that administration would work. There's some interesting research that's been done on the implementation of such a program at the federal level by a affiliate and colleague of Resources for the Future named Chad Stone. I think much of that would apply at the state level, and if you all get to the point of having a discussion around that, we'd be happy to provide some additional resources that could help inform that discussion.
Representative Johnson.
So looking at under the pricing section, we look at taxing and cap and trade systems. Do you differentiate between those? I mean, it looks like we put them together just based on the level of price. But my understanding, do you look at compare the effectiveness of those two approaches?
So effectively in our modeling, the two approaches are equivalent. And so what really matters is just what the price is. And so you can, if we play with the model and set the price of $10 and the model tells us that emissions will be 9 units, and then if we set the cap at 9 units, the price will be $10. And so to that extent, there's no distinction. I would say that an important distinction on cap and trade versus carbon tax is where the uncertainty lies. So under a cap and trade program, we have uncertainty over what the price will be. And so the price will fluctuate over time. You see that with RGGI, where in the lead up to the Clean Power Plan, people thought they were going to be able to use RGGI allowances to comply with the Clean Power Plan. That drove the price up. When President Trump was elected and rescinded the Clean Power Plan, those prices fell. But you still have the certainty of the cap there. With the tax, you have a certainty of the price. You know what the price is going to be. It's not going to fluctuate. But you don't know exactly how much the emissions are going to be. We've done projections here. They're our best guess, but they're not going to be perfect. We've done as best we can, but we know that we're going to get that level wrong because there's going to be unanticipated things going on to the Vermont and federal economy in the meantime. So that's where this other uncertainty lies, and so you don't know exactly what the emissions levels are going to be.
I'd say another important distinction, and this is not necessarily answering your question directly, which Mark did, that we kind of modeled them similarly, but just an important distinction between the two policies is around revenue as well. It's more common for permits to be freely allocated under cap and trade programs, which would mean that there would be no revenue associated with that program, whereas with carbon pricing, there's kind of always inherently a revenue stream. So that's another important distinction. Yeah.
Can you talk about some of the variables among the different scenarios, like why are they different? Why is the Essex plan? Essex plan looks like it might have the most benefits to Vermont, but explain a little more about why.
So the Essex plan is, if we just go back to these couple ones here. The Essex plan is economy-wide, and so it covers industrial emissions as well as commercial, residential, and transportation emissions. One reason that you see particularly large benefits from these types of policies is that's where a lot of the particulate matter emissions are actually coming from the industrial sector. And so even just small changes in the industrial sector can have large impacts on these these particulate matter emissions and have impacts on the health benefit. But then, so the only real difference between the TCI scenario and the WCI scenario, as in this chart, is that one includes the transportation heating emissions, and the one just includes transportation emissions. So really, if you go from the TCI column to the WCI column, the change there is the extra emissions reductions you would get from covering the heating emissions.
And then another distinction, which Mark had spoken to before, which kind of shows up here, where we see that there's this distinction between Essex and the other policies in terms of the effect to GDP and the change in labor demand, which is how we model change in jobs, is that, first of all, you have a sign change, right? So going from negative impacts to a positive effect here. And as Mark was saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, or please fill in the details, one of the primary reasons for this is that the Essex plan uses some of the revenue to invest in electricity, bringing the electricity prices down. So that sort of foments further economic activity. Other reasons, do you think, why we have a positive effect with Essex? And
yeah, it's here, at least for this impacts like the GDP and the labor. It's driven entirely by the use of revenue to lower the price of electricity, which is going to be beneficial to businesses and homes that use electricity. Their costs are going down, and they'll be able to have more money to spend elsewhere.
Representative Yamamoto.
Yes, when you talk about the value of the benefits or cost, you said that was per year, right?
Yes.
Is it per individual or per household?
In this slide, it's per household.
Per household.
And that's also the quintile.
Yeah.
This is also per household.
Representative Lefebvre, and then
It may be outside your model, but if you take a look at what the impact would be from carbon pricing and carbon taxing on people who live in rural Vermont and are also poor.
So we were not able to look at, we looked at by income or by county, not by income and by county. We just didn't have the data available to do that analysis. We do find that rural households are, on average, slightly worse off from the policy than the Chittenden County residents. But so here you see that the average rural household is, in the TCI scenario, is $7 on average worse off than the Chittenden County residents. So we kind of expect that change would be similar in quintile 1. So quintile 1, that $53, we would probably expect that number to be in the 40s. So they're not going to be, because this quintile 1 number is the average low-income household, not the average low-income rural household. So because we know rural residents drive more, we would expect them to have slightly higher energy costs and therefore slightly lower benefits.
It would also be relative to the fact that they had no other alternative as far as public transportation is concerned too.
That's correct.
I'll just say that one of the nuances of the rebate policy is that it can be targeted. So the level of rebate that's given to an individual household could be tailored. And that's not something we talk about in this study. It's not something that we model either, but there's no reason why that couldn't be how the policy is implemented per the gentleman's comment on implementation.
when you say tailored, can you just exempt?
Sure. What I mean by that is, so oftentimes when this type of analysis is done, first we look at the expected costs for a given household, and then the rebate is set to at least match those costs, so we keep that household whole. Now, that's generally done for a representative household, and frankly, that is analysis that's usually done at the federal level, so you have a massive data set of all these different households. In a state the size of Vermont, that's, I think, more feasible, perhaps, to have more detail on what those costs are that are these incremental costs to households. And you could go by county, so you could know by county and by quintile Potentially, you could even have a mechanism that would allow a household to petition saying this is our annual energy cost. Then you could have a benchmark baseline, and then their rebate is equal to their increased costs. Now that could be administratively quite complex, so there's probably somewhere between calculating it for every individual household and having one big lump sum number for the whole state. But just to say, there's a great spectrum of policy implementation potential there that I think could meet your needs, which are important.
So it would be relative to not only to the first location and the income?
I think that it could be done that way. That becomes an administrative question, not so much an analytical one, but I think that it could be done that way.
We have Representative Campbell, Sebelia, and Odie.
Hi, I wanted to ask a little bit more about the non-pricing effects that you talked about. And what I'm wondering particularly about is the effect on the economy if we invested money in, as you said, workforce development and people to make buildings more efficient, for example. And can you talk a little bit about any analysis that you're able to do along those lines?
Sure. Yeah. So that unfortunately again falls into the category of analysis we weren't able to do just because of the limited scope and budget, and that the original scope of work didn't include analysis on non-pricing policies. So
you took some assumptions from the climate action.
Yeah, and those were just emissions reductions assumptions.
Okay.
So I think that sort of an important recommendation from our report, just in terms of further analysis, would be to do further analysis on those types of questions pertaining to non-pricing policies. So what kind of jobs effect would they have? What sort of effect on local and state economy would they have? Again, we have initial estimates on the emissions reduction potential, but I think further estimates on that and really looking at going from sort of relatively broad brush policies to specific, more fine-grained policy formulation, I think would be good too. So most likely we would expect to see positive effects on GDP, and Mark may disagree with me on this, I'm not sure, but positive effects from investing in, if we're investing in energy efficiency projects or weatherization, those are construction jobs. It may not actually be necessarily a new job that's created, but sort of increase in demand for those services from the construction industry, and that can lead to increase in jobs and also wages.
So energy workers, lots of things like that. Okay, thank you.
Representative Sebelia.
Thanks. I have 3 clarifying questions, and I'm happy to take them afterwards if necessary, but the wage levels on the quintiles again? The wage levels on the quintiles again?
Yeah, so quintile 1 is for anyone who has income below $23,000. Quintile 2 is $23,000 to $45,000. The next quintile is $45,000 to $69,000, and then it's $69,000 to $105,000, and then the top quintile is $105,000 and over.
And that's in 2016 dollars.
Great. And can you clarify, did I hear you correctly that quintiles 3 through 5 would offset additional costs in quintiles 1 and 2?
So what we're showing here is that our analysis is suggesting that under these policies that quintiles 1 and 2 are always going to have their costs offset through these rebates. But for these other quintiles, the rebates are not large enough to offset their increased energy costs. And on a share basis, the low-income households have a higher share of their expenditures on energy, but they actually have lower levels of overall spending because their expenditure levels are much lower. And so a majority of the energy expenditure takes place by quintile 5, or quintiles 4 and 5. And so that's why you're seeing, those are the quintiles that have the higher costs here.
Representative Odie.
when you were talking about petitioning for individual. You were talking about the possibility of petitioning for individual consideration. Is there any state that does that now? And does anybody look, for instance, at car inspection time on what reads on the odometer? I'm thinking about people who live rurally but don't use their cars that much, or people who live in an urban area but do quite a bit of travel to get to their jobs.
Yeah, I mean, there are moral hazard issues in that type of setup, and by moral hazard issues, I mean people have an incentive to misreport. You would have an incentive to say you were lower income than you really were to receive that rebate if there was a cutoff. These rebates are on the magnitude of $200 to $1,000 in these cases. So I don't, if the cutoff is say $60,000 and the rebate is $200, I don't think you're going to see very many people trying to go from $65,000 to $55,000 to make sure because they'd want that $10,000. It's a lot more than $200. So I do think there are some issues with that type of setup, and no, I'm not aware of any jurisdiction that does that.
Representative Yontaska.
On the Essex plan, the Essex plan has incentives for rural and low income households. Did you take that into consideration when you did these estimates as well?
We did, yes. Yeah, so I think the cutoff for low-income households is 4 times the federal poverty level, and then rural households with incomes less than $75,000 are eligible for an additional rebate on top of that first rebate, and so we did include that in this analysis.
Thank you.
Other questions from committee members? All right, thank you. Everyone has a lot to read tonight.
So I'm going to call the meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. I am going to issue a blanket apology for my voice. It's back worse. And my coughing. I forgot cough drops, so I'll try not to talk too much. I want to recognize Michael Becker and Dan Zambreski and Michael's two sons.
Miles and Max.
Miles and Max.
Hi, Miles and Max.
Welcome to...
The 3 M's.
Oh, you do?
I have like
I might, yeah.
Why don't you proceed?
Okay. Are there additions to the agenda?
I don't have.
I have none.
So I have one which is time sensitive. I was hoping that we could talk about the social media policy amendment, but we are not prepared to do so, and it is not time sensitive, so we can do that at the next meeting.
So
But-
we're striking the social media?
Yes.
Okay.
I put that in over the weekend thinking we might have answers, but we don't. We will talk about appointing an alternate representative to Wyndham Solid Waste, and the reason for that is that there is a special meeting on Thursday, February 14th that I cannot go, and we have an alternate. Thank you so much. And we'll do that under new business, the first item of new business. Are there changes to the agenda order? None. So first item of business is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of January 28th, 2019.
I so move.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Dan Zambreski, you're on for your general update.
Well, we've had a lot of ice this year, and we've been going through sand as fast as we can truck it in. Last week, we hauled in our last 100 or so yards. I'm out of sand money. This morning, I ordered our last 50 ton of salt, and that cleans us out of salt money. So the shed will be full, salt shed will be full. The sand shed is probably a third full. We've had a couple of roads that everybody called it mud, but it wasn't mud, it was just ruts. So we've had to haul some gravel for that already. I'm a little concerned about this spring. We only got like 25,000 left for gravel for mud. And that may not get us through if the bottoms drop out. So we'll just have to play it by ear and see how that's gonna work out. And then also we've had a lot of repair this year. We're way over our budget on repairs. Some years you were way under, and some years you're way over. So it just seems every time we turn around, something's happening. So last Thursday, right after we got done sanding, we hauled some sand, and Dickie got down in the pit and lost the fan belt on his truck. Well, what happened? The idler tensioner went, and then when it did, it took the fan belt and the alternator belt, and of course they had to order the parts for it, and got that back on the road on Friday. So, and the purple truck is back over to Claremont again because we're having computer issues with that again. So it's been one thing right after another. Everything else seems to be holding up right now for the time being.
Including you.
The ice dam is
It
gone?
is what it is, Richard.
The ice dam is gone?
Pardon?
The ice dam is gone on River Road?
I still didn't understand.
The ice dam on River Road.
The ice dam, yes. Last Friday, of course, it warmed up pretty well, and we had the rain Thursday night. The water kicked back out down towards Burham's again, and I went over and Michael and I talked. Michael, MT3, and he went up the brook, right where his machine parked, and there was probably another couple hours he did, and now the water's going back down where it's supposed to.
Great.
So that's, he did that on...
You did it on Friday, not Monday?
He did it on I think he moved over there on a Tuesday afternoon, and he did it Tuesday afternoon, and then did a little bit Friday, so.
Good, well, I'm glad it's cleared up, thank you.
It's gonna be under our estimate that we...
Great, awesome.
Dan, on the gravel concern with your tenure, do you have any recommendations in terms of what we might need?
I don't know.
You know, it's just gonna be a crapshoot with
You know, the biggest thing is when I do my budget, the money that I budget for our gravel, for the city, that usually is to cover us in mud season.
Right.
And now we're doing a lot of this extra stone line ditching. Well, that material, that money's coming out of that. So, I mean, I have to be sort of careful how we do it after the 1st of July, because I don't want to cut myself short for mud season.
Right.
You know, we could get, the bottoms could drop out of the bottom of the road. And we could spend oodles of money.
Right.
Okay.
But we have a highway reserve fund to cover those kinds of
Yeah, I just want to give you
unanticipated
guys a heads
expenses.
up.
No, I appreciate that.
I mean,
Thank you.
hopefully, you know, we still got some winter left.
Yeah.
The sun's getting higher and a little hotter, so usually you get a snowstorm, you go out and sand. You get these ice storms, when we're sanding 3-4 times around.
Right.
We're using the average ice storm over 400 yards of sand whack. So it don't take long to go through sand. And the salt's the same way, you know, we try to be a little conservative on it, and, you know, they'll deliver 40, 50 ton, and we'll use three quarters of that in two storms. So, I've been keeping my salt shed full just because I'm afraid all of a sudden they're gonna say, well, there may be a shortage. And that's happened in the past. And so I've been keeping that pretty full.
That's smart.
And you guys get the expenditure sheet.
Yep.
Our wages are looking pretty good right now. We're about half for both summer and winter, so hopefully things will sort of mellow out. It'll be good, hopefully, so.
So does this snow to ice, you know, the wintry mix pattern, does it seem like we're having more of that than we used to?
Yes. You know, and snowstorms, I send guys home. They go home for a couple hours, you know, we try to get going at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. We've had a lot of afternoons where it started storming at 5, 6 in the afternoon. Well, guess what? We're doing all-nighters.
Yeah.
Everybody's working around the clock, just to try to keep up with it. So, I mean, snow's a lot easier to deal with. I mean, the ice is, I'd rather have snow than the ice. So.
Yeah, so would we all.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Dan? Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
The first item for new business, I'd like to make the appointment of an alternate to Wyndham Solid Waste Management District. I've been serving as our regular alternate, and I've been to the December and January meetings. They called a special meeting. Usually there isn't a meeting in February, but they called one, and I will not be here on Thursday. So I approached Cheryl and I asked her if she would be willing to be the alternate. And thank goodness she said yes.
Oh, good.
Terrific. I know, I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, because she does really have 4 family issues that she's trying to take care of. And she thinks that I'll probably be having a better Valentine's evening than she will. But the issue at hand on Thursday is an important one. It's about a grant and organic waste and flow control, which means are we going to have a monopoly for where the organics go in Wyndham Solid Waste. And she actually understands that better than I do, although I've been in communication with Brattleboro and with Bob Spencer. So I would entertain a motion to send Wyndham Solid Waste a note that says Cheryl will serve as the alternate if I'm not available.
I'll make that motion.
Second. Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Thank you,
All in
Cheryl.
favor?
Aye.
And I just want to tell, I was like so grateful to Cheryl, I cannot tell you, because I've even had to consult her on this issue, so she's been very helpful.
Well, she's probably relieved about all the meetings that you're going to.
We have an issue here. We wanted to say something, Peter wants to say something about the Conservation Commission.
So as you all know, I applied to this grant with the Vermont Department of Forest, Parks and Recreation for
The ash bar?
Yes, exactly. And I just wanted to give my appreciation to the Conservation Commissioners, particularly to Marley and Bill, because they very graciously did a lot of the background work just for the Conservation Commission, and they shared all of that information with me. And so all I had to do was compile what they shared with me and put it into the grant, which made my job much, much easier. So I just wanted to thank them for all the hard work they did. And so I applied for it, and we will wait and see if we get it.
Well, thank you for your part in doing it too. I mean, our commissions are really, I mean, just in the time I've been on the select board, I've been so impressed with how hard all of our different groups are working and how they work together as well.
Thank you.
And do they still need another member?
The Conservation Commission?
Yeah, I think, don't,
Yes, they're
doesn't,
looking for another member.
yeah, yeah.
Well, in March, we will be reviewing all the appointments, and so if people know of somebody who wants to volunteer to serve on the Conservation Commission, we'll be reviewing all the commissions, so it would be a good time to start thinking about that.
Well,
and
and
make
just
some recommendations.
knowing what a high-functioning, hard-working commission they are, it's a really good group to join for our studio audience, you know.
Next item on the agenda is the Vermont League of Cities and Towns self-governance proposal. Peter distributed lots of information about it.
Yes.
There was a fair amount of reading. And the idea was, should Guilford apply to be one of the 10 towns that examines the home rule option?
It seemed to me, I mean, I don't see any downside of it, but in my reading, it seemed that the small cities and towns had much more stake in home rule. I mean, it seemed to present much more of an improvement in their autonomy and nimble behavior and everything like that. Then, you know, I was trying to think of what Guilford might want to do that we could do differently or better with home rule, and I wondered whether that was something anybody had any insight into.
My question exactly, so I didn't know.
One thing the materials did make clear to me is what is it that how does the state obstruct what Guilford wants to do legislatively? And you know, it wasn't clear to me in any of that material where the state is interfering in the autonomy. I'm sure it is, but it's not articulated in any of the materials that we had, except for Judge Dillon's premise. But what is the premise based on as it applies to our state and this town?
I was going to say, I'm not sure that it does. I mean, I think it's different for a bigger town that has a lot more different departments and can actually function at a broader level. Dillon's role restricts what select boards can do. They can only do what the state gives them the authority to do. I don't see how that's a problem for us. My concern is actually the opposite, that if we had to go and deal with things that have related to infrastructure, health, or, we don't even have zoning, but things, building inspections, we don't have the capacity to actually do that. Or I think it would detrimentally affect taxes.
No, I agree with you. That's kind of where my head was
Because
at.
we would need more employees or more staff, and that means the taxes would go up.
So let me just understand, if is Vermont League of Cities and Towns advocating for the whole state to have quote-unquote home rule, or for the towns that want to?
They're advocating for a 10-year pilot
experiment,
a pilot program with 10 communities throughout the state to be part of this pilot program.
But once again, as Gabby pointed out, larger towns and small cities would perhaps have a lot more to gain, and that the small towns would really have something to lose.
I agree, but I think that we would be taking, A, we might be losing something, and B, we would be taking the opportunity for a town that really needed it. away if we were to be.
If we were one of the
If we were to
10.
be one of the 10 applicants selected, or one of the applicants selected to be in the pilot program.
And I know Brattleboro is considering it.